Chapter 552. Feng Li was forced to kneel on the ground by Ling Xiao, and a sense of shame assaulted his heart. When he first saw Ling Xiao just now, he felt that he was only about the same age as him, or even 2 or 3 years younger. He thought that he could suppress this outsider in one fell swoop, but instead, he was humiliated. "Elder Huang, why aren't you killing this thief?" Feng Li shouted at the high-level heaven stage not far away. The high-level Empyrean smiled bitterly, then said to Ling Xiao, "Young Master Ling, you should let young Master Li go." "Bastard, I want you to kill him." Feng Li was obviously very dissatisfied with the high-level Empyrean. The high-level Empyrean was not a direct elder of the Feng clan, but an elder recruited from the outside. His position in the Feng clan was not high, so even the wives and young masters of the Feng clan dared to order him around. "Young Master Li, this is a distinguished guest personally invited by the Patriarch. I have no right to make a move." The high-level Empyrean replied with some dissatisfaction. At this time, Ling Xiao fiercely pushed Feng Li to the side and said with extreme disdain, "With your little strength, if we weren't in the Feng clan, I could destroy you with one finger." "What an arrogant tone, no wonder you dare to go against my Feng clan." Another arrogant voice came from afar. Several sounds of wind breaking could be heard from afar. Following that, a dozen young people landed in front of Ling Xiao. There were men and women among these young people, and all of them were valiant and had extraordinary temperaments. However, their expressions were filled with arrogance. "Feng Li, the face of our Feng clan has been completely lost by you. Why aren't you stepping down?" A young man around 30 years old stood up and shouted at Feng Li. This young man had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His appearance was extraordinary, and he wore a white robe. His slender figure made his bearing seem dignified, and the incomparable arrogance between his brows could be seen at a glance. This person was one of the most outstanding descendants of the great elder of the Feng clan, Feng Lin. Ling Xiao glanced at this young man and discovered that he actually possessed the strength of a low-level earthly emperor. As for the others, their strength wasn't lower than mid-level king realm. There was even one among them that made Ling Xiao feel apprehensive. It was a peerless beauty standing beside Feng Lin. This woman was dressed in silver silk, had a high bun, and a peerlessly beautiful appearance. Her jet black and fine brows were slightly raised, causing her to seem noble, lofty, and oppressive, causing others to arouse an extremely cold and arrogant feeling. Ling Xiao could sense that her strength had already reached the level of a high-level earth sovereign with his powerful spiritual force. Ling Xiao couldn't help feeling shocked. He saw that this girl was only around 28 years old, but her strength was so terrifying. It really made him feel defeated. He had thought that among the younger generation, there would be very few people who could compare to him who had reached the low-level earth sovereign realm. But now, looking at the juniors of the Feng clan, looking at Feng Lin and that supreme beauty, Feng Yaxin, she knew that she was happy too early. These ancient clans had existed for tens of thousands of years, and their foundation wasn't something that ordinary people could understand. They had precious materials and resources for their juniors to cultivate with. Furthermore, they would help their juniors cleanse their marrows and open their meridians at a very young age. Naturally, their cultivation speed would be much faster than their peers. Furthermore, they had medicinal pills for advancement, as well as the spiritual qi here that was 10 times denser than in the outside world. It was impossible for their juniors to not advance quickly. This was the power of a clan comparable to a 3rd-grade sect. Their junior strength was comparable to an 8th-grade sect. In the future, when they grew up, their clan would definitely prosper for a long time. Feng Li didn't dare to say anything after being scolded by Feng Lin. He just glared at Ling Xiao and quietly retreated behind Feng Lin. Feng Lin's gaze fell on Ling Xiao, and a burst of Emperor Realm aura instantly erupted. He then roared, "Kneel down and repent. You will pay for what you said." Ling Xiao's aura had long been concealed, and even an Emperor Realm expert wouldn't be able to discern his true strength. That was why Feng Lin thought that he could suppress Ling Xiao with his aura alone. Who would have thought that his aura would be like a stone sinking into the ocean? It didn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sneered, is this how your Feng clan treats its guests? Feng Lin arrogantly shouted at Ling Xiao, those who enter my Feng clan must kneel in the sacred hall. This has always been the Feng clan's rule. You don't understand the rules, so you will naturally be punished. Moreover, you spoke rudely to my Feng clan. As long as you kneel here for 7 days and 7 nights, I, Feng Lin, will spare your life. Feng Lin arrogantly shouted at Ling Xiao, what a joke. The sacred hall of your Feng clan should be worshipped by your Feng clan. What does it have to do with me, Ling Xiao? Don't think that just because your Feng clan is the overlord of this area, you can do whatever you want. Ever since I, Ling Xiao, dared to step into your Feng clan, I have never been afraid. If you have the ability to make me kneel, then I'll kneel once. I just hope that you won't be like that arrogant fellow from earlier. You couldn't make me kneel, but instead, you kneel yourself. You're a disgrace to your Feng clan. Others might be afraid of the Feng clan, but Ling Xiao wasn't. Others might be more arrogant than him, but Ling Xiao was dozens of times more arrogant than them. Ling Xiao had experienced countless slaughters since his debut, and he had all sorts of trump cards that allowed him to fight above his level. Now that he had advanced to the Earth King realm, he could even fight against an Empyrean. Feng Lin was only at the same level as him. In his eyes, Feng Lin wasn't qualified to enter his eyes. Ling Xiao's contemptuous gaze and arrogant expression made all the juniors of the Feng clan angry. Their Feng clan had always been superior in the central region. Only the other 17 powers were on equal footing with them. But now, a guy who didn't put the Feng clan in his eyes had appeared before them. How could they not be angry? Let me teach this arrogant brat a lesson, shouted a high-tier king-tier youth. He raised his battle axe and stood up. Just when he was about to make a move, Feng Lin stopped him and said, "You are not his match. All of you, back me up. I want to use his blood to tell him that our Feng clan is not to be looked down upon by outsiders." After Feng Lin finished speaking, the people around him didn't say anything else and all retreated. Come, let me see how amazing the so-called heaven's proud son of the Feng clan is. I hope he isn't someone who doesn't live up to his name. Ling Xiao was suddenly filled with a strong desire to fight. He waved at Feng Lin, and his eyes were filled with a wild light. Since he was already here, he might as well take things as they come. Today, he wanted to destroy the prestige of the juniors of the Feng clan. He wanted them to know that he, Ling Xiao, wasn't someone to be trifled with. Fine, seeing that you have guts, I can spare your life. However, I will make you wish you were dead. Feng Lin responded and his figure began to move. He left behind an afterimage in his original position, but his real body had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. A series of sharp leg shadows kicked toward Ling Xiao. One after another, wind kick after another brought with it an incomparable might, causing the tender grass and flowers on the ground to fly up into the air. Big brother Feng Lin used the flying god kick from the start. He really thinks highly of that brat. To be able to block Big brother Feng Lin's aura, that brat must be quite strong. Otherwise, Big brother Feng Lin wouldn't have personally made a move. I wonder how long this brat can block Big brother Feng Lin's kick. He definitely won't be able to block 10 kicks. Not far away, the juniors of the Feng clan were all discussing. Their eyes were filled with worship toward Feng Lin. Only the beautiful Feng Yaxin's beautiful eyes were staring at Ling Xiao, emitting a bit of light. You want to play leg arts with me? Fine, I'll let you guys see what a true leg art is. Ling Xiao wiped away a few traces of coldness as his figure began to move. Although Feng Lin was using the wind attribute, and it would be difficult for those of the same level to capture his figure, Ling Xiao was also of the wind attribute, and in this aspect, he was definitely more outstanding than Feng Lin. A whirlwind appeared in the area where he was standing, and many leg shadows began to fly. Bang, bang. Ling Xiao's leg shadows collided with Feng Lin's. The two of them fought from the ground to the sky, and they had already exchanged over 100 moves. Feng Lin only felt that both his legs had been shaken to the point of numbness. He really didn't expect that the flying god kick that he was so proud of would not be able to cause any damage to his opponent at all. Instead, his opponent had to return the favor with leg arts. Moreover, his opponent seemed to be very relaxed, as if he was only defending and had yet to counterattack. Feng Lin was unwilling to face such a reality, so he moved his body horizontally and horizontally before gathering his strength again. Shadowless Divine Kick. Feng Lin let out a loud shout. His legs continued to sweep horizontally, and the afterimages of his feet, which were accompanied by wind blades, once again attacked Ling Xiao. This time, the leg shadows were even more concentrated and difficult to distinguish, as if they were everywhere, but also as if each leg was an illusory existence. It could be said that there were shadows but there were no traces, and the attack of each leg was not something that the previous one could compare to. The full-power attack of a monarch could flatten a mountain. Feng Lin was very confident in this move of his. Ling Xiao also shouted loudly, "Watch me defeat you." Torrential storm and violent wind. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste time with him, he still wanted to see Ji Beixin. Ling Xiao's figure twisted, and the leg shadows smashed down like a torrential storm, like a violent wind sweeping out. Two wind attribute leg shadows intersected with each other, creating a series of rumbling sounds. At the beginning, Feng Lin was still able to deal with it, but not long after, his opponent's follow-up attacks became even more concentrated, pressuring him to the point that he almost couldn't breathe. When this move of his was exhausted, he was just about to retreat when he discovered that his opponent's attacks had not ended yet. No! Facing the leg shadow that was stomping toward his face, Feng Lin let out a cry of unwillingness. He wanted to use his hand to block, but it was too late. Bang bang! Feng Lin was stomped on by Ling Xiao dozens of times, and his figure was sent flying, blooming a beautiful stream of blood in midair. Ling Xiao's body leaped a few times, and landed on one foot. His sleeves fluttered lightly, and he had one hand behind his back, looking unusually elegant. The younger generation of the Feng clan all ran to see Feng Lin's injuries, only to see that his handsome face was almost deformed by Ling Xiao's stomp, and there were many traces of blood seeping out of his face, looking very sinister and disgusting. The younger generation of the Feng clan all felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They all knew how strong Feng Lin was, but he was defeated in a single move, so it went without saying how strong his opponent was. "That's all you're capable of?" Ling Xiao sneered. Just now, if he hadn't held back a bit of his strength, most likely Feng Lin's head would have been crushed by him. Within the same level, Ling Xiao had never feared anyone. Chapter 553. I'm going to kill you. Feng Lin's face was injured, but Ling Xiao didn't kill him. He still had a lot of strength left in him. After being humiliated in front of his peers, Feng Lin was determined to regain his face. He bounced up from the ground, his eyes red with anger. A silver sword appeared in his hand, emitting a sharp light. 10,000 sword devouring light. Feng Lin's figure changed again, layers of afterimages stacked on top of each other, making it hard to tell which one was his real body. At the same time, each afterimage seemed to be unleashing the same sword technique. Sword chi crisscrossed and surrounded Ling Xiao from all directions. The flowers and grass in the surroundings were cut into pieces by the sword chi. The juniors of the Feng clan around Feng Lin and Ling Xiao all retreated far away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. The only ones who dared to approach the two were the high-level Celestial Master and Feng Yashin. Their figures flickered, and layers of dark shield blocked Feng Lin's sword chi. The two of them watched the fight in the arena seriously. Feng Yashin asked the high-level Celestial Master in a clear voice, "Elder Huang, do you think he really has the strength of a low-level Earth Emperor?" The high-level Empyrean nodded and said, "He is indeed a low-level Earth Emperor, but his aura is very dense. It seems to be even stronger than a mid-level Earth Emperor. This might be related to his dual attributes. You can see that he also cultivates the wind attribute?" Feng Yashin asked again. "How can I not see it? If he doesn't have the wind attribute, how can he keep up with young Master Feng Lin's speed? Plus, his defensive secret art is of the metal attribute. Tenbin is really extraordinary to be able to cultivate two attributes to this level," the high-level Celestial Master said. From what he had sensed just now, the high-level celestial venerate could tell that Ling Xiao had used 2 elements. Feng Yaxin looked at Ling Xiao with an interesting gaze. Ling Xiao was facing Feng Lin's attacks from all directions, but his expression didn't change. His body bounced in the air and his feet began to move. After images of his footsteps transformed into condensed wind blades, stirring up the sword qi and turning it upside down. Ling Xiao gathered his green pupils, and with a single glance, he was able to locate Feng Lin's true body. His silhouette began to flicker, and in the next instant, his leg smashed into Feng Lin's chest. Bang! Feng Lin was once again flung through the air like a kite with a broken string. Fresh blood spurted out once more. This time around, Feng Lin lay on the ground and didn't get up. His eyes stared blankly at the sky, his expression indescribably mournful. I've lost. I've actually lost. Feng Lin mumbled unwillingly. His thick lips were bitten open by him. The eyes of the younger generation of the Feng clan were filled with shock. Even though Feng Lin's strength wasn't the strongest within the younger generation of the Feng clan, he was still an elite among the elites. However, he wasn't even a match for this young man in front of them. This made it hard for them to accept. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with these juniors of the Feng clan and said to the high-level Empyrean, "Take me to see Xian, Oh, okay. Young Master Ling, this way please." The Empyrean regained his senses and replied. Even though he was certain that Ling Xiao would win, he still felt that it was too fast. He muttered to himself, since when did a small place like the Northwest produce such an outstanding young man? Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave with the Empyrean, Feng Yaxin called out, "Wait! Miss Xian." The Empyrean looked at Feng Yaxin in confusion. Ling Xiao glanced at the beautiful woman and wondered, does she want to fight with me as well? Elder Huang, let me take him to the main hall. Feng Yaxin revealed a charming smile. The Empyrean was taken aback, and he hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Thank you, Miss Xian." Feng Yaxin looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Come with me." Ling Xiao looked at Anna's graceful bearing, and couldn't help but think proudly, this little girl couldn't have been subdued by my heroic bearing, right? Yes, that must be it. I didn't think that this girl would have such good taste, knowing that this young master is powerful. The young man from the Feng clan watched Ling Xiao leave with Feng Yaxin. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. Damn it! Are we going to let him go just like that? Feng Li shouted at Ling Xiao. Forget it. He's too strong. If the experts of the clan don't come out to suppress him, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to kill him. A woman next to him stared at Ling Xiao's back with a vicious look. This woman was the daughter of Ma Rong, Feng Fanny, whom Ling Xiao met a few days ago. Feng Li came out to stop Ling Xiao because of her provocation. Feng Li felt his face burning when he heard Feng Fanny's words. Wasn't she implying that there was no one in the younger generation of the Feng clan? Feng Li looked at Feng Lin, who was still lying on the ground, and his eyes flashed with disdain. If my big brother came out, he wouldn't have the chance to be so arrogant in our Feng clan. Let's go. I heard that the ancestor has taken a fancy to that woman. I wonder what kind of dog shit luck she has. Feng Fanny said unhappily. Feng Yaxin didn't walk very fast. Ling Xiao also followed her at a moderate pace. Ling Xiao admired the woman's figure and found it very pleasing to the eye. This woman's beauty was in no way inferior to the women around him. In fact, her temperament was even slightly superior. After all, she had already reached the high-level earthly sovereign realm. Suddenly, Feng Yaxin stopped. Ling Xiao, who was behind her, almost bumped into her. Why did you stop? Ling Xiao was staring at Feng Yaxin's wriggling round buttocks. Her stopping really made him feel unhappy. He thought to himself, what a beautiful buttocks. I wonder how it feels to touch. Ever since Ling Xiao turned all the women around him into beauties, he didn't look at ordinary women. Even Yi Shui Qing in the Yi clan didn't arouse Ling Xiao's lust. After coming to the Wind capital, the only thing that could make him lose his mind was the woman who was entangled with the evil emperor. She was simply too beautiful. Although this Feng Yashin wasn't as stunning as the others, her body was extremely well-rounded. It was as if every part of her body was filled with infinite temptation. Ling Xiao had always admitted that he liked this kind of well-rounded woman the most. They looked very pleasing to the eye and were quite wonderful to do. Among his women, only Kai Xiaoyue and Wei Dai could be compared to Feng Yashin. However, Feng Yashin's figure was even more alluring. This was also the main reason why Ling Xiao was interested. Feng Yashin revealed an elegant smile and said, "Your strength is not bad. How old are you this year?" Ling Xiao didn't expect that the cold and elegant Feng Yashin would actually chat with him. However, he wouldn't let go of this opportunity to get to know Feng Yashin better. "This little brother is 23. Ling Xiao replied. In fact, he would only be 23 years old in a few months. Feng Yashin revealed a surprised expression and said, "A 23-year-old Earth Emperor. Are you really from the Northwest?" Ji Beixin had already entered the Feng clan. The Feng clan should have already understood their background. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, I am from the Northwest. Could it be that Miss Feng looks down on people from small places like us?" Feng Yashin's eyes lit up. "Of course not. You've already proven your strength. If I didn't think highly of you, I wouldn't be talking to you." She paused for a moment before continuing, "Since you have the wind attribute, why don't you join the Feng clan? My clan can provide you with many resources." After seeing Ling Xiao's battle prowess, Feng Yashin began to admire Ling Xiao. Of course, it wasn't that she liked Ling Xiao, but she felt that Ling Xiao's potential was quite good. He was qualified to enter the Feng clan, become a member of the Feng clan, and serve the Feng clan in the future. Feng Yashin had a very noble status. Not only was she a direct descendant of the Feng clan, but she was also the granddaughter of the current clan leader. Since she was young, the Feng clan spent countless resources to train her. She was one of the top 3 experts in the younger generation of the Feng clan. She was also qualified to let outsiders join the Feng clan. Ling Xiao really didn't expect Feng Yashin to make such a request. However, he didn't have a good impression of the Feng clan. Joining the Feng clan was also a restriction for him. He was used to living a carefree life, so naturally, he didn't want to step into the prison again. Ling Xiao refused. "I appreciate Miss Feng's good intentions, but I already have a master. It's not suitable for me to join the Feng clan." Feng Yashin said, "This is nothing. If you join our Feng clan, we don't need you to remove your relationship with your master. It's just that when the Feng clan needs your help in the future, you can do your best." In the central region, many powers would recruit powerful foreign martial artists to strengthen their own forces. For example, the high-level Emperor surnamed Huang was also recruited by the Feng clan. Of course, if they recruited these martial artists, the Feng clan would give them the cultivation materials they needed. Otherwise, who would work so hard? Feng Yashin wanted to recruit Ling Xiao as a follower or guard of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao's face flashed with disdain. "You want me to be at your beck and call like that venerable from before? You guys think too highly of me." To be honest, he was very unhappy with the arrogant attitude of the younger generation of the Feng clan. Even if that high-level Emperor wasn't a direct descendant of the Feng clan, they shouldn't have been so disrespectful. He would have to be as humble as that person unless he was dead. Damn, this young master even has an emperor-level servant. Why would I join your Feng clan? It's more like a son-in-law of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao was unhappy in his heart. His achievements today are all due to our Feng clan's training. What's wrong with us ordering him around? Feng Yashin's expression became indifferent, then she said, "I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Who knows how many people in the central region want to join our Feng clan but can't." In Feng Yashin's eyes, Ling Xiao seemed to be too arrogant. Her Feng clan was famous in the central region. She lowered her status to recruit this guy from the northwest, but he didn't agree. This made her a little angry. She felt that Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate favors. "Is that so? I don't want this kind of opportunity." Ling Xiao replied indifferently. A few days ago, Even an emperor-level expert wanted to take him as a disciple, but he refused. How could he not like the Feng clan? Feng Yaxin slightly furrowed her brows and glared at Ling Xiao. She didn't say anything else and led Ling Xiao towards the Feng clan's holy temple. Chapter 554. The Feng Holy Temple was located on the highest peak of the Feng territory. This was the most prestigious place in the Feng clan. Aside from the ancestors, only the clan master could stay here all year round. The other elders didn't have the right to do so. This was also the place where the Feng clan received their guests. The Feng clan's guests were those who were comparable to the Feng clan. Ordinary people from smaller powers didn't have the right to enter the holy temple. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know the meaning behind this. He only thought that it was a place for the Feng clan to receive their guests. If the sects and clans under the Feng clan knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would vomit blood and die from anger. Every year, they would do everything they could to please the Feng clan in hopes that one day, they would be able to enter the Feng Holy Temple. Once they entered the temple, it would be a symbol of status and approval from the Feng clan. Then, their status would also rise. As for why Ling Xiao was able to enter the Holy Temple, of course, it had something to do with Ji Bexin. After Ling Xiao followed Feng Yaxin into the Holy Palace, he felt as if the world around him had brightened up. Waves of pure spiritual qi were being added to his body. Ling Xiao felt refreshed. He looked around at the golden, luxurious, and spacious hall. He felt as if he had suddenly shrunk several times in size. He felt as if he had entered another independent space. His hidden aura had also become clear. It seemed that after entering this place, he no longer had any secrets to hide. At the same time, the Yin wind bead in his sea of memories jumped even more violently. Could it be that there's something similar to the innate Yin wind bead here? Ling Xiao wondered. He forcefully suppressed the movement of the innate Yin wind bead so that it would not cause him any unnecessary trouble. After arriving at the Holy Palace, there was a dignified and handsome middle-aged man sitting in the Holy Palace. At first glance, he gave off an oppressive aura. Below him was a noble and elegant woman who looked to be in her 30s. She was beautiful and somewhat similar to Feng Yaxin. When the two of them stood together, people would think that they were sisters, but in reality, they were mother and daughter. These two people were the clan master, Feng Hongwu, who was already a high-level heavenly master. Below him was his wife, Yun Shi, who was also a powerful mid-level heavenly master. When Ling Xiao and Feng Yaxin appeared, Feng Hongwu and Yun Shi were both surprised. Then, they focused their attention on Ling Xiao. "Father, mother, this is the person you want to see." Feng Yaxin bowed and said, "These two are the patriarch and his wife of the Feng clan. They are also my parents." Sure enough, heroes come from the young. The first to speak was Feng Yaxin's mother, Yun Shi. "Thank you for the compliment, madam." Ling Xiao responded and then asked, "When can I see Xian? You came to our Feng clan just to see Xian? Feng Hongwu asked in a loud voice. His question was direct, but it was also directed at his heart. Many people tried to enter the Feng clan, but how many people could actually come here? He felt that Ling Xiao's intention had yet to be confirmed. Ling Xiao was a little unhappy. "Does the clan master think that I came to steal from your Feng clan? How dare you?" Feng Hongwu shouted, and a powerful aura pressed towards Ling Xiao. He had been in a high position for many years, and he couldn't remember how many years it had been since someone dared to speak to him like this. He didn't expect this kid to be so arrogant and dare to talk back to him. "Is your Feng clan full of arrogant people?" Ling Xiao was also full of anger. He shouted and released his aura to resist Feng Hongwu's aura. However, the gap between the two was too big. Ling Xiao was still unable to breathe, and his knees were already bent. He was about to kneel down. "You're going too far." Ling Xiao bit his thick lips and used the ancient divine art to its fullest, bursting out with 10 times the power. He cultivated 5 elements at the same time, and he also had the powerful battle intent of the ancient divine art. Together, he had 10 times the power. Roar! A golden dragon's shadow instantly rose behind him. The dragon's shadow was mainly gold, and there were a few faint colors flashing around it. It looked very noble, and the dragon's roar echoed in the hall. Ling Xiao stood up straight again. An indomitable aura made him look so firm and unyielding, awe-inspiring, and full of battle intent. Feng Hongwu's eyes flashed with surprise, and he thought to himself, good boy, such a powerful battle intent. He can actually shake off my aura. It's just that this dragon energy battle intent is strange. Yun Shi and Feng Yaxin, who were at the side, both opened their mouths wide and looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. In the next moment, they cried out in surprise. Ling Xiao turned into a dragon, waved his powerful golden fist, and smashed it towards Feng Hongwu. This punch was Ling Xiao's peak punch, and it was 10 times the power of his 10 times the power. Since coming to the Wind Capital, Ling Xiao had been inexplicably upset by the Feng clan. This punch represented all his anger towards the Feng clan. No one under the Earth's sovereign realm could withstand such a powerful punch. As for the Celestial Masters, they would also suffer if they were not careful. Good boy, how dare you resist? Feng Hongwu snorted, still sitting motionless on the soft couch. At the same time, he gently waved his hand, and a gust of wind collided with the golden fist. Rumble. After a strong collision, Ling Xiao was shaken back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Before Ling Xiao's body landed on the ground, he endured the pain from his injuries and spun his body in a beautiful way. Then, he stepped on the smooth jade stone with one of his feet and kicked out countless afterimages of his legs. At the same time, waves of innate Yin wind and evil qi were mixed in the air. Feng Hongwu, Yun Shi, and Feng Yaxin exclaimed at the same time, innate Yin wind evil qi. Feng Hongwu made another move, but this time he was much more cautious than before. He even evolved the small square world. Ling Xiao's leg shadows instantly disintegrated, and even the innate Yin wind evil qi was imprisoned. However, although Feng Hongwu imprisoned the innate Yin wind evil qi, the corrosiveness of the innate Yin wind evil qi was so strong that it kept corroding Feng Hongwu's energy. Hey, such a strong corrosiveness, could it be? Feng Hongwu was stunned. Then he waved his hand, and a powerful energy wrapped the innate Yin wind evil qi together and brought it in front of him. After feeling the strong corrosiveness of the innate Yin wind evil qi, Feng Hongwu couldn't help but exclaim, this is definitely not an ordinary innate Yin wind evil qi, but innate Yin wind evil qi. What, innate Yin wind evil qi? Yun Shi and Feng Yaxin both exclaimed. Feng Hongwu turned his hand and shook the innate Yin wind evil qi away. Then he stared at Ling Xiao and said, boy, how did you condense the innate Yin wind evil qi? He was puzzled. Could it be that this boy obtained it by unsealing Xiao Xian's seal? Why do you care how I condensed it? If you don't bring Xian out today, believe it or not, I'll tear this place down. Although Ling Xiao was imprisoned and couldn't move, he didn't have any stage fright. Huh, boy, you really have a big tone. For thousands of years, no one has dared to say such a big tone in my Feng clan, even if it's an emperor-level expert. You are the second one in the last 10,000 years. Feng Hongwu laughed instead of being angry. It seems that there are still people who don't like your Feng clan. Ling Xiao said unhappily. Humph, what's the use of talking? I can kill you now with a raise of my hand. Tell me, how did you condense the innate Yin wind evil qi? Feng Hongwu snorted coldly. That's because my tenbin is high. Why can't I condense it? Ling Xiao said proudly. Brat, you're really stubborn. If the innate Yin wind evil qi can be condensed by tenbin, then who knows how many people in the world have condensed it. It seems that if you don't suffer a little, you won't know how powerful you are. Feng Hongwu threatened. You can try, I promise you'll regret it. Ling Xiao replied in a domineering manner. As long as Feng Hongwu made any strange movements, he would directly summon the cruel leopard and the earth flame tiger to fight with the Feng clan. You. Feng Hongwu suddenly stood up and stared at Ling Xiao. However, just when he was about to make a move, Yunshi said from the side. Okay, Brother Wu, this child is quite strong, and his strength is not bad. Don't make things difficult for him, lest others say that our Feng clan bullies the young. Ling Xiao glanced at Yunshi and felt that this woman's words were very pleasant to hear. Ling Xiao also felt that he didn't want to fight with the Feng clan as a last resort. He still had to rush to the north water boundary to rescue Yun Mingqi. Alas, it seems that I still underestimated you, boy. Feng Hongwu sighed, withdrew his hand, and spread out his spiritual power. Ling Xiao regained his freedom again, but he had just been bombarded twice and suffered a small internal injury. However, Feng Hongwu didn't really want his life. With the ancient emperor divine technique, he could recover in less than an hour. Ling Xiao, Ling Wu Jiutian, smiling proudly at the common people, this name is very interesting. Yunshi's beautiful eyes were full of wisdom as she looked at Ling Xiao and said, Madam flatters me. Ling Xiao heard such praise, and his face became hot, and the anger in his heart suddenly dissipated by half. After passing layers of tests, you are qualified to be a member of my Feng clan, but in the future you need to stay away from Xiao Xian. You and she are not suitable to stay together. Yunshi cut to the point. Ling Zhao's face was instantly covered with dark clouds, and his good impression of Yunshi disappeared immediately. What do you mean by this? Ling Xiao asked coldly. My meaning is very clear. You can survive in the name of our Feng clan or anywhere in the central region, or you can stay and work for our Feng clan, but you can't get close to Xiao Xian because she has been accepted as a disciple by our Feng clan's ancestor. In the future, she will become a guardian elder of our Feng clan. Her future is limitless, so you can't continue to be with her. Yunshi said very seriously. That's what you want, isn't it? Ling Zhao's face paled. His heart was filled with a raging fire. Chapter 555. Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin have been together for more than 4 years. Recalling the days when he and she met in the city lord's mansion of Purple Sky City, knew each other, and loved each other, it was all water channels, without any reluctance and bashfulness, as if the two were destined to be together. Ling Xiao admitted that he was a playboy, but he was full of sincerity to his women. He absolutely did not allow his women to be hurt, let alone allow his women to leave him for no reason. Love is selfish. Ling Xiao didn't think he was a great person. But he would never accept being forced to break up the relationship between him and his women, unless his women left voluntarily, which was another matter. Based on his understanding of Ji Beixin, he never believed that Ji Beixin would leave him one day. Therefore, he could be sure that the Feng family acted on their own and forced him to separate from Ji Beixin. Perhaps they already knew that Ji Beixin's hidden energy was extraordinary, and her future achievements were absolutely high, so they thought that Ling Xiao was not worthy of Ji Beixin. However, no matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao would never allow anyone to meddle in their affairs, even if it was the Feng clan. Kid, we appreciate you, so we don't talk much with you. If it was someone else, you would have been dead already, Feng Hongwu said with some displeasure. Indeed, as he said, if it was an ordinary person, the Feng family would directly ignore it, and no one would dare to do anything to their Feng family. Now, he, the dignified family head, summoned this kid, which was enough face and sincerity for Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao didn't know how to appreciate favors, which really annoyed Feng Hongwu. At this time, Yunshi's face also became unnatural, and Feng Yaxin on the side muttered in her heart, what an arrogant guy. It's just that this arrogant posture was quietly branded in Feng Yaxin's heart, and she faintly appreciated Ling Xiao. If it was those young talents who faced her parents in the past, who dared to contradict and confront like this? It was the same even for the new generation of outstanding talents from the other 17 great forces. Alright. If you don't call Xian heir out, then I'll find her myself. Ling Xiao was already on the verge of exploding with rage. After saying a few words coldly, he shouted, Savage leopard, come out. Then, a figure quietly appeared beside Ling Xiao. Feng Hongwu, Yunshi, and Feng Yaxin were all surprised. What's going on? Even though Feng Hongwu's family was very knowledgeable, they didn't understand how the savage leopard could suddenly appear in front of them. Space rings could store inanimate objects, while spirit beast bracers could store spirit beasts, but they had never heard of anything that could store a living person. Unless it was a legendary divine artifact. However, would they think that Ling Xiao had a divine artifact on him? Clan leader Feng, Madam Feng, please call Xiner out, said Ling Xiao coldly. Good boy, don't think that you can be rampant in my Feng clan because you have a helper. I'll let you know how powerful this clan leader is. Feng Hongwu shouted, and a small world instantly bloomed. An incomparably fierce hurricane swept towards Ling Xiao and the savage leopard. These hurricanes were like level 12 typhoons. Once touched, they would immediately be torn to pieces by the wind blades, and these wind blades also contained bursts of strong Yin wind evil qi. Although this Yin wind evil qi was a little worse than Ling Xiao's innate Yin wind evil qi, it should not be underestimated. It seemed that Feng Hongwu intended to kill Ling Xiao in the holy temple. Hurricane World, unfortunately, it's still a little weak. The savage leopard took a step forward and stood in front of Ling Xiao. He spread his hands, and two big black palms directly tore the small world of the level 12 hurricane. Feng Hongwu was counterattacked by the power, and his whole body was shaken to the soft couch, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Emperor. Emperor stage expert. Feng Hongwu, Yunshi, and Feng Yaxin all exclaimed. They didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually summon a mystic emperor stage super expert. At the moment when Feng Hongwu was shaken, several powerful auras instantly descended in the holy temple. Who dares to break into my Feng clan's holy temple? You're simply courting death. An angry roar echoed in the holy temple. Then, three figures silently appeared in the Feng clan's holy temple. Ling Xiao had seen these three people before. They were the three emperor stage experts that he had seen in the mountains on the outskirts of Wind City. They must be the old demons of the Feng clan's ancestor level. The three of them were all brothers, and they had a great reputation in the central region. The older generation respectfully called them the Feng clan's three elders. The eldest was the man in black, and his name was Feng De. The man in blue was Feng Er, and the man in green was Feng San. Among the three, Feng De was the strongest, and he was a mid-level mystic emperor. His two younger brothers were low-level mystic emperors. All three of them had already lived for 5,000 years. It's actually you. Feng San recognized Ling Xiao at a glance and shouted. Ling Xiao faced the questioning of the emperor stage experts, and his two eardrums were shaken. Fortunately, Cruel Leopard blocked his figure in time, isolating the source of Feng San's voice. You actually deceived us three brothers. You're really a young hero. The one who broke through to the emperor stage that day was you, right? Feng Er sneered. No matter what reason you have, if you dare to cause trouble in my Feng clan's holy temple, then stay here forever. Feng De narrowed his eyes and said. Facing the three emperor stage experts, Cruel Leopard seemed powerless. Now that he had obtained the chant of the 8 forms of Devil Blade from Ling Xiao, he had not completely learned the last few forms. With his blood prison world, he could at most resist Feng Er and Feng San, and Feng De was one level higher than him. No matter what, he could not resist. One had to know that after reaching the Empyrean realm, the gap between each level was very large. Ling Xiao glanced at the three Feng elders. He knew that it would be difficult for him to escape today, but for Ji Beixin, it didn't matter if he died in the Feng clan. 3 ancestors, I think we should spare their lives. At this time, Feng Yaxin stood up and bowed. The 3 elders looked at Feng Yaxin in confusion. Feng Yaxin said, he is a guest invited by Aunt. The 3 elders of the Feng clan were surprised, then their gazes fell on Feng Hongwu. Hongwu, what is going on? Feng San asked. Feng Hongwu didn't suffer much damage, but his expression was a bit pale. He is indeed a guest invited by Aunt, but we couldn't come to an agreement. I didn't expect this brat to be so stubborn. He didn't even listen to our Feng clan and insisted on seeing Xiao Xian. Xiao Xian? The girl that Feng Xiang that kid brought back, the one that aunt took in as her successor, Xiao Xian? Feng Er asked. Yes, it is her. Feng Hongwu nodded. What is the relationship between Xiao Xian and this brat? Feng De asked. This. Feng Hongwu didn't know what to say. At this time, Yin Shi on the side took over his words and said, Xiaoxin was brought back from the northwest by him, and he was Xiaoxin's previous man. We just want him to cut off contact with Xiaoxin, so that Xiaoxin can cultivate in our Feng family with peace of mind. This is also the meaning of my aunt. So that's how it is. The three Feng elders understood. If that's the case, then forgive their sin of blasphemy. Let them be enslaved in our Feng clan for 100 years before regaining their freedom. Feng De glanced at Ling Xiao and said. Enslavement and service were two different concepts. Enslavement was forced to obey management. There was no reason to resist and space to enjoy freedom. They had to listen to the master's arrangements at any time. They must obey 100% and there was no reward. Service was like the servants and guards who followed the master. Although they also obeyed the master's arrangements, they could enjoy freedom and receive corresponding rewards. But Feng De wanted Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard to be enslaved in the Feng clan for 100 years. This was equivalent to making the two slaves and running dogs of the Feng clan. He simply didn't put them in his eyes. I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Feng Yaxin whispered. She didn't know why she didn't want to see Ling Xiao being enslaved. Our Feng clan's holy temple doesn't allow others to blaspheme, and they dared to hurt Hongwu. Obviously, they don't put us in their eyes. Enslaving them for 100 years is already enough. Feng San said. Why don't we let them submit to our Feng clan? This brat also has the wind attribute and condensed Xiantian Yin wind evil energy. Feng Yaxin suggested. At the same time, she played a role towards Ling Xiao, hoping that Ling Xiao would agree. What, he condensed Xiantian Yin wind evil energy? The three Feng elders were surprised. Yes, I saw him use it with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. Feng Hongwu replied. This time, the three elders of the Feng clan looked at Ling Xiao in a different light. Just like Feng Hongwu, the three elders of the Feng clan asked Ling Xiao how he condensed the innate evil wind energy. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't tell them the truth. Otherwise, he would die on the spot. Brat, as long as you tell us the secret of how to condense Xiantian Yin wind evil energy, we can spare your lives. Feng De said. The Feng clan had the Yin wind pond. It could help them condense Xiantian Yin wind evil energy, but it couldn't allow them to condense Xiantian Yin wind evil energy. This was why they were so nervous and excited. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste any more time with them and asked again, Tell Xian, to come out and see me, I can tell you. At this time, Feng De suddenly thought of something and guessed, could it be, you got it from Xian, It must be, there's a seal in Xian's body. Feng Er continued, but he almost blurted out some of the Feng clan's secrets. Feng San interrupted him in time, he must stay forever. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the three Feng elders. This matter was related to the Feng clan's secrets, and they absolutely couldn't let outsiders leak it. The savage leopard decisively stood in front of Ling Xiao. The three elders of the Feng clan had a tacit understanding. They had already surrounded Ling Xiao and Ling Xiao, ready to kill them at the same time. Ling Xiao also tightly clenched his fists. Once the battle began, he would summon the Earth Flame Tiger. The battle was about to begin. However, a clear sound interrupted this life and death battle. Chapter 556. Don't make it difficult for them, bring them to the Light Wind Pavilion. An ethereal voice echoed in the temple. The three elders in Feng Hongwu's family bowed and replied, Yes, Auntie. They were all confused, why does Auntie want to see this kid? They didn't want to go against their auntie, so they could only ask Feng Yaxin to bring Ling Xiao to the Light Wind Pavilion. Cruel Leopard wanted to follow but was stopped by the three elders. You stay, it's fine. Ling Xiao was bold. Since he had already come this far, there was no reason for him to be afraid. Plus, the voice just now sounded familiar, so the other party wouldn't harm him. At the same time, he was very confused. Who is this auntie? How can the people of the Feng clan be so respectful to her? She must be the real ruler of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao followed Feng Yaxin to the back of the holy temple. Ling Xiao discovered that the holy temple was much larger than he had imagined. There were many independent pavilions in the holy temple that looked very exquisite and unique. Moreover, the spirit qi here was definitely 10 times that of the outside world. It was no wonder that only the noblest people lived here. The light wind pavilion was in the deepest part of the holy temple and had the most elegant environment. This pavilion was built with green bamboo and looked very natural. There was a small bridge next to it and all kinds of strange flowers and plants were planted. Ling Xiao found that these strange flowers and plants were all high-level spirit herbs of the 5th or 6th level. There were even a few 7th-level spirit herbs of the highest quality. This is a low 7th-level 7-pointed star flower. Ling Xiao looked at a spirit flower and exclaimed. This spirit flower had 7 leaves that formed a heptagonal shape that protected the flower in the middle. It looked very unique. The petals of the flower in the middle would open and close from time to time. It looked as if it was breathing in the spiritual energy of the world, appearing extremely agile and lively. The 7-pointed star flower was a spirit flower of the wood element. It had a strong healing effect and could regenerate broken limbs. Feng Yaxin looked at Ling Xiao with interest. I didn't expect you to know so much about high-grade spirit herbs. Ling Xiao ignored Feng Yaxin and looked at a spirit herb not far away. Level 7 2-colored wind leaf grass. Ling Xiao ran a few steps to the side of a stalk of spirit grass and exclaimed. This stalk of spirit herb was even stranger. The front and back of its leaves were 2 different colors. One side was white, and the other side was green. The leaves swayed in the breeze like a person whose face had changed. This was a low-tier rank 7 wind attribute spirit herb. For wind attribute martial artists, it was a top-grade spirit herb and one of the rarest spirit herbs. After all, spirit herbs that were not of the 5 elements were extremely difficult to find. Ling Xiao didn't expect the Feng clan to be able to find this kind of spirit grass. He couldn't help but marvel at the Feng clan's terrifying background. Just when Ling Xiao was about to look at the other spirit herbs, Feng Yaxin couldn't help but yell, "Hey, how can you be so rude? Didn't you hear what I said?" Feng Yaxin was, after all, a beautiful woman. She had many suitors, but this guy in front of her ignored her and focused on the spirit herbs. This made her very annoyed. Ling Xiao snapped out of his daze and was about to say something when the sound of a zither rang out. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the zither was like a clear spring, making people feel at ease. The sound of the zither was like the chirping of hundreds of birds, full of joy. The sound of the zither was like the blooming of hundreds of flowers and thousands of butterflies, making people feel like they were in a dream. Ling Xiao and Feng Yaxin were immediately attracted by the sound of the zither. After a long time, the song ended, but the two were still in a daze. Xin air. Ling Xiao was the first to come back to his senses. He shouted in surprise and flew towards the bamboo house in front of him. At the same time, a figure flew out of the bamboo house. Smile. A cheerful figure flew out of the bamboo house. She had a refined and perfect face, a pure white gauze dress, and an exquisite and curvaceous figure. Who else could she be but Ji Beixin? Ji Beixin threw herself into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao smelled the familiar scent and felt refreshed. All the unhappiness from before disappeared at this moment. Xin air, how are you? Ling Xiao caressed Ji Beixin's hair and asked. Ji Beixin buried her head in Ling Xiao's chest and said, I'm fine. I just miss you a lot. Feng Yaxin looked at the loving couple and didn't know why, but she didn't feel good in her heart. Is this what love is? It looks very interesting. Feng Yaxin thought. Since she was born, she had spent most of her time cultivating. She had never experienced love. Thinking about this, she suddenly felt like finding someone to fall in love with. But in her memory, there was no man that she had ever fallen in love with. "Alright, don't you two care that I'm here?" The voice that had sounded out in the temple came from the bamboo house again. Hearing this voice, Ji Beixin felt embarrassed and struggled out of Ling Xiao's arms. Who knew that Ling Xiao would hold her waist tightly and not let go? "Xin air, let's go. We don't want to stay here anymore," Ling Xiao said to Ji Beixin and wanted to leave. "Wait, you can't be rude to Auntie." Feng Yaxin stopped them and shouted. She became cold and indifferent once again. "You have the nerve to say that. From the beginning, it was your Feng clan that bullied us. Get out of my way, otherwise don't blame me for being angry." Ling Xiao stared at Feng Yaxin and shouted. Although he was happy to see Ji Beixin, he didn't want to stay in the Feng clan for another minute. He felt that these people from the Feng clan were unreasonable. Even if Ji Beixin was related to the Feng clan, she shouldn't stay here. "Huh, you're strong, but can you be stronger than me? I'm a high-level Earth King." Feng Yaxin laughed disdainfully. "I've never been afraid of a venerable, why would I be afraid of a mere Earth King?" Ling Xiao also looked at Feng Yaxin with disdain. "You." Feng Yaxin was angry. But before she could finish, a gentle voice came from the bamboo house again. "Alright, I know you've been wronged, but I promise that the Feng clan will not make things difficult for you. I won't trust anyone from the Feng clan." Ling Xiao replied decisively. "How dare you!" Feng Yaxin shouted and was about to attack Ling Xiao. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew past and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Feng Yaxin. It was a woman of unparalleled beauty. She was even more outstanding than Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin. Her demeanor, her figure, her temperament, everything about her was perfect. "Kid, we meet again." The woman showed a playful expression to Ling Xiao. "It's you!" Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the stunning woman in front of him. He didn't expect the woman in front of him to be the woman who had pestered the evil emperor before. She was actually from the Feng clan, and her status seemed to be very high. "Greetings, Auntie." Feng Yaxin greeted the woman. "Yeah, Xian, you don't have to be so polite," the woman replied calmly. She then looked at Ling Xiao playfully. "You recognize me?" Feng Yaxin remembered that she used spiritual energy to hide her face. Even a celestial venerable wouldn't be able to see her face clearly. But judging from Ling Xiao's reaction, it seemed that he recognized her at a glance. How could Ling Xiao dare to forget sister's beauty? Ling Xiao replied. "Sister?" Feng Yaxin couldn't help but be dumbfounded. As for the beautiful woman, she was grinning like a flower blooming like a blossoming flower. Her firm bosom jiggled and jiggled. Ling Xiao was stunned. In his heart, he thought, what a super seductress. Ling Xiao realized that this woman was the most attractive woman he had ever seen. Even Yun Mingqi, Feng Xianyun, and Feng Yaxin didn't have this kind of charm. This had a lot to do with her extraordinary strength. Unless one day his woman could reach her level of strength, then perhaps he wouldn't lose to her. Feng Yaxin was even more dumbfounded now. She had never seen her aunt smile so kindly and delightfully. Ever since she was young, her aunt had always been a strict, cold, and domineering woman who stood high above everyone else. But now, her aunt was acting like a little girl. Feng Yaxin couldn't wrap her head around it. She couldn't help but have an evil thought. Could it be that my aunt has an affair with him? Pfft! What am I thinking? Feng Yaxin blamed herself in her heart and couldn't help but blush. You're pretty slippery. Could it be that Big Brother demonic emperor has taken a fancy to you? The beautiful woman laughed. She then continued, although I like hearing you call me big sister, I want you to call me master's wife even more. I think it's more suitable to call you sister, Ling Xiao said disapprovingly. That's right. You're the first person to make Big Brother evil emperor suffer. Then I'll allow you to call me sister from now on. At that time, I'll make him angry. The woman's eyes flashed with craftiness. Feng Yashin's brain was about to collapse. Was this still the ancestor of the Feng clan? Was she still the anchor of the Feng clan? She was one of the most powerful women in the central region. Her strength had reached the peak of the mystic emperor and she could step into the saint level at any time. Now, she was like a naughty and cute little girl. Where was her usual self? "Oh right, sister, are you from the Feng clan?" Ling Xiao asked. "What do you think?" The woman asked back. Ling Xiao's face darkened. "I guess not." "Why do you say that? If I'm not from the Feng clan, why am I living here?" The woman seemed to be childish and asked again. "The people of the Feng family are all unreasonable people. I see that you are beautiful and kind, just like a fairy from the heavens. How could you have anything to do with the Feng family? I think you must have been forced to stay here by the Feng family," Ling Xiao flattered without batting an eyelid. "Ha!" The woman's smile became even brighter. At this moment, she was like the flower queen of 100 flowers. Her beauty was dazzling. "You're such a sweet talker. No wonder Big Brother Evil Emperor wants to take you as his disciple." The woman smiled. Chapter 557. This supreme beauty from the Feng clan was actually more than 8,000 years old. Because she used a high-rank pill to preserve her beauty and was extremely powerful, she maintained the appearance of a 30-year-old. She also had a very elegant and pleasant name, Feng Qingyuan. No one would have thought that such a delicate person was the oldest ancestor of the Feng clan. Even the 3 elders of the Feng clan had to call her aunt. The reason why she asked the people of the Feng clan to call her aunt and not ancestor was because she didn't want others to call her old. At the same time, she didn't want others to call her by her name because of her seniority, so she asked the Feng clan to call her aunt. From her strength and Feng Yashin's respect, Ling Xiao naturally guessed that she was an ancestor of the Feng clan. However, he felt that this woman didn't have any ill intentions towards him, so he purposely said a few words to please her. At the same time, he couldn't help but think about the demonic emperor who wanted him to become his disciple. It must be the romantic demonic emperor mentioned by Cruel Leopard. Thinking about how he rejected the master who was closest to a god, Ling Xiao had the urge to beat his chest and cry. With a master like this, even without the protection of the scorching earth tiger, he could still walk unhindered in the central territory. Feng Qingyuan called Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin, and Feng Yashin to the bamboo house. Then, she gave the time to the young man and stretched her mature body. She yawned and went to sleep. Ling Xiao finally learned about the secret between Ji Beixin and the Feng clan from her mouth. It turned out that Ji Beixin's mother was a descendant of the Feng clan's first elder, Feng Yuyan. Feng Yuyan was the most outstanding representative of the Feng clan's new generation. She was only 35 years old, but she was already an intermediate-level Earth King. Even though she was a bit weaker than Feng Yashin, her potential was much stronger than Feng Yashin. This was because Feng Yuyan had obtained the full power of an ancestor of her family. At that time, this ancestor was already a peak mystic emperor and had lived for 10,000 years. Because he couldn't break through to the saint level, he knew that he didn't have much time left. Thus, he used a sealing technique to seal his cultivation inside Feng Yuyan's body. When she broke through to Empyrean, she would be able to open the seal and use the sealed energy for herself. In less than 100 years, she would be able to become a peak mystic emperor and become a powerful force for the Feng clan. That ancestor had condensed the innate wind baleful chi by chance when he was still alive, and his strength was one of the top few in the central territory. What he sealed in Feng Yuyan's body contained the innate wind evil chi. Therefore, Feng Yuyan was protected as the most important person in the Feng clan. She was given the clan's pendant, and her status was comparable to the clan leader. However, before Feng Yuyan could fully mature, she encountered an accident while training in the mountain range and was heavily injured. Coincidentally, Ji Beixin's father, Ji Xiaozhen, saved her from that accident. Ji Xiaozhen hadn't been in the central territory for long, but he managed to obtain the Devil King flower in the Blood Demon region. His strength had already reached the intermediate monarch level. Ji Xiaojun saved Feng Yuyan and took good care of her. Feng Yuyan, who had never had a relationship with a man, had developed feelings for Ji Xiaojun. Of course, Ji Xiaojun had long been attracted by Feng Yuyan's beauty. The two fell into the river of love and did what a man and woman should do in bed. However, the good times didn't last long. The Feng clan found out about their relationship. Feng Yuyan knew that her status was too different from Ji Xiaojun's, so she decided to sever her relationship with him and return to the clan. This was the only way she could protect Ji Xiaojun. However, when she left Ji Xiaojun and returned to the Feng clan, she found out that she was pregnant with Ji Xiaojun's flesh and blood. At that time, she had already left Ji Xiaojun, but it was impossible for her to return to the clan. Thus, according to what Ji Xiaojun told her before, his hometown was in the northwest Purple Sky City. His father was the city lord of Purple Sky City, so she rushed there while pregnant, hoping to find Ji Xiaojun. Unfortunately, Ji Xiaojun didn't return to Purple Sky City, so she could only stay there alone to give birth to her child. Her child was the current Ji Beixin. It was also because she gave birth to Ji Beixin that all of the energy that the Feng ancestor sealed in her body was transferred to Ji Beixin's body. That energy was too huge and contained innate evil energy, so it caused Ji Beixin's legs to be paralyzed when she was born. In order to find Ji Xiaojun, Feng Yuyan could only bear to hand Ji Beixin over to Ji Tuesday. At the same time, she left her Feng clan's jade pendant by Ji Beixin's side before leaving the northwest. From then on, Feng Yuyan and Ji Xiaojun were nowhere to be found. For more than 20 years, the Feng clan had been searching for Feng Yuyan's whereabouts, but to no avail. They gradually gave up on the search. Now that Ji Beixin had come to Wind City, and because of Ling Zhao's breakthrough and destruction of the inn, it attracted the attention of the Feng clan. It just so happened that the clan pendant on Ji Beixin's neck was discovered by the Feng clan, and then the following things happened. After some understanding, Ling Zhao finally knew what was going on. Strictly speaking, Ji Beixin wasn't a complete member of the Feng clan, but half a member of the Feng clan. The Feng clan was Ji Beixin's maternal family. The reason why the Feng clan valued her so much was because Ji Beixin's body contained the energy of their Feng clan's peak mystic emperor. Originally, the Feng clan didn't have good intentions when they invited Ji Beixin back to the Feng clan. They wanted to find a way to extract the energy in her body and transfer it to Feng Yuxin. However, after a round of investigation by Feng Qingyuan, he found that a hole had been unsealed in Ji Beixin's energy, and this hole would provide Ji Beixin with an endless supply of energy, helping her one day reach the peak of the Emperor realm. Therefore, the sealed energy in her body couldn't be extracted. Once it was extracted by force, it would only cause the energy to explode. At that time, not only Ji Beixin would die, even the person who extracted the energy would be implicated and die. Of course, it was impossible for Ji Beixin to know about these things. It was also because of this that the Feng clan was prepared to force Ji Beixin to stay in their Feng clan and become a direct descendant of their Feng clan. After all, Ji Beixin could be considered half a member of the Feng clan, and that energy was something that the Feng clan couldn't give up. This was also the reason why the Feng clan made things difficult for Ling Zhao and made him leave Ji Beixin. However, the Feng clan didn't expect Ling Zhao to be so stubborn. He actually dared to fight back against the Feng clan and had the strength to do so. Ling Zhao roughly understood the Feng clan's intentions, and at the same time, he was excited for Ji Beixin. The energy in Ji Beixin's body breaking through the seal was probably caused by his innate Yin Wind Pearl. No wonder when he and Ji Beixin did that, both of their strengths flew up together. Xin, then are you willing to stay in the Feng clan? Ling Zhao asked. He was now sure that the Feng clan wouldn't hurt Ji Beixin, and would even send a large number of experts to protect her at all times. As for the question of staying or leaving, Ling Zhao still let Ji Beixin decide. At the same time, he also made a decision in his heart. Ji Beixin replied without thinking, Zhao, wherever you go, I'll go with you. I don't want to be separated from you. As soon as she finished speaking, before Ling Zhao could say anything, Feng Yuxin strongly objected, No, little Xin, as a member of the Feng clan, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Moreover, Aunt has already accepted you as a disciple. Do you have the heart to leave? Feng Yaxin's purpose of staying here was to monitor Ji Beixin's every move. No matter what Ji Beixin decided, the Feng clan would never allow her to leave Feng City. Sister Yaxin, Ji Beixin wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Yaxin. I also don't want to see you two separate, but this is the decision of the clan. You have all the energy of our ancestor in your body, and your growth in the future is limitless. The clan will not allow you to leave. If you force yourself to leave, then the only road left for him is death. Ji Beixin listened to Feng Yaxin's words and looked at Ling Xiao with a very worried expression. She knew that Ling Xiao had always been unafraid of power, but once he was angry, he would not care about anything. Moreover, although she now knew the other half of her identity, her parents were not here, and she had no sense of belonging to the Feng clan. How could she be happy if she stayed here forever? Ling Xiao looked at Ji Beixin and took a light breath. She's right, Xian, it's better for you to stay here. For a moment, both of them stared at Ling Xiao at the same time. Feng Yaxin's eyes revealed confusion and doubt. From the moment Ling Xiao charged into the Feng clan alone, she felt that Ling Xiao should be a person who was not afraid of death, and at the same time, a strong man who could sacrifice for love. But now, he actually asked Ji Beixin to stay. Was he really afraid that the Feng clan would take his life? On the other hand, Ji Beixin's thoughts were not so complicated. She only felt that Ling Xiao did not want her to stay by his side. Although she was at the king level, she had always been by his side, and this made her feel very guilty. Seeing that Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes were filled with tears, Ling Xiao quickly patted the back of her hand and said, Xian, listen to me first. Ji Beixin would not go against Ling Xiao's wishes, so she nodded and controlled her tears to not let them fall. Ling Xiao stood up and said seriously, my current strength is still very weak, and you will always be in danger by my side. You should stay in the Feng clan and cultivate in peace. Once you and I are strong enough, who would dare to stop us from being together? Even the Feng clan can't do it. Whoever blocks my, Ling Xiao's, path, I will destroy them. As Ling Xiao spoke, a golden aura emerged, giving off an incomparably majestic feeling. Ji Beixin and Feng Yaxin couldn't help but be a little infatuated. They all felt that Ling Xiao was really manly right now, causing them to unknowingly sink into it. Good. Well said, as a man, you should have this kind of domineering decisiveness. No wonder Big Brother Evil Emperor must accept you as his disciple. You are really similar to him in this aspect. Feng Qingyuan walked out again and clapped her hands, her beautiful eyes filled with admiration. Elder sister is too kind. I just feel that with my current strength, I can't protect Xian, so why not let you guys protect her for me? Although I will be separated from her for a short period of time, in exchange for a longer period of time in the future, why not? Ling Xiao said humbly. Chapter 558. Ling Xiao asked Ji Beixin to stay in the Feng clan for the sake of the bigger picture. He didn't expect such a terrifying energy to be sealed in Ji Beixin's body. No wonder he felt a sense of fear back then. He didn't know how to guide Ji Beixin out of the seal, so it was better to let her stay in the Feng clan so that the people of the Feng clan could forge her into an emperor stage expert. At that time, who could stop them from being together? Of course, Ling Xiao wasn't just thinking about this problem. He still had to build his own power, and the slightest carelessness could cost him his life. Ji Beixin's current strength couldn't help him, so he might as well let her stay in the Feng clan so that she could grow up in peace. Moreover, her personality wasn't good at scheming against others, and she wasn't good at cruel killing. Perhaps staying in the Feng clan was her best choice. Feng Qingyuan didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so bold. He actually dared to say such shameless words in the Feng clan's territory and in her private bamboo house. If it was anyone else, Feng Qingyuan would definitely kill them. However, Ling Xiao was the disciple that her big brother Evil Emperor had taken a liking to, so he could be considered as half a disciple of hers. So when she heard Ling Xiao say such words, she wasn't angry in her heart, but instead, she admired him. Because she realized that Ling Xiao's personality was very similar to the evil emperor's. Perhaps this was what it meant to love the house, love the house. From what Feng Qingyuan said, it seemed like the evil emperor had to take him in as a disciple. However, ever since Ling Xiao rejected him, he seemed to have disappeared. Ling Xiao asked impatiently, "Big sister, why does the evil emperor insist on taking me in as a disciple? Although this little brother is a little more handsome, has a better personality, smiles a little more, treats people a little better, and is a little more capable. This is the only good point. Isn't the evil emperor thinking too highly of me?" When Feng Yaxin heard Ling Xiao's words, many green lines appeared on her face. This was the first time she had seen such a shameless man. She really didn't know why he was so narcissistic, it was really unbearable. But looking at him now, he seemed to be very cute. This feeling was deeply imprinted in Feng Yaxin's heart. Ji Beixin completely agreed with Ling Xiao's words. No matter what Ling Xiao said, she would blindly agree. Feng Qingyuan, on the other hand, was smiling like a blooming flower. Her beauty was indescribable. Just based on your narcissistic personality, you are exactly the same as Big Brother Evil Emperor when he was young. Perhaps this is the reason why he wanted to take you in as his disciple. Feng Qingyuan laughed. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and said, "The evil emperor looks very dignified. Is his personality really similar to mine?" "Perhaps. You'll know when you acknowledge Big Brother Evil Emperor as your master in the future," Feng Qingyuan replied. "Hee, it's not like you don't know that I've already rejected the evil emperor's good intentions. I'm afraid that I'm not fated to meet him," Ling Xiao said with a bit of self-deprecation. "You can rest assured about that. Big Brother Evil Emperor will never give up halfway when he has decided on something. He will definitely take you in as his disciple. He might have his reasons for not coming to find you now. In any case, just wait to call me mistress." Feng Qingyuan seemed to understand the evil emperor very well and replied with certainty. Hearing Feng Qingyuan's words, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. Looks like this awesome master won't be able to run away. He had originally regretted rejecting the evil emperor's good intentions, but now that he heard Feng Qingyuan's confident tone, he couldn't help but feel happy again. A man who was close to a god being his master, this was a good deal. In the future, when he walked in the central region, he wouldn't have to be too afraid of those great powers. If others were to know what Ling Xiao was thinking, they would probably be so angry that they would spit out 3 liters of air. Was this bastard looking for a master or a bodyguard? Feng Qingyuan sent Feng Yaxin back, and Ling Xiao pulled Ji Beixin out of the bamboo house to have a heart-to-heart talk. Through Ling Xiao's painstaking persuasion, Ji Beixin understood Ling Xiao's meaning, and finally decided to stay in the Feng clan. As the saying goes, if love lasts for a long time, how can it be day and night? Furthermore, Ling Xiao told Ji Beixin to stay in the Feng clan, so he could use the Feng clan's relationship to continue searching for her parents. At the same time, he didn't have to worry about the Feng clan harming her parents. Ji Beixin was definitely the most powerful person in the Feng clan right now, and even Feng Yaxin had to be modest towards her. The reason why Ling Xiao told Ji Beixin so much was because he was afraid that Ji Beixin would be too soft-hearted and simple-minded, in case he was used by the people from the Feng clan and didn't know what was going on. Ling Xiao originally wanted to discuss the true meaning of life with Ji Beixin, and at the same time raise his strength, but he realized that there was no place for him to be intimate with, so he could only give up on this idea. After staying with Ji Beixin for half a day, Ling Xiao decided to leave the Feng clan. Under Ji Beixin's reluctant gaze, Ling Xiao resolutely walked out of the Feng clan's sacred hall. At the same time, he once again strengthened his previous determination in his heart. He had to make a name for himself. Not to mention surpassing the 18 great powers, but he had to be on par with them, so that no one could bully him. The one who sent Ling Xiao out of the Feng clan was Feng Yaxin. Ling Xiao didn't understand when did his face become so big, to actually trouble the Feng clan patriarch's precious daughter to send her off. Along the way, when the people of the Feng clan saw Ling Xiao and Feng Yashin walking together, they all revealed astonished expressions, their eyes flashing with an indescribable light. After leaving the Feng clan, Feng Yashin didn't immediately leave, she still walked together with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Yashin in confusion and said, "Thank you for your trouble, Miss Feng. You don't need to send me off, I understand and will leave on my own." Feng Yashin glanced at Ling Xiao and didn't answer, but instead said, "I haven't been to the Feng city for a long time, why don't you accompany me?" If the younger generation of the Feng clan heard this, they would all be shocked. Since when did the proud daughter of the Feng clan take the initiative to invite a man to go shopping in the city? This was probably the first time. Ling Xiao thought to himself, could it be that this girl has been attracted by this young master's tyrannical aura? Although Ling Xiao's words were very narcissistic, he also coincidentally guessed Feng Yashin's thoughts. She was indeed attracted by Ling Xiao's words and actions. After all, this was the only man Feng Yashin had ever seen who dared to behave atrociously in the Feng clan. Moreover, in the end, he didn't receive any punishment at all. It could be said that this was the first time in the Feng clan's thousands of years of history. With regards to the request of a beauty, Ling Xiao couldn't think of any reason to refuse. Thus, the two of them walked together on the bustling official road of the Feng city. Even though there was a beauty by his side, Ling Xiao was a little absent-minded. He had been thinking about how he should go next. He had to make a trip to the North Water Jie, but where should he start to build his power in the North Water Jie? He had to seriously consider this question. He wasn't familiar with the central region, so he could only rely on the savage leopard. However, the savage leopard hadn't returned for thousands of years, so he didn't understand the current situation in the central region. A figure couldn't help but appear in Ling Xiao's mind, and he sighed in his heart, "Fraud, where are you? Come and give this young master some guidance." The two of them didn't say a word and walked in the Feng city for 4 hours. Feng Yashin's heart surged with a different kind of emotion. Could it be that this lady has no charm? "You actually ignored me. I'm not going, send me back." Feng Yashin was a little angry and broke the silence. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and said, "Then Miss Feng, take care, we'll meet again if fate wills it." Feng Yashin was a little exasperated and glared at Ling Xiao. "Didn't you hear what I said?" "What?" Ling Xiao asked in a daze. He really didn't pay much attention to what Feng Yashin said just now. Feng Yashin almost went crazy, her expression instantly became cold, and she gritted her teeth. "Ling Xiao, you're a good person, I'll remember you." After saying this, she flew back in the direction of the Feng clan. Ling Xiao was a little confused. What's the meaning of this? Even though Ling Xiao was a veteran in the field of flowers, he still couldn't understand a woman's mind. Ling Xiao originally wanted to immediately leave the Feng city for the northern water border, but Cruel Leopard suggested to go to the Feng city's auction. The Feng city is one of the few big cities in the central region. There are often good things in the auction here, young master should go and see. Cruel Leopard said. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still agreed with Cruel Leopard's suggestion. After all, there was no hurry, it was also good to go to the central region's auction to broaden his horizons. The Feng city's auction was naturally the Feng clan's business. As one of the 18 major powers, the Feng clan's direct management of the auction naturally couldn't be compared to the auction in the idle cities. The majestic auction stood in the center of the Feng city, looking like a castle from afar, spacious and grand, full of an ancient aura. Before reaching the front of the auction, there was already a large number of martial artists rushing towards the auction. Most of these martial artists were riding powerful spirit beasts, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't know that they had spirit beasts to protect them. Ling Xiao noticed that most of these martial artists had reached the king stage and above, and there were quite a few Earth Emperor stage martial artists. From time to time, he could even see 2 or 3 honored stage martial artists walking among the crowd. As for whether or not there was an Emperor stage martial artist, Ling Xiao himself couldn't tell. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The appeal of this kind of big city's auction was really extraordinary. When Ling Xiao brought Cruel Leopard to the entrance of the auction and was about to pay the black crystal, a king stage martial artist came up and asked, "May I ask if you are young Master Ling Xiao?" Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, then he nodded and said, "That's right, I am Ling Xiao." That Wang Jie revealed a respectful expression and said, "Young Master Ling Xiao wants to enter the auction, right? We have already reserved a private room for you, please follow me." Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of gourd medicine the Feng clan was selling, but since he was here, there was nothing to worry about. After all, a few days ago, he bravely charged into the Feng clan without fear, so what was there to be afraid of in this auction? Ling Xiao and Cruel Leopard followed Wang Jie to the front of the private room. "Young Master Ling, please come in, this lowly one won't disturb you any further," Wang Jie said and left. Ling Xiao clearly felt that there was a strong aura inside the private room, and it was obvious that someone was already inside. Who is waiting for this young master? Ling Xiao wondered, then he pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 559. Before entering the private room, Ling Xiao thought about the people who might be in the private room. Other than the people from the Feng clan, there were no other forces in the Wind capital that knew of his whereabouts. Therefore, he felt that it might be Ji Beixin or Feng Yaxin inside. Other than these two women, he couldn't think of anyone else who would have reserved a private room in advance. However, the moment he stepped into the private room, his expression became incomparably shocked. He saw an unexpected figure. A face that he hadn't seen for a long time had a harmonious smile on it. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it looked incomparably wretched. He held a white paper fan in his hand and waved it lightly, revealing an elegant and handsome temperament. "Brother Ling, how have you been?" The man closed his white paper fan and cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao. "Damn, why are you here?" Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, then walked over and gave the man a heavy punch. Who else could this man be other than the Xian Yao that he hadn't seen for a long time? Ling Xiao didn't expect to run into Xian Yao here. He was overjoyed at the turn of events. "Brother Ling, since you called me a fraud, of course I guessed that you missed me now, so I appeared." Xian Yao replied with a faint smile. Ling Xiao was startled for a moment, then he put his arm around Xian Yao's shoulder and laughed. "Haha, a fraud is indeed a fraud, this young master really missed you." That's right, Ling Xiao did miss Xian Yao. But don't misunderstand, he wasn't the kind of glass who liked men. He only hoped that he had someone by his side who could help him plan, and Xian Yao was undoubtedly the person he trusted the most. Before this, he had long wanted Xian Yao to be his strategist. However, after Xian Yao left without saying goodbye in Goose City, Ling Xiao had never seen him again, and he didn't know where he was, so he didn't deliberately look for him. He didn't expect that when he really needed him, this guy would really appear. Ling Xiao couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao's ability to predict things. This was also the reason why Ling Xiao wanted to see Xian Yao. Ling Xiao was determined to keep Xian Yao by his side no matter what. He could not let this guy run away. With Xian Yao by his side, it would be much easier for him to start his career. "Sit down first, the auction is about to begin," Xian Yao reminded. At the same time, he gazed at Savage Leopard and said, "Congratulations on returning to the Emperor rank." Savage Leopard knew Xian Yao's identity and immediately nodded, "Thank you." Only now did Ling Xiao start to notice Xian Yao's strength. He hadn't expected that after 2 years, Xian Yao's strength would improve greatly, and he'd actually attained a high-level king rank cultivation. He still remembered that when he left Goose City, he'd only been able to break through to the low-level king rank by relying on Ling Xiao's medicinal pills. It's just that with his strength, how did he know that Savage Leopard had recovered to the Emperor rank? Even though Ling Xiao was puzzled, he trusted Xian Yao completely, so he didn't ask. He knew that if Xian Yao wanted him to know, then Xian Yao would definitely tell him. If Xian Yao didn't want him to know, then it didn't matter if he didn't say anything. This was the trust and friendship between brothers. After closing the door to the room, Ling Xiao released the group of people he'd brought with him from the cauldron. If he didn't let them experience such a large-scale auction, then it would go against Ling Xiao's original intention. Ling Xiao intended to nurture each of them into experts that could hold their own in order to prepare for the fight for the empire in the future. After the group appeared, Ling Xiao solemnly introduced Xianyao to the others and said, "This is my good brother and also our military advisor. In the future, when I'm not here, all of you have to listen to his guesses and orders, understand?" Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Poison Scorpion had seen Xianyao, but the others hadn't. They were all wondering, when did young master find such a young military advisor? Although they looked down on Xianyao, they absolutely didn't doubt Ling Xiao's words, so they collectively greeted Xianyao, "Greetings, military advisor." Xianyao glanced at the people in front of him and nodded lightly without any expression. Ling Xiao asked, "These are the people I've formed. I want to do something big in the central region. What do you think?" Xianyao kept him in suspense. "Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?" Ling Xiao was a little unhappy and said, "Of course it's the truth. Is this young master someone who can't listen to others' words?" "They're too bad," Xianyao said quite directly. Ling Xiao was stunned when he heard Xianyao's words. He didn't expect Xianyao to be so direct. The expressions of Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, and the others became slightly angry. Obviously, they were quite dissatisfied with Xianyao's evaluation. "I know you're not satisfied, but I don't have time to explain it to you now. I'll explain it to you after the auction is over." "Think about it now," Xianyao said and didn't say anything else. At this time, the seats of the auction were already full of people. The auction really began. As the Earth Sovereign stage auctioneer entered, everyone became quiet. After the auctioneer said a few words of opening remarks, the auction began. The first item to be auctioned was a low-rank water attribute spiritual weapon. The starting price was 100,000 Xian crystals, which was equivalent to the price of 1 million low-rank Xian crystals. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be speechless by this price. It had to be known that even the Purple Sky sect would have to think carefully before taking out such a wealth. Tang Guoda, who was at the side, couldn't help but feel his heart burn when he saw the spiritual weapon. He clenched his fists tightly and secretly made up his mind that he must strive to become a spiritual weapon master as soon as possible. At this time, Xianyao's voice sounded, "As everyone knows, alchemists and blacksmiths are the most honorable professions. So as long as one is a master of these two professions, it is completely easy to earn Xian crystals." When he said this, he intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoda. The two of them seemed to have felt his gaze and couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. An indescribable feeling arose in the hearts of the two of them. Of course, Ling Xiao saw this detail and a faint smile hung on his face. It seemed that it was completely right for him to drag this fraud into the water. With a glance, he could see through the crux of the people around him. As one low-grade spiritual weapon after another appeared, the people in Ling Xiao's box felt that it was an eye-opener, and many of them were even more envious. They all knew that the power of the spiritual weapon could increase their combat strength, but the price of those spiritual weapons made them unable to breathe. Only now did they realize how poor they were in the central territory. The people below the auction kept bidding, and every low-grade spiritual weapon was sold for a high price of hundreds of thousands to more than 1 million mid-grade Xian crystals. "Don't be jealous, as your current strength is indeed as the military advisor said. Relying too much on external objects will only make you feel dependent, which is not a good thing for your advancement," said Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he paused for a moment and then said, "Whichever of you can break through to the Earth Emperor stage the fastest, I will give him the spiritual weapon first." When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, all of them were extremely excited. The strength of the group had long been raised to the mid-stage king stage by Ling Xiao using elixirs, and they had also taken the 10,000-year stone emulsion, so the meridians in their bodies had been reforged, so their cultivation tenbin had greatly improved, and they weren't inferior to ordinary geniuses. Moreover, they had Ling Xiao's spiritual herbs that were suitable for their cultivation, and the key was that they had enough time to cultivate, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to break through to the Earth Emperor stage. Time passed very quickly, and the first round of the spiritual weapon auction had also come to an end. The auctioneer softly said, "The next item for auction is a mid-7th grade spiritual weapon, the Mother-Child Twin Swords." As his voice sounded, two women in revealing clothes walked out with a square tray. The auctioneer gently lifted the red cloth on the tray, and a brilliant light instantly bloomed. The light flickered with a bright green light, and it illuminated the large auction house. The silhouettes of two strange beasts, one large and one small, were constantly moving about, looking very ferocious and frightening. The mother-child twin swords were two green high-grade spiritual weapons, one long and one short. Whether it was the hilt or the blade, they were extremely gorgeous and beautiful, and the aura they exuded was truly terrifying. For martial artists who knew how to use dual swords, they could definitely be called divine weapons. But for any sect, this pair of high-grade spiritual weapons was very suitable to be used as the sect's guardian spiritual weapons. Although low-grade spiritual weapons were relatively easy to see in the Central Territory, high-grade spiritual weapons were extremely rare. When the mother-child twin swords appeared, there was a commotion in the auction house. The mother-child twin swords are one of the peak masterpieces of a high-grade spiritual weapon master, Master Luo Ku. How could he be willing to auction this pair of spiritual weapons? That's right, a few years ago, someone offered 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, but he still couldn't sell it. You guys don't know, but Master Luo Ku entered the Death Soul Mountain a few months ago and hasn't appeared since. Now that his mother-child twin swords have appeared here, I'm afraid he's already dead. What, Master Luo Ku entered the Death Soul Mountain? Could it be that he had no choice but to take the risk to break through to the Emperor stage? No matter what the reason is, I'm taking this mother-child twin swords. There was a lot of discussion in the seats of the auction. At this moment, Xianyao explained, Luo Ku is a genius refiner. He doesn't belong to any power, but he's a distinguished guest that many powers want to rope in. He reached the quasi-emperor stage many years ago, but he was unable to break through to the emperor stage. He had no choice but to enter the Death Soul Mountain, hoping to gain enlightenment between life and death, but it seems that he's done for. Even a quasi-emperor has fallen? Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cold air. The savage leopard said, near the Death Soul Mountain in the North Water region? That's right, it's that dangerous place. Even an emperor stage powerhouse doesn't dare to rashly enter. It seems like Master Luo Ku had no choice but to enter. What a pity. Xianyao replied. When the savage leopard heard this, a trace of excitement flashed through his eyes. At this moment, the auctioneer in the hall had already announced the starting price of the mother-child twin swords to 50,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, which was equivalent to 5 million mid-grade mysterious crystals. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This price wasn't something that an ordinary person could afford. Only those forces above the 6th grade would have such financial resources. Feng Xianyun, who rarely spoke, said to Ling Xiao, Xiao, I want this mother-child twin swords. Ling Xiao looked at Feng Xianyun in astonishment, but he still nodded and said, no problem, even if it's the moon in the sky, I'll pluck it for you. Chapter 560. Although Ling Xiao had been married to Feng Xianyun for a few years, he had never seen her use any weapons. Now that she was interested in the twin swords, Ling Xiao would naturally do his best to help her bid for them. However, the price of this pair of swords was frighteningly high. Although he had plundered a lot of wealth over the years, facing such a high price and facing so many competitors, he was somewhat at a loss. In the past, he had thought that he was a very rich person, but after coming here, he realized that he was truly a frog in a well. However, he had already promised Feng Xianyun, so he would not disappoint her. Even if I have to smash an iron pot, I have to get it. Ling Xiao said as he clenched his fists. At the same time, he checked the Xian crystals in his spatial ring. He still had nearly 100 million low-grade Xian crystals, more than 2 million mid-grade Xian crystals, and only a mere 250,000 high-grade Xian crystals. A large portion of these Xian crystals had been looted by the heavy sword sect back then, and a small portion had been obtained from killing people over the years. After the auctioneer revealed the base price, the price of the twin swords rose steadily. The price quickly rose to 100,000 high-grade Xian crystals. At this price, many people could only look at it and sigh. At this moment, a loud and clear voice called out, "I bid 110,000 high-grade Xian crystals. This one has recovered. Please give me some face, I want this pair of swords." The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. He stayed in a corner and looked unassuming, but his strength had already reached the level of a high-level Empyrean. "So it's Lord Kong, one of the most powerful rogue cultivators in our area. It is said that when he was young, he mistakenly entered a secret realm and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, there are many forces that want him to become a guardian elder. Unfortunately, his ambition is too great. He wanted to enter the Feng clan to become a guardian elder, but they didn't even look at him and chased him out. Recovery uses 2 swords. It seems like he is determined to get this pair of swords. He's just one person. There are many people here who won't give him face. What's the big deal about recovering? Our Skyfire sect will pay 120,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals." An arrogant voice came from one of the boxes. After recovering, his face alternated between red and white. He immediately shouted, "I'll pay 130,000 high-grade mysterious crystals." Following that, a few more private rooms called out corresponding bids. Soon, the mother and child swords had reached a high price of 200,000 mysterious crystals of upper level. Our Green Mountain sect offers 210,000 top-grade mysterious crystals. A young man's voice came out from one of the private rooms. As the voice faded, everyone else quieted down, as if no one else dared to continue bidding. The Green Mountain sect is one of the most powerful 4th-level sects affiliated to the Feng clan. They have a martial emperor in their sect and are many times more powerful than a 6th-level sect like the Tranquil Fire sect, Xian Yao said lightly. A 4th-grade sect. No wonder he could intimidate so many people, sighed Ling Xiao. A 4th-level sect was considered one of the most powerful sects in the central region. A sect like this deserved the title of 4th level only because it had a martial emperor in its ranks. However, Ling Xiao was determined to get the mother and child swords. As the auctioneer waited for the second bid, Ling Xiao joined the bidding. 220,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao called out slowly. The expressions on the faces of the people present froze. They didn't expect someone to join the bidding. Was it someone from the Feng clan? However, the Feng clan had always been in the number 1 box, and the voice obviously didn't come from there. It was obvious that the speaker wasn't from the Feng clan. In the area governed by the Feng clan, there were 2 other sects who could compete with the Green Mountain sect. However, they also had their own private rooms, so it was obvious that they weren't the ones bidding. A young man in the luxurious green clothing in the number 3 box showed a hint of anger in his fierce eyes when he heard Ling Xiao's bid. "Elder Wei, how many mysterious crystals of upper grade have you brought with you this time?" the young man asked the old man behind him. The old man replied, "About 600,000, but the sect master has instructed us to use it to compete for the treasure later, so we can't use more than 300,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade." I know what I'm doing," Nian Qing replied softly. Then he called out the price loudly, 230,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. 240,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade. Hearing this number, Ling Xiao complained inwardly. He only had 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade, so adding the price would be beyond his expectation. However, Ling Xiao was a man who cared about his reputation, and he couldn't afford to lose face in front of his woman. He called out the price again, 250,000 mysterious crystals of upper grade and 1 million mysterious crystals of mid-grade. His number was equivalent to 260,000 high-grade profound crystals. The young man in room number 3 sneered and said, "He even called for mid-grade profound crystals. It seems like he has run out of money." Immediately after, the young man called out another price of 270,000 high-grade profound crystals, and Ling Xiao barely added another 1 million mid-grade profound crystals. In Ling Xiao's box, everyone could guess that their young master's financial resources were about to run out. However, They were also shocked that Ling Xiao had such a strong financial resources. At this time, Kai Xieyue gave Feng Xianyun a look, as if she wanted her to stop Ling Xiao from continuing to bid. Ling Xiao's financial resources had definitely run out, and she didn't want Ling Xiao to lose everything for this high-grade spirit artifact. At this time, room number 3 had already called out the price to 290,000 high-grade profound crystals. Ling Xiao said unwillingly to Xian Yao, "Fraud, do you have any profound crystals? Lend me some first." However, before Xian Yao could say anything, Feng Xianyun called out, 300,000 high-grade profound crystals. This time, Ling Xiao was a bit stunned. He didn't expect Feng Xianyun to be so persistent about the mother and child swords. Kai Xieyue, who was beside him, tried to persuade her, "Sister Yun, we don't have that many profound crystals. I think we should forget about it." If the auction was successful and they didn't have enough profound crystals to pay, they would have to pay in blood. "Don't worry, 300,000 it is. Your husband, can still afford it," Ling Xiao braced himself and said. He touched the space ring and thought to himself, "It seems that I have to take out even the top-grade fire mysterious crystal." The young man in room number 3 showed an angry expression and scolded in a low voice, "Bastard, who the hell is in room number 8? How dare he bid with our Green Mountain sect? He really doesn't know what's good for him." The old man behind him said, "I sensed a lot of energy there, but their cultivation is not very high. I think they are some outsiders. Forget it, old Wei, lend me 20,000 high-grade profound crystals. I must get the mother and child swords," the young man said while gritting his teeth. Later, the man in room number 3 continued to bid, but Feng Xianyun didn't give in. In the end, the mother and child swords were successfully auctioned by Feng Xianyun at the price of 350,000 high-grade profound crystals. Ling Xiao's expression became a bit unsightly. This number was far beyond his financial resources. Although he still had a lot of precious collections, it was too late to sell them now. He could only place his hopes on Xian Yao and see if he could help him a little. He had always felt that this god rod was a little mysterious, so he should have a lot of treasures. Xian Yao didn't respond again, but Feng Xianyun pulled Ling Xiao's hand and said, "Xiao, I have these 300,000 high-grade profound crystals myself." Ling Xiao hadn't come back to his senses yet, so he said, "Don't worry, I will beat them up no matter what." He paused and looked at Feng Xianyun, "Yuner, you said you have 300,000 high-grade profound crystals." The others also looked at Feng Xianyun in surprise. Feng Xianyun nodded and said, "Yes, before I left Goose City, grandfather gave me a lot of profound crystals. I think it should be enough. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Ling Xiao complained, then curled his lips and said, "Grandfather is really biased. He actually gave you so many profound crystals, but didn't give me anything. It's obvious that he doesn't even put me, his grandson-in-law, in his eyes." Of course, Ling Xiao was just saying it, but he was actually very happy in his heart. Didn't Feng Xianyun's profound crystal mean that it was his profound crystal? As long as he asked, Feng Xianyun would obediently take it out for him. After all, they were husband and wife. After the mother and child swords were auctioned off, the next auction was for exotic flowers and herbs. Stocks of 5th and 6th stage spirit herbs appeared one after another, dazzling everyone and making them extremely excited. After all, spirit herbs were extremely tempting to any warrior. Hua Xiaogui also exclaimed in excitement, "Oh my god, how many high-level pills can these high-level spirit herbs refine?" Ling Xiao hit him and said, "This is none of your business. Let's talk about it when you become a high-level alchemist." A high-level 6th stage black jasmine vine, the starting price is 250,000 middle-grade profound crystals, each bid must not be lower than 10,000, the auctioneer shouted. In the private room, the savage leopard was slightly excited and said to Ling Xiao, "Young master, I need this black jasmine vine." Black jasmine vine, a high-level dark attribute spirit herb, was extremely precious to dark attribute warriors. Although the savage leopard had already reached the emperor stage, and normal spirit herbs were no longer of much use to him, this black jasmine vine was something he desperately needed. Reaching the emperor stage, apart from the accumulation of power, the most important thing was one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Not only could this black jasmine vine increase the energy of dark attribute warriors, it could also increase the perception of dark attribute warriors. Although this effect was more effective for warriors below the Sky Sovereign stage, the savage leopard had just returned to the emperor stage, so he naturally wanted to recover his peak strength as soon as possible. As for the savage leopard's request, Ling Xiao naturally would not refuse. The savage leopard was no longer restricted by him. Although it was still his servant, to win the heart of a loyal servant, he still needed to give it a lot of benefits. There were much fewer people who cultivated the dark attribute compared to the 5 elements. Ling Xiao originally thought that he could easily take down this black jasmine vine, and it was useless for warriors of other attributes to come. However, the result was out of his expectations. There were actually quite a few people competing, and the price soared rapidly, from 250,000 middle-grade profound crystals to 450,000 middle-grade profound crystals. This number did not seem to have reached its peak. Xian Yao saw Ling Xiao's doubt and explained from the side, dark attribute spirit herbs are relatively rare, and such a high-level one is even rarer. Naturally, there are many people bidding for it, and even if they don't need it, they can still resell it. Chapter 561. After a round of bidding, Ling Xiao paid 650,000 mid-grade Xian crystals for the black jasmine vine. This price could be used for 2 high-grade spirit herbs. However, Ling Xiao did not feel the slightest heartache. Just like what Xian Yao said, this kind of dark spirit herb was rare. Moreover, with the savage leopard's strength, it was nothing to spend such a small amount of Xian crystals. At the same time, Ling Xiao thought that he had to find a way to get some Xian crystals. Otherwise, in the future, it would be bad if there were no Xian crystals to sell the good things he liked. Ling Xiao and the others did not participate in the following auctions of spirit herbs. There were many rare spirit herbs in his space. If they were not extremely rare or top-grade spirit herbs, Ling Xiao did not want to waste any more Xian crystals. Looking at those forces bidding non-stop, Hua Xiaogui could not help but exclaim, "The people of the central region are really rich. In the future, you will be richer than them." Xian Yao said. Hua Xiaogui's face heated up. "Military advisor, you must be joking." "I'm not joking, because you followed a good boss," Xian Yao said very seriously. Ling Xiao chuckled and did not say anything. In his opinion, Xian Yao had already decided to take the position of military advisor, which made him very satisfied. Now, his team had begun to take shape. Once Yunmingqi was rescued, it would be time for them to start building up their forces. After the spirit herbs were auctioned, there were some high-grade spirit pills, high-grade Xian skills, and some strange and peculiar items. These 4th to 5th grade spirit pills were extremely tempting to King Stage and Earth Emperor Stage experts, so all the forces participated in the auction. When the grade 6 spirit Zun Dan appeared, all the forces went crazy. One spirit Zun Dan was sold for 150,000 upper-rank mysterious crystals. Poison Scorpion, who had not broken through, was extremely fanatical, but he was too embarrassed to let his young master auction it for him. In his heart, he could only hope that his young master would take the initiative to auction it for him. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao did not move and seemed to have no interest in the spirit pill. There weren't many high-rank profound skills up for auction. There were only a few blue-rank profound skills and 2 red-rank profound skills. However, there were quite a number of strange items, including some materials needed for refining tools or top-grade lotions that could strengthen a cultivator's physique. Even the 10,000-year-old pearl could be seen being auctioned here. When the 2 10,000-year-old pearls appeared, the people from those forces went crazy. One of them was sold for 2 million mid-grade glazed crystals, while the other was sold for 3.5 million mid-grade glazed crystals. Ling Xiao thought to himself, "Wow, I didn't expect a 10,000-year-old pearl to fetch such a high price. I still have a lot of them in stock, and if I take them out to auction, I'll be able to make a killing." 10,000-year pearls were not so easy to find. That kind of shell that had grown for tens of thousands of years lived in the sea and rivers thousands of meters deep. Without the strength of an Empyrean, how could one dare to go deep into the sea or river with such high water pressure? Even if an Empyrean could go underwater, they would lose their character if they were careless when facing those high-level water attribute spirit beasts. Unless it was a water attribute supreme expert or above, they would occasionally go underwater to look for some water attribute spirit herbs. Other attribute martial artists would not take this risk. After all, his perception in the water was several times weaker than that on land. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to pick up such a big ping-yi was entirely because of the existence of the nine-headed dragon snake. In addition, he had obtained the water-concealing pearl, which was why he was able to reap such a great harvest underwater. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed, and the auction was nearing its end. No one left because they all knew that the real finale was about to appear. The auctioneer cleared his throat and said, "Next up is the highlight of today's auction. There are a total of 3 items, I hope everyone can seize this opportunity. If you miss it, you won't have it again." At this point, he paused for a moment before saying in a clear voice, "The first item is the 8-leaf fire lotus." 8-leaf. 8-leaf fire lotus. Oh my god, this is a fire attribute treasure. Who would be so generous to take it out to auction? That person must be a madman. This is a treasure for sects below the 4th rank. Even a 4th rank sect might not necessarily have an 8-leaf fire lotus. No matter what price we have to pay, we must get this 8-leaf fire lotus. Yes, it's worth it no matter what price we have to pay. When the auctioneer announced the first item, the auction house was in an uproar. In the 8th box, Ling Xiao and the others were also puzzled. Xian Yao seemed to be very knowledgeable and explained, "The 8-leaf flaming lotus is made by combining the core of an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, an 8-leaf flaming lotus, and other rare items. Then, it was refined by at least 2 emperors to form a cultivation fire altar. It can quickly gather spiritual energy and increase a cultivator's perception. Anyone who cultivates in the fire element will be able to cultivate 10 times or even dozens of times faster than others when cultivating on the 8-leaf flaming lotus. I really don't know who would spend so much money to auction such a rare item. That's right. This kind of thing is not easy to refine. The supplementary materials needed are all extremely rare. If you're not careful, it can easily be destroyed. As far as I know, only a few forces have such a rare cultivation altar." Cruel Leopard echoed from the side. "What a pity. I'm afraid the auction price of this kind of thing will be frighteningly high." Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. If he had enough money, he wouldn't mind participating in the competition. With this 8-leaf fire lotus, he could speed up the cultivation of the fire attribute people around him. However, just as everyone was waiting excitedly for the 8-leaf fire lotus to be taken out, the auctioneer spoke again, "Everyone, calm down. As we all know, the 8-leaf fire lotus is extremely precious, and no one will take it out to auction. Now, this auction is actually an incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus, but its embryonic form is still intact. As long as we find the core of the fire lotus, it can be used again." I knew it. Who would be willing to take out an 8-leaf fire lotus? It turns out it's an incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus. It's good that it's incomplete. Otherwise, others won't be able to afford it even if they go bankrupt. It's not easy to find the core of the fire lotus. If we can't find an 8-leaf fire lotus, it's quite good to find a 6-leaf or 7-leaf fire lotus. Let's see how much the auction price is first. Amidst the discussion of the crowd, the auctioneer announced the price of the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus. The starting price was 300,000 top-grade mysterious crystals. This price was relatively not expensive. If it were a complete 8-leaf fire lotus, the auction price would be at least 10 times this price. Even so, this price still made many small sects and individuals hesitate. Only those big sects above the 5th level participated in the competition. The price kept rising, and soon it reached a shocking high price of 500,000. By now, the voices calling out the price were pitifully few. Only the number 3 and number 4 rooms continued to bid. In the end, the number 3 room won the bid for the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus at the price of 580,000. In the number 3 room was an old man and a young man from the Green Mountain sect. They had come with a large sum of money for this 8-leaf fire lotus. The young man cheered excitedly, "We've finally completed the task. Our sect already has the core of the 7-leaf fire lotus. Now our Green Mountain sect has another treasure." "Not bad, Zimming, with your current strength. After the 8-leaf fire lotus is repaired, you will be qualified to enjoy it," the old man behind the young man said. "Elder Wei is right. Besides the big brothers before me, I, Zhang Zimming, am the most qualified," the young man said confidently. As the two people in the number 3 room were talking, the auctioneer announced the second auction item. The second auction item is an exotic beast, a young dragon leopard, the auctioneer called out. Following that, a few warriors carried out an iron cage made of 1,000-year black iron. There was a mighty young dragon leopard in the iron cage. It was constantly roaring in the iron cage, its claws constantly striking the iron cage, and from time to time, it would use its deep fangs to bite. The cold leopard eyes were filled with a strong bloodlust. It was obvious that it was a fierce leopard that was difficult to tame, and it made people's hearts beat faster at first glance. An exotic beast, dragon leopard. This is a rare exotic beast, and it will grow into an 8-level spirit beast in the future. Not bad, this dragon leopard is a powerful exotic beast with the blood of dragons. Although the blood is thin, it can help it grow, and its combat ability is the strongest among its peers. This little guy seems to have reached the 3rd level. It will take at least 1,000 years to train it to the 8th level. The starting price is 150,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals, and each increment must be no less than 10,000, the auctioneer announced. This exotic beast, dragon leopard, was rare, but it was still very young. It would take a lot of effort to train it to become a high-level spirit beast, so its price was much lower than the 8-leaf fire lotus. Ling Xiao and the others were also a bit envious, but they didn't participate in the bidding. In the end, the number 5 room sold it for 350,000 upper-grade mysterious crystals. Next up was the last item of the auction. The auctioneer kept everyone guessing. The third item is the relic of the sky-burning emperor. What? The relic of the sky-burning emperor? Is this real or fake? Impossible, the sky-burning emperor has already passed away for 1,000 years. And no one knows where he was buried. Could it be that someone has already found it? The sky-burning emperor was someone who was chasing after the 4 great legends. Unfortunately, he couldn't break through the great Tao and became a saint-level expert. In the end, he could only disappear. It's really pitiful. I wonder what kind of mystical item he left behind. Everyone present became anxious, and they couldn't wait to see the relic of the sky-burning emperor. In Ling Zhao's room, the savage leopard said faintly, "This sky-burning emperor was also a genius of his generation back then. I didn't expect him to turn into dust and disappear." Ling Xiao looked at the savage leopard in surprise and asked, "You know who this sky-burning emperor is?" "I've met him a few times, but my impression of him is still wrong." At that time, he was still a 7th-grade alchemist, the savage leopard replied. Chapter 562. A 7th-grade alchemist? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect the Burning Sky Emperor to be such an existence. He actually had 2 identities, and both of them were so terrifying. It should be known that an Emperor-level expert was already a top-notch figure in the central region, and his identity as a high-grade alchemist was even more enviable. Ling Zhao's interest in the Burning Sky Emperor's relic was piqued, and he wondered what kind of mystical item it would be. At this moment, the great forces in the various boxes had already made their preparations, and they were determined to get their hands on the Burning Sky Emperor's relic. How could a relic that was related to the peak of the mystic emperor be ordinary? The auctioneer clapped his hands, and a beautiful maidservant leisurely walked up with a small tray. The auctioneer removed the red cloth on the tray, and an animal skin scroll appeared on the tray. As soon as the scroll appeared, Ling Xiao immediately bounced up from his seat, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Soul-controlling art." This scroll was exactly the same as the first animal skin scroll he obtained in the desolate mountain range. Ling Xiao would never forget or misremember it, because it was the soul-controlling art that gave him an unfathomable ability to kill someone of a higher level, and it had even helped him escape danger many times. Besides that, it had also helped him advance to the Ascension realm faster than others in alchemy. All of these were the benefits of the soul-controlling art. However, what he had cultivated was only 1/3 of the soul-controlling art. What was in front of him was definitely the other 1/3 of the soul-controlling art. It was just that he didn't know which stage it was. He had always longed to find the other 2 scrolls of the soul-controlling art, and now that one scroll had appeared in front of him, how could Ling Xiao not be excited? The people in the private room all looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. They were all thinking, what is the origin of this soul-controlling art? How can young master recognize it? At this moment, the auctioneer's voice resounded faintly, "This scroll is a relic of the Burning Heaven Great Emperor. Because the Burning Heaven Great Emperor placed a powerful restriction on it, we're unable to open it. However, our clan's ancestor is sure that this is an ancient scroll, because only ancient scrolls would use this kind of beast skin to record things. However, we don't know if it's a technique chant or a map of the secret realm or something else. We're unable to confirm this, but since it's a relic left behind by the Burning Heaven Great Emperor, I'm sure it won't disappoint everyone. Perhaps, it's a precious comprehension related to advancing to the Emperor rank." One had to admit that the auctioneer's eloquence was impressive. She spoke so temptingly of an unknown ancient scroll. All of a sudden, everyone in the auction house went crazy. The auctioneer was right. No matter what the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor was, it was definitely an extraordinary treasure. It was definitely not something ordinary. Powerful energy fluctuations were faintly emitted from several private rooms. These fluctuations were shockingly at the cultivation level of a half-step emperor. It seemed that these hidden experts couldn't help but be tempted. No matter what price we have to pay, we have to get it. This was the unanimous thought of many hidden experts, and it was also the thought of Ling Xiao. At this time, the auctioneer finally announced the auction price of the ancient scroll, which was 500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately rushed to bid. "I bid 500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals." Then, someone rushed to remove the seal and said, 510,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, 520,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, 530,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The price instantly rose, reaching the final peak of the auction. Ling Xiao was burning with anxiety because he didn't have that many mysterious crystals. Even if he took out the few top-grade fire mysterious crystals, it would be a drop in the bucket. Fraud, how many mysterious crystals do you have?" Ling Xiao couldn't care less. He couldn't let the soul-controlling art fall into the hands of others. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to get it. Feng Xianyun looked inside the space ring and said, "Besides the 350,000 I just used, I still have 150,000. "What, that's all?" Ling Xiao cried out. He now had 250,000, plus Feng Xianyun's 150,000, he only had 400,000, which was not even the starting price. Seeing Ling Xiao so anxious, Feng Xianyun immediately showed a look of guilt and said, "Xiao, I'm sorry, if I didn't auction the mother and son swords." Before she finished speaking, Ling Xiao waved his hand and interrupted, "It's none of your business." Then he put his last hope on Xianyao. Fraud. Xianyao spread out his hands and said, "I only have 1 million high-grade mysterious crystals left." 1 million, that's great. Fraud, you are really my lucky star. It should be enough for me to win the auction. I will definitely pay you back double later. Ling Xiao exclaimed. He thought that Xianyao would have more than 100,000, but he didn't expect that he would have 1 million. This made Ling Xiao very happy. In total, he had 1.4 million, which should be enough for him to win the soul-controlling art. At this time, Yi Yunfeng said, "Boss, I also have 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals here." Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yunfeng in surprise and immediately patted him on the shoulder. Yunfeng, thank you. After this auction is over, I will promote you to the Earth's sovereign stage. Yi Yunfeng listened to Ling Xiao's words with doubt. Although he admired Ling Xiao's strength, he couldn't think of any way that Ling Xiao could promote him to the Earth's sovereign stage. After all, his strength had not reached the peak of the king stage yet. Does boss have an elixir to promote to the Earth's sovereign stage? Yi Yunfeng asked doubtfully. At this moment, the price outside had reached 700,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The young man in box 3 sighed heavily. I didn't expect such a good thing to appear this time. Elder Wei, are we going to give up the auction? The old man called Elder Wei smiled faintly and said, not necessarily. The Supreme Elder may have expected that something good would appear this time. In addition, he gave me 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals for me to use. We also want to compete for the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor. Elder Wei, why didn't you say so earlier? Then I will bid, the young man said with a surprised expression. Following that, private room number 3 also joined in the bidding. Ling Xiao also joined the bidding with confidence. Soon, the price of the ancient scroll rose to 900,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. This price suppressed the hearts of many forces. Right now, there were only 4 boxes in the bidding. They were Box 3, Box 4, Box 8, and Box 10. In the 4th box were 2 men and a woman. All 3 of them looked middle-aged, and their strength was actually above the venerable level. The woman's strength was the strongest, and she had already reached the strength of a half-step emperor. The other 2 were in the middle and low stages respectively. In the 4th box was the Myriad Cloud sect, which was also a 4th-grade sect like the Green Mountain sect. They were all affiliated with the Feng clan. Senior sister, we only brought 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals this time. We also auctioned some things just now. If we keep going, I'm afraid we won't be able to afford it, the low-level Celestial Venerable said. The middle-level Celestial Venerable echoed, that's right. Even if we take out our own mysterious crystals, we can only barely beat up 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The female half-step emperor said unwillingly, 1,000,000 it is. This is the relic of the Burning Sky Emperor. Maybe it doesn't just contain the enlightenment of becoming an emperor. Maybe, there is also a manual for refining pills. We can't miss it. In the 10th box and the 3rd box, there was an old man and a young woman, but both of them were women. The old woman looked to be in her 70s. The wrinkles on her face were deep, and she held a walking stick in her hand. Her body was stooped, and her expression was somewhat fanatical. Brother Tian, I didn't expect to find your relic here. Even if I have to spend all my fortune, Lian will get it. The old woman said with tears in her eyes. Great-grandmother, do you know the Burning Sky Emperor? The beautiful woman asked in surprise while supporting the old woman. The old woman showed a sad expression in her eyes. She sighed heavily and said, the Burning Sky Emperor is the big brother of great-grandmother. Ah. The Burning Sky Emperor is the big brother of great-grandmother? Then, doesn't he count as my great-grandfather? The woman said with a look of disbelief. That's right. Great-brother Tian is 2,000 years older than me. He left the family at a young age and gained a great reputation. Later, father hoped that he could return to the family to take over, but he was used to being free and didn't listen to father's arrangements. Father had no choice but to create a new successor with mother, and that's me. Many of grandma's skills were taught by your great-grandfather Burning Sky, including the art of alchemy, the old woman said as she reminisced. The woman revealed an expression of sudden realization, and excitement appeared in her eyes. She said, so the Burning Sky Emperor is our family's ancestor. He's really amazing. Sigh, it's a pity that great-grandmother doesn't have half of your great-grandfather's ability. Otherwise, the family wouldn't have declined to this day. The old woman revealed a lonely expression and sighed. 1,000,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. A resounding voice came from the 3rd box. This price caused an uproar. It had to be known that this was equivalent to the wealth of a small high-grade crystal mine. This was something that many powers were unwilling to take out. Another voice came from the fourth box, 1,100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. This time, the myriad cloud sect threw caution to the wind and increased the bid by 100,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. This was already their limit. The young man in the third box cursed in a low voice and could no longer participate in the bidding. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to call out, 1,200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. He wanted to obtain the soul-controlling art in one go, and he definitely wouldn't give others a chance. This was a matter of great importance to his future. After he called out the price, a dissatisfied grunt came from the fourth box, and then it was followed by silence. Ling Xiao originally thought that the soul-controlling art was about to be in his hands, and he was very excited. Unfortunately, the crisp voice that came from the number 10 booth shattered his fantasies. 1,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The woman's voice was very powerful. This time, everyone in the auction house cried out in surprise. The 10th box suddenly increased the bid by 300,000 high-grade mysterious crystals, causing Ling Xiao to wipe away a cold sweat. This price was already his limit. If he delayed any longer, he was afraid that the soul-controlling art would really slip away from his hands. 1,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals and 1,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and called out. Chapter 563. Ling Xiao did not obtain many top-grade fire mysterious crystals in the belly of Flame Volcano, only a little more than 100 pieces, and he had even used a few of them. However, each piece of top-grade fire mysterious crystal was quite large, and the amount was enough. According to the size of the mysterious crystals on the market, Ling Xiao's remaining top-grade fire mysterious crystals were equivalent to 2,000 pieces. Each piece of top-grade mysterious crystal was equivalent to the energy of 100 high-grade mysterious crystals. In other words, the 2,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals in Ling Xiao's hands were equivalent to 200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Just now, Ling Xiao had called out a price of 1.5 million high-grade mysterious crystals and 1,000 top-grade fire mysterious crystals, which was equivalent to 1.6 million high-grade mysterious crystals. At this point, Ling Xiao had already thrown caution to the wind. If the other party really wanted to fight to the death with him, then there was nothing he could do. However, this did not mean that he would give up just like that. He might even have to kill someone and steal their goods. Someone can actually find this kind of top-grade fire mysterious crystal. Isn't this too heaven-defying? That's right, these top-grade mysterious crystals are all found in some dangerous places. Most of these top-grade fire mysterious crystals are found in the 10,000-year Sea of Fire. Ordinary people would not be able to go deep into it, and even a venerable would have to shrink back. I really don't know who exactly is in room 8. This level of wealth, only a 4th grade sect would have. The old man and the young woman in room 10 were extremely anxious. 1.5 million was already their limit, but the other party still wanted to increase it, which made the pressure on them double. Great-grandmother, should we continue? The beautiful woman looked at the old woman and asked. The old woman nodded without hesitation. Why not? I must get Brother Tian's belongings back for him. Moreover, the other party has even called out top-grade fire mysterious crystals, so it seems that they are about to run out. Let's see who has the last laugh. The beautiful woman nodded and added another 200,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. Ling Xiao's heart felt like it had been ruthlessly slapped, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. There was no way for him to surpass the other party's mysterious crystals. What should I do? What should I do? Ling Xiao asked anxiously in his heart. If he missed this time, he would regret it for the rest of his life. 1,800,000 mysterious crystals going once. 1,800,000 mysterious crystals going twice. The auctioneer called twice. Just as he was about to call for the third time, Ling Xiao could only turn his face to the side. His heart was starting to bleed. Just as the auctioneer hammered down, an ethereal voice rang out, 5 million mysterious crystals of upper grade. As soon as he said this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Hiss. From the start of the auction until now, this was the first time that such a large increment had occurred. He actually added 700,000 high-grade mysterious crystals in one go. This could be considered a huge sum in the Central Territory. The old woman in room 10 was on the verge of screaming, Who is making things difficult for me? That is my brother Tian's relic. Even though she was angry, she was still rational. She didn't dare to rob the Feng clan's auction. The consequences were not something she could bear. Ling Xiao, who was in the 8th private room, was completely disheartened. 1,800,000 high-grade mysterious crystals already made him feel helpless, and 2,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals made him feel even more despair. Husband, don't be sad. That is just an unknown ancient scroll. Maybe there is nothing in it. Kai Shue comforted him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, You don't understand. It means a lot to me. Brother Ling, don't be sad. If it is yours, it will be yours in the end. If it isn't, even if you force it, you won't be able to get it. Ai. Ling Xiao let out a heavy sigh. He looked as if he was mourning a great loss. Feng Xianyun, who was at the side, blamed herself in her heart. Ling Xiao forced himself to look at Savage Leopard and said, Can you lock on to the person who bid just now? Savage Leopard shook his head and said, No, the other party's strength is far above mine. Ling Xiao's heart was even colder than the Savage Leopard. His opponent was even more powerful than the Savage Leopard, which meant that he was above the middle stage mystic Tharch. If he wanted to snatch it by force, there was only death awaiting him. In the end, the ancient scroll was auctioned off by an unknown mysterious person for 2,500,000 high-grade mysterious crystals. The Wind Capital's monthly auction was over. Ling Xiao and the others obtained the mother and child swords and the black jasmine vine. After exiting the auction, Ling Xiao said listlessly, Let's find a place to reminisce. Everyone knew that Ling Xiao was in a bad mood, so they didn't dare to go against his wishes. Thus, the group found a nearby inn to settle down. However, before they could start reminiscing, Savage Leopard whispered into Ling Xiao's ear, There are 3 groups of people following us, and one of them has an Emperor stage expert. Ling Xiao was in a bad mood after losing the soul-controlling art. Now, there were actually people who had ideas about him. Immediately, a ball of anger surged. This young master wants to find someone to vent his anger on. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a strong killing intent flashed across his face. Returning to the inn, Ling Xiao stored the others into the medicinal cauldron. Then, he brought Savage Leopard and the prodigal boy and flew out of the Wind Capital, giving those greedy fellows a chance. After all, they didn't dare to cause trouble openly in the Wind Capital. Between the mountain ridges outside the Wind Capital, Ling Xiao, Savage Leopard, and the prodigal boy stopped. The first to appear was a group of people with a larger number of people. This group of people was actually a group of robbers and roving bandits. Normally, they would appear in the auction house and pay attention to those who were wealthy but not strong. Once the other party left the Wind Capital, they would immediately take action to snatch their belongings. Regarding these matters, the Feng clan also turned a blind eye. After all, this was a world where the weak were prey to the weak. As long as they didn't cause trouble in the Wind Capital, the Feng clan wouldn't care. There were a total of 15 people in the roving bandits, and each of them was at least at the Earth's sovereign level. The strongest 2 had reached the Sky's sovereign level. These 2 Sky sovereigns were the 2 brothers, Zhou Li and Zhou Hai. Both of them were mid-level Sky sovereigns. The reason why they dared to chase was entirely because they sensed that Ling Xiao and the others were only at the king level. Presumably, they were disciples of some power, which was the best target for them to attack. Everyone, you must have had a hard time chasing me. Now, I will send you on your way. Ling Xiao turned around and said coldly. Zhou Li, Zhou Hai, and the others all laughed loudly. Brat, it seems like you still don't understand the situation. We should be the ones to send you on your way. Zhou Li sneered, then waved his hand at his subordinates. Following that, the Earth Sovereigns split up and surrounded Ling Xiao's group. This young master is in a bad mood. You guys are the ones who delivered yourselves to me. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao said faintly. A powerful aura accompanied by the image of a golden dragon rose up. A unique sword appeared in his hand, and a dragon's roar came from his mouth. Roar. In an instant, many Earth Sovereigns felt their eardrums hurt, and their vision became blurry. Swoosh swoosh. A streak of red and white light flashed past like lightning, and several heads were instantly chopped off. Bastard, hurry up and kill him. Zhou Li and Zhou Hai came back to their senses, only to find that they had lost a few subordinates. At the same time, the two of them prepared to attack Ling Xiao. However, the prodigal had already found them and shouted, "You guys are mine, don't even think of escaping." The prodigal had already advanced to the mid-level of the Sixth Order, and was comparable to a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. However, in terms of combat power, he was much stronger than a mid-level Heavenly Venerable. Savage Leopard watched coldly from the side, constantly paying attention to the movements around him. The two groups of people hiding not far from them did not make a move for the time being. It seemed like they wanted to reap the benefits of the fisherman. Ling Xiao seemed to be possessed, and he was in a killing frenzy. He used his mind to control the ice and fire sword, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. In an instant, he killed a few people. With his combat power increased tenfold, he brandished his sword, and blood dyed the sky red. Those Earth Sovereigns did not expect that the other party was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Moreover, they were caught off guard from the very beginning, which really made them timid. Just as a few high-level Earth Sovereigns wanted to seal off Ling Xiao, they felt a sharp pain in their heads, and immediately lost consciousness. Ling Xiao needed to vent the unhappiness in his heart. He was like a god of death, and the ice and fire sword in his hand kept reaping the lives of those Earth Sovereigns. In just a moment, out of the 13 Earth Sovereigns, only 2 were left. On the other side, Zhou Li and Zhou Hai joined forces against the prodigal. Although they had the upper hand, they had no way to kill the prodigal for a while. Second brother, summon your spirit beast. Zhou Li called out, and took the lead to summon his spirit beast. Zhou Hai did not hesitate to summon his spirit beast as well. Both of them were low-level 6th Order flying spirit beasts, blue-winged flying cranes. They were spirit beasts that were known for their speed, but their attack power was much weaker than other spirit beasts of the same level. Damn birds, get out of here. The prodigal roared at the 2 blue-winged flying cranes with bloodshot eyes, and the aura of a divine beast instantly pervaded the air. The 2 blue-winged flying cranes that were about to attack the prodigal trembled, and they could not help but fall down. The power of a divine beast was not something that ordinary spirit beasts like them could contend with. Zhou Li and Zhou Hai were scared out of their wits when they saw this scene. When they looked at their subordinates, they saw that almost all of them were dead, and the other party still had not made a move. They began to feel afraid. Boss, they were all hiding their strength. We've been fooled. Zhou Hai exclaimed. It's over. Let's go. Zhou Li cried out decisively, then turned around and ran. Zhou Hai did not dare to hesitate and also prepared to escape. Where do you think you're going? After killing the last 2 Earth Sovereigns, Ling Xiao roared, and his mental strength split into 2 and attacked the 2. When his mental strength was split into 2, its power was greatly reduced. Of course, it could not kill the 2 Heavenly Venerables instantly, but it could only slow down their speed of escape. At the same time, it caused a temporary chaos in their sea of consciousness, so that the prodigal had enough time to kill them. Bang bang. The prodigal seized the opportunity, and his not-so-big fists exploded with terrifying energy. With one punch, he punched a large head. The head was like a watermelon that fell to the ground, and the brain juice burst out. A group of strong roving bandits was killed by Ling Xiao and the prodigal at the fastest speed. Chapter 564. In two corners not far away, the two groups of people revealed shocked expressions. Zhou Li, Zhou Hai, and the others might not be very strong in the central region, but they should be much stronger than the three youths. However, they had been killed in an instant. It was clear that the other party had hidden their strength. A group of people led by a high-level heavenly venerable, a mid-level heavenly venerable, and a low-level heavenly venerable felt a sense of fear. They were much stronger than Zhou Li and Zhou Hai, but even they couldn't kill Zhou Li and Zhou Hai in such a short time. Boss, let's quickly retreat. The point is too hard. The low-level Empyrean quietly said to the high-level Empyrean with two axes on his back. The high-level Empyrean with two axes on his back hesitated for a moment before saying, "Let's go. It seems like we followed the wrong person today. However, it's good that Zhou Li and Zhou Hai died." "Not good, they seem to have sensed us, run." The middle stage Empyrean shouted. The three celestial masters didn't even think about it. In an instant, a powerful energy burst forth from them. They no longer hid their bodies and immediately fled in one direction. The earthly sovereign realm experts that followed them were also frightened out of their wits. Savage Leopard sneered, "Can you escape?" He spread out his palms, and a blood-colored ball of light instantly covered this part of the world. The three Empyreans and the earthly emperors were immediately imprisoned, unable to move their bodies. They were all astonished. Emperor. Emperor rank. How could they have imagined that they would actually set their sights on an emperor rank cultivator? Wasn't this purely courting death? However, there was no medicine for regret. Now that they had kicked a steel plate, they could only beg for mercy. "Why, Your Excellency, we had eyes but couldn't see and offended you all. Please let us off." That high-level Empyrean pleaded with the savage leopard. The others also cried, "That's right, my lord. We didn't do anything to you. Please let us go. Sir, please spare us. We're just passing by. It's useless to talk to me." "You should talk to my young master," Cruel Leopard said coldly. Just as they were looking at Ling Xiao, a red and white sword light flew past their necks. Swoosh! Their heads were chopped off one by one. You're so ruthless. I'll fight it out with you." The middle-level Empyrean roared and then shouted to his two companions, "Boss, third brother, take care." After shouting, his body instantly swelled up. It seemed that he was going to choose to self-destruct. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh as he subconsciously controlled the ice and fire sword to stab at the mid-level Sky Sovereign's forehead. Before that middle-level Empyrean could self-detonate, he was killed by Ling Xiao first. "Second bro." The two heavenly venerables cried out in alarm. Then, they chose to self-destruct. "If we're going to die, we'll die together." Boom, boom, boom. Two thunderous booms shook the sky, and everything within a radius of several hundred meters was turned into dust. Even their companions died before they could escape. When the smoke dissipated, Ling Xiao, Cruel Leopard and the prodigal were still fine 1,000 meters away. With Cruel Leopard, the mystic emperor here, if they still died, then Cruel Leopard might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. However, the clothes of the three of them were more or less damaged. After all, the power of the two Empyreans' self-detonation could be said to be terrifying. After the two groups of people died, Ling Xiao's state of mind calmed down a lot. "What about the other two?" Ling Xiao asked. "They sense my strength and have already left." Cruel Leopard replied. Ling Xiao coldly snorted and said, "At least they know what's good for them." Ling Xiao had vented enough, so he asked Cruel Leopard to collect the spatial rings that he had just swept away. He felt that he was in desperate need of Xian crystals. If he had enough Xian crystals at the auction, he wouldn't have lost the other scroll of the soul-controlling art. Now, he didn't even know who had auctioned it off. He didn't even have the chance to take something to exchange or snatch it. Just as Ling Xiao and the others were about to rush back to Wind City, an imposing figure appeared in front of Ling Xiao and the others. Cruel Leopard immediately blocked in front of Ling Xiao and shouted vigilantly, "Who are you? If you don't want to die, then scram." For some reason, when Cruel Leopard faced this person, he felt a sense of fear in his heart. It's Senior Evil Emperor. Ling Xiao looked at the person in surprise and exclaimed. That's right, the person blocking in front of Ling Xiao was the Evil Emperor who had previously asked Ling Xiao to acknowledge him as his master. The Evil Emperor held his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with indifference as he coldly shouted at Cruel Leopard, "Scram." Cruel Leopard only felt a pain in his heart, and as if he had been struck by lightning, he quickly fell towards the ground. Bang! Cruel Leopard's body ruthlessly smashed into the mountain ridges, raising a thick cloud of dust. Ling Xiao's expression instantly stiffened, and he was once again shocked by the Evil Emperor's strength. Could it be that he wants to kill me? Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little afraid. He had previously rejected the Evil Emperor to be his master, and now, looking at the Evil Emperor's posture, it seemed that he was planning to silence him. The prodigal stood in front of Ling Xiao, and the usually fearless lord did not dare to take the initiative to attack. He only stared at the Evil Emperor, and with the sharp senses of a divine beast, he could sense that the human in front of him was very strong, so strong that he felt like he was facing his own grandfather. "Little guy, you go down too," the Evil Emperor said lightly, and then with a light wave of his hand, the prodigal immediately fell down like Cruel Leopard. "If you have anything, you can come at me, please don't hurt them." Ling Xiao angrily glared at the Evil Emperor and shouted. The Evil Emperor disdainfully curled his lips, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you, come with me." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to imprison Ling Xiao, and then he vanished with Ling Xiao on the spot. Their speed was simply unimaginable. Below, Cruel Leopard and the prodigal climbed up from the ground in a sorry state. There were many wounds on their bodies, but their internal injuries were not very serious. Obviously, the Evil Emperor did not want their lives. "Boss has been taken away, let's chase," the prodigal shouted. Just as he took off, Cruel Leopard did not move at all. "Why aren't you chasing?" the prodigal looked at Cruel Leopard in confusion. "It's useless, we don't know where young master has been taken, let's just wait here." "I believe that young master will be fine," Cruel Leopard shook his head and said. He really did not expect to see the idol he had admired in the past. Bloodthirsty blade tyrant, charming demonic emperor, single-minded sword fanatic, and invincible mad monk. These 4 people were publicly acknowledged as the 4 strongest people in the central region. Their legends were widely spread, and regardless of whether it was the older generation or the younger generation, they were all their admirers. Cruel Leopard admired Blade Tyrant and Evil Emperor the most in his life. Just now, he saw the Evil Emperor with his own eyes, and he was very excited. He did not expect that the legend of 10,000 years was still alive. He thought that the 4 people had already turned into dust or went to the heaven region, but he did not expect that the Evil Emperor was still in the central region. Previously, Cruel Leopard heard his young master say that the Evil Emperor wanted to take his young master as a disciple, and now it seemed that it was true. Cruel Leopard secretly exclaimed in his heart, "Young master is really lucky, to be able to catch the Evil Emperor's eye. Becoming the Holy Emperor is definitely not a problem." Ling Xiao could only hear a whistling sound in his ears. He couldn't open his eyes at all because of the wind that was blowing towards him. Even with his strong body, he felt uncomfortable. After an unknown period of time, the Evil Emperor finally stopped. Ling Xiao was barely able to open his eyes, and he found that he had already arrived at an extremely desolate place. This place was impressively a desert, and it seemed that there were few people, only sand flying in the sky, and the horizon was vast. The Evil Emperor casually waved his hand, and a piece of sand was forcibly lifted up, then he grabbed Ling Xiao through the air and jumped into the sand pit. Ling Xiao only felt his vision blur, and in the next moment, he had arrived at a paradise filled with birds and flowers. Bursts of fragrance assailed his nostrils, causing Ling Xiao to feel refreshed. Ling Xiao did not need to guess to know that this was another independent space world. The evil emperor no longer paid attention to Ling Xiao, and walked towards the bamboo house in front of him. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the bamboo house was actually very similar to Feng Qingyuan's house. Even the layout of the scene was very similar. He could not help but wonder if he was in the Feng clan's sacred hall again. Other than my woman, you are the first person to step into my territory. The evil emperor's voice sounded faintly. That is Junior's honor. Ling Xiao replied with a little fear. Today, you only have two choices. One is to immediately acknowledge me as your master. I don't mind your original bullshit master. And the second is to bury you here forever. The evil emperor did not even look at Ling Xiao as he said faintly. To think that he, the dignified evil emperor, was known by everyone in the central region, and there were countless people who wanted to be his disciple. He did not expect that just as he had his eyes on a kid who would inherit his legacy, he would be rejected by the other party. If this matter were to spread out, where would he, the evil emperor, put his face? When Ling Xiao heard this, he did not even think and immediately knelt down in front of the evil emperor. Disciple Ling Xiao greets master. Now, Ling Xiao was laughing in his heart. This young master has acknowledged one of the four great legends, the evil emperor as his master. In the future, who would dare to challenge this young master in the central region? Ever since Savage Leopard had told him about the evil emperor's body, Ling Xiao had always regretted not acknowledging the evil emperor as his master. Now that the opportunity had presented itself again, he naturally would not hesitate at all. Why is this kid enlightened? Is he afraid of death? The evil emperor was puzzled. Then, he thought, no matter what, I've finally scared this kid. It wasn't easy for me to find a successor. I can't bear to crush him to death. At least you know what's good for you, the evil emperor replied softly. Then, he threw two items in front of Ling Xiao. Consider this a greeting gift from your master. When Ling Xiao saw these two items, he instantly exclaimed, 8. 8-leaf fire lotus, soul. Soul-controlling art. What the evil emperor had thrown in front of Ling Xiao was the incomplete 8-leaf fire lotus and the other scroll of the soul-controlling art that he had always desired the most. Ling Xiao rubbed his eyes. He could not believe that this was real. The soul-controlling art that he had tried so hard to obtain had returned to him. Could it be that after extreme misfortune came joy? Chapter 565. Previously, he had killed people to vent his hatred for losing the soul-controlling art. He had been prepared to never be able to collect the soul-controlling art, but who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel? The soul-controlling art had once again returned to his hands, and he was truly pleasantly surprised. It seemed that the person who had bought the soul-controlling art for 2.5 million high-grade Xian crystals at the auction was the evil emperor himself. Ling Zhao's first impression of this generous master was very good. He had spent 2.5 million Xian crystals in one go. This was not something that ordinary people would be willing to spend, even in the 3rd or 4th grade. The evil emperor had obtained the soul-controlling art from the auction, so how did he get this broken 8-leaf fire lotus evil emperor? Evil master, this. How did you get the 8-leaf fire lotus? Ling Xiao asked. Of course I snatched it. Could it be that you picked it up? The evil emperor replied impatiently. Then he said, but I'm still missing the fire lotus core. I'll find a way to get it for you in the next 2 days. Since you're my disciple, I won't mistreat you. Ling Xiao had heard of the effects of the 8-leaf fire lotus. If he could repair it, not only would it be beneficial to him, but it would also be of great help to the people around him. Thank you, master. Ling Xiao said gratefully. All right, enough with the nonsense. Show me all of your cultivation attributes, said the evil emperor, getting back to the main topic. Ling Xiao did not know what the evil emperor was going to do, but he still showed the attributes of his 5 elements to the evil emperor. Not bad. You really cultivate the 5 elements. Although it's not the 5 elements body, it suits me better. The evil emperor laughed. Ling Xiao looked at his master in confusion. The demonic emperor also saw Ling Xiao's confusion and immediately displayed his own attributes one by one. Red fire, blue water, green wood, yellow earth, purple thunder. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he looked at the evil emperor's attributes. He had never thought that the demonic emperor would actually cultivate in all 5 attributes like him, but these 5 attributes were a little different from his. Ling Xiao was extremely envious of the evil emperor's thunder attribute. It must be known that the thunder attribute was the rarest and most powerful of the 9 attributes, where even the gold and fire attributes paled in comparison. However, profound skills related to lightning attribute cultivation were extremely rare, especially high-level profound skills. Now you know why I must take you in as my disciple, right? The evil emperor asked. Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded his head and said, I understand, master. It's rare to see people with 5 attributes like us. The evil emperor nodded his head and said, You're right, there aren't many people who can cultivate all 5 attributes at the same time, but there are even fewer people who can cultivate all 5 attributes to a certain level, unless it's the rare 5 elements body that only appears once every 10,000 years. There was a huge difference between a 5 elements body and a 5 elements body. The 5 elements body referred to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, all of which had reached 100% purity. It was one of the rarest body constitutions. With this kind of body constitutions, no matter what cultivation method one practiced, it would yield twice the results. As long as the martial artist with the 5 elements body had a good perception, it was absolutely possible for them to break through the saint realm. If their perception was good, then it would not be difficult for them to reach the God realm. Master, is there really a 5 elements body in this world? Ling Xiao asked. With regards to this kind of physique, Ling Xiao had read about it in some ancient books. It was the most abnormal of all physiques. The evil emperor nodded his head and said, Of course it exists. There are trillions of people on the continent, and there are all kinds of physiques. It's just that whether or not we can discover it is another matter. After pausing for a moment, he continued, back to the main topic. The reason why I accepted you as my disciple was because I wanted you to inherit my mantle and carry on the name of my evil emperor. Master, there's something I don't understand. Ling Xiao asked hesitantly. What don't you understand? The evil emperor asked. Do you want me to inherit your evil emperor's prestige, or do you want me to inherit your evil emperor's style? Ling Xiao asked very seriously. Of course I want to inherit both. The evil emperor wiped a smile. All right, you see, your disciple's current strength is still very weak. If I want to inherit your prestige, I'm afraid I don't have the strength to do so. Do you think you should raise your disciple's cultivation to the emperor level first? Ling Xiao spread out his hands. The evil emperor's face was full of black lines. Do you think that the emperor level is a cabbage that you can mention just because you want to? But, if I can't even reach the emperor level, how can I inherit your prestige? Ling Xiao said awkwardly. You don't have to reach the emperor level to be famous. The evil emperor snorted coldly. Then, he said, there's a very fast way to become famous. As long as you participate in the imperial rankings competition and obtain the title of first place on the imperial rankings, then you won't be able to become famous even if you don't want to. Imperial rankings competition? This was the first time Ling Xiao had heard of this. You don't even know this? What kind of backwater did you come from? The evil emperor was a little speechless. Ling Xiao laughed dryly. This disciple just came from the northwest. It's not easy for you to reach the Earth Emperor stage at such a young age. The evil emperor looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, then continued, the Imperial Rankings tournament is a ranking battle between the Earth Emperors of the Central Region, and the champion will be able to shake the entire Central Region. At the same time, they will also receive a very good reward, and can even be bestowed with the honorary title of First Emperor. It is the most popular ranking battle among the younger generation, but there is a limit to the age, and only Earth Emperors under 100 years old can participate. However, this Imperial Rankings tournament is only held once every 10 years, and there are still 2 years before the next Imperial Rankings tournament, so you don't need to be anxious." When Ling Xiao heard this, he was suddenly enlightened. So there was such a ranking competition in the central region. The evil emperor continued, "These are just the so-called battles for face between the great powers. Back then, I had also won the title of First Emperor once, and it was also at that time that I made a name for myself. Although these battles are a little boring, they are very suitable for tempering one's strength, so I want you to participate in the Imperial Rankings tournament 2 years later and take down the title of First Emperor for me. This will be quite beneficial to you. You must know that at that time, all the young talents in the central region will be gathered together, including those young ladies, princesses, and saintesses of the great clans. They are all outstanding talents of the new generation, and will also choose their partners at that time, so you must not miss it." Looking at the vulgar smile on the evil emperor's old face, Ling Xiao felt that the name Evil Emperor Flirtatious should be true. "Hee, that's right, master, you were the one who hooked up with Mistress Feng Qingyuan at that time, right?" Ling Xiao asked with a wretched smile. The evil emperor was startled for a moment, then said, "You know Qingyuan?" "That's right, you've entered the Feng clan's bullshit sacred hall before." Then, he smiled and said, "She's just one of them. It's just that that little girl isn't very obedient, so master can't be bothered with her." Ling Xiao was currently worshipping this Ping-yi master of his to the extreme. The Feng clan was one of the 18 great powers, and Feng Qingyuan was the most terrifying person in the Feng clan. He was at least at the peak of the emperor stage, but he was actually just one of his mistresses. Furthermore, looking at his master's expression, he didn't seem to care much about Feng Qingyuan. Ling Xiao's heart ached. Feng Qingyuan was a little older, but her appearance and figure were both top-notch. How could he let go of such a beauty? He truly felt pity for his master. The evil emperor seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's thoughts and revealed a smile. "Wait until you make a name for yourself. In the future, there will be all kinds of women. Especially in the heaven realm, those women are the true beauties, dazzling your eyes, and at that time, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them." "Hee, master, this disciple is very pure and dedicated." Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and laughed dryly. "Is that so? You are very pure and dedicated, and you have 5 girls by your side at all times?" the evil emperor asked snappily. Ling Xiao revealed an embarrassed smile, and did not reply. "All right, I only have 1 year left. In this year, I will teach you everything I know. Whether you can comprehend it or not will depend on yourself." The evil emperor changed the topic. "What, master, you only have 1 year left?" Ling Xiao was shocked. He thought to himself, "How can I die so soon after becoming your disciple? Isn't this a scam, really?" "Scoundrel, what are you thinking? Master is saying, I only have 1 year left in the central region. I have to return to the heaven realm within a year." The evil emperor scolded. "So that's how it is." Ling Xiao replied in realization, and then revealed a look of shock. "Master, you said you want to return to the heaven realm? You've been to the heaven realm?" The heaven realm, according to legend, was a mysterious holy land that only those with cultivation of the saint level and above could go to. Some said that it was a martial artist's paradise, a paradise on earth, and the people who lived there were all legends of immortality. There were all kinds of rare plants, rare treasures, and divine beasts everywhere. Some said that it was a battlefield between the saint level and the divine king, a hell of massacre, a world where the winner was king and the loser was a bandit. In short, there were many different opinions, but there were not many rumors that could be confirmed. The only thing that could be confirmed was that it was a world that only saint-level experts could go to. It was said that many of the older generation of saint-level experts had all gone to the heaven realm. This was something that was recorded in all the major powers. "Yes, I've been back from the heaven realm for 2 years, and I have to return in another year, so I don't have much time to teach you." The evil emperor revealed a trace of helplessness. "Master, can you tell me what kind of place the heaven realm is?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. "That's not something you can worry about right now. Without thousands of years of effort, don't even think about going to the heaven realm. If I let you know now, it will only cause more obstacles for you, said the evil emperor. Then he said, rest here for 2 days. I'll first repair the 8-leaf fire lotus, and then I'll teach you the mysterious art of separation. Master, can this disciple go out and bring my friends over first? Ling Xiao requested. The evil emperor said impatiently, you can just stay here peacefully. I'll go bring them over. Fortunately, I won't come back to this place in the future. It's really not good to be trampled on by other men here. After the evil emperor finished speaking, he disappeared from where he stood. Ling Xiao was once again shocked. Chapter 566. The evil emperor went out for less than an hour before bringing back Savage Leopard and the prodigal boy. When the two saw Ling Xiao, they immediately relaxed. I've brought them back for you. You're not allowed to go anywhere for the next year. Focus on your cultivation. The spiritual energy here isn't any worse than those of the major powers. It'll be very beneficial to your cultivation, the evil emperor said solemnly. Ling Xiao hesitated, but in the end, he still nodded heavily. What's on your mind? The evil emperor saw through Ling Xiao's thoughts and asked. Ling Xiao shook his head, it's nothing. The evil emperor would only be staying in the central region for a year. It would be a great honor to receive guidance from this old man. Ling Xiao really didn't want to let go of this 1 year. It had to be known that the evil emperor's cultivation was above the saint realm. As for which stage he had reached, Ling Xiao couldn't imagine. It was unknown how many people dreamed of receiving guidance from a supreme expert of this level. As for rushing to the North Water boundary to rescue Yun Mingqi, that would wait for now. After all, she shouldn't be in any trouble right now. No matter what kind of thoughts you have to forget about them. Only by becoming stronger will you be able to solve everything, said the evil emperor. Master is right, Ling Xiao replied. Indeed, as the evil emperor had said, only by becoming stronger could one be the absolute truth. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't very clear about the strength of the Blackwater sect. Although he had something to rely on, he also had to become stronger. At the very least, he had to fight against an Empyrean and not be defeated in order to truly establish a foothold in the central region. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao put everything else aside and peacefully cultivated in this independent space. At the same time, Ling Xiao summoned the people in his medicine cauldron. This time, even the evil emperor revealed a rare look of surprise. Brat, you actually have a human concealing ring. What's not a human concealing ring? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It seems that there are still a lot of things you don't understand. The human storage ring is similar to a space ring, but it is specifically used to hide living people. The ring you have now can hide living people. If it isn't a human storage ring, then what is it? This is a spirit treasure that has reached the peak of the holy artifact level. Even in the heaven region, it's rare. The evil emperor said with a sigh. Ling Xiao didn't expect that the heaven domain would have such a treasure that could hide people, but he didn't plan to hide it from the evil emperor, so he directly changed the spatial ring back to the appearance of a medicine cauldron. This time, the evil emperor was even more shocked. This is a heaven-ranked divine cauldron. That's right, this is one of the 9 great heavenly god cauldrons, the obsidian cauldron, Ling Xiao said with some pride. Good boy, this is a top-notch divine artifact. The evil emperor's eyes lit up as he praised, but then his face became serious as he said, you can't let others know about this divine artifact, even if you go to the heaven region in the future. Otherwise, you'll be killed, and even your master might not be able to protect you. Your disciple understands. Ling Xiao replied. An ordinary man is innocent, but he is guilty of holding a wall. Ling Xiao still understood this logic, and he had always rarely looked at a medicinal cauldron as a human. It's good that you know. I'll go out for 2 days and find the 8-leaf fire lotus core. The evil emperor said in a hurry before disappearing. Right now, Ling Xiao was no longer surprised by the evil emperor's ability to come and go without a trace. He took advantage of these 2 days to study the second scroll of the God-controlling arts chant. This was a space that the evil emperor had opened up, and it was like a small village. There were strange flowers and grasses everywhere, hundreds of birds flying in the air, dense spiritual energy, small bridges, pavilions, and phoenix pavilions. This place was simply a paradise. Anyone who stayed here would feel comfortable both in body and mind. Especially the women who were extremely emotional, all of them liked it even more. After Ling Xiao arranged for everyone, he found a quiet place to sit down. He took out the ancient scroll, feeling extremely excited. I hope it hasn't been destroyed. Ling Xiao prayed in the center of his heart. Thinking back to the first scroll of the God-controlling art, he felt that the contents of the ancient scroll would disappear as soon as his mental energy entered it and imprinted the chant in his mind. This meant that he only had one chance. If the sky-scorching great emperor had already opened the ancient scroll, then the ancient scroll might have been destroyed. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only hope for the best. After sitting in meditation for 2 hours, Ling Xiao's mental energy had calmed down, and his heart had become desireless. It's time. Ling Xiao murmured, and the mental energy in his mind drilled into the ancient scroll. Whoosh! When his mental energy entered the ancient scroll, a turbulent light blasted into Ling Xiao's mind. Rumble. Ling Xiao felt that his mind had been blasted into chaos, and it was extremely uncomfortable. It was as if his head had suddenly swelled up and would explode at any time. This was the second time Ling Xiao had faced such a situation. Previously, he had escaped death because Lu Wang and the Khanate sinister wind bead had helped him resist the energy. This time, he did not intend to rely on them. He immediately gritted his teeth, guarded his mind, and mobilized all the mental energy in his mind to resist the powerful energy that blasted into his mind. Ling Xiao's mental energy was no longer what it used to be. The energy that blasted into his mind was instantly enveloped by his mental energy, and the chaos in his mind gradually stabilized. Next, when Ling Xiao was about to expel and destroy the energy, he was surprised to find that the energy actually gradually fused with his mental energy. The two energies actually produced a feeling of harmony, and that feeling was truly wonderful for Ling Xiao. After a while, after that mass of energy fused with his spiritual force, he felt his spiritual force suddenly rise. That pool of milky white spiritual liquid continued to spread out, and more than half of his sea of consciousness, which had already expanded to a very large extent, was filled with spiritual liquid. The mental energy emitted a pure, vast, and resplendent light. In his mind, the small tree, the Khanate sinister wind bead, and the demon blue fire bead each emitted a faint light, and after absorbing the pure energy, the three became even more smooth and clean. It was as if they had all been purified of impurities, and appeared even more holy. When Ling Xiao's mind calmed down, Ling Xiao felt that his mental state was unprecedentedly full and comfortable. It was as if he was bathing in an icy pond in summer, or soaking in a hot spring in winter. It made people reluctant to part, and it was extremely refreshing. When Ling Xiao opened his eyes, the ancient scroll automatically opened up, and suddenly, a golden light bloomed. The light formed into ancient, vigorous characters that floated in the air, looking very holy and mysterious. Ling Xiao cried out in surprise, "Great, everything is still here." Then, he began to read it seriously and quickly, trying to memorize it as soon as possible. When Ling Xiao finished reading the incantation, the illusory golden characters all drilled into his mind. In Ling Xiao's mind, the three big words, soul-controlling art, immediately flashed. The incantation was completely recorded in his mind, and he could no longer disperse it. Ling Xiao quickly recited the incantation from the first half of the incantation and the second half of the incantation in his mind. Suddenly, he jumped up from the ground, and said in surprise, "Great, it really is the second stage of the incantation." According to the introduction in the first volume, the soul-controlling art was divided into 3 stages of cultivation: skill control, soul control, and mind control. According to the introduction in the first chapter, the first stage, skill control, could use spiritual power to create all kinds of mystical skills, and kill people invisibly. Not only could it make one invincible under the same level, but it could also kill people of a higher level than oneself. This was not a difficult thing. Regarding this point, Ling Xiao had already obtained sufficient proof. And the second stage, soul control, could confuse the opponent's mind, causing the opponent's mind to be distracted. If used in a fight, it could make the opponent lose the ability to fight for a short period of time, and seize the opportunity to kill the opponent. This was similar to the first stage, but its effect was different. The first stage was to directly injure or kill the opponent, while the second stage was to use ingenious techniques to ensure that the opponent's spiritual sea would not be damaged, causing the opponent to be distracted and taking advantage of the situation. In this way, the opponent could be killed or captured. This point was most suitable to be used on those who did not deserve to die. In addition to the above effect, its real advantage was that it could use strong spiritual power to control a martial artist whose mind was not firm, or whose spiritual power was scattered, deficient, and not focused. As long as he used his spiritual power to erase the opponent's original independent consciousness, use the mind control incantation, and then forcefully instill his own consciousness, no matter how strong the martial artist was, he would be able to use them. This point was the essence of the second stage, soul control. Of course, if the opponent was the kind of person who was full of spiritual power, concentrated and tenacious willpower, forcefully using the soul control might cause the opponent to counterattack, and thus the user would be injured. This was also its shortcoming. But overall, the second stage was very scary. As for the third stage, mind control, it was even more amazing. At this stage, one could already rely on strong spiritual power to kill any expert, control any expert, and even God realm experts would have to be used by him. Of course, Ling Xiao also hoped that one day, he would be able to obtain the third stage of the incantation, but now that he had obtained the second scroll, he felt unusually happy and satisfied. As long as he mastered the second stage and controlled many puppet masters, it would not be difficult for him to roam the central region, and he would definitely have the confidence to establish his own force. After Ling Xiao calmed himself down, he checked his spiritual power and found that it had doubled in size. Previously, he could instantly kill an earthly sovereign, so it was not impossible for him to instantly kill a low-level or mid-level heavenly venerate. As for a high-level heavenly venerate, it would not be too difficult for him to deal with them. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and his heart was filled with gratitude towards the evil emperor. Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to immediately enter a state of cultivation, but wanted to test how many kilograms his spiritual power could control from a distance. Ling Xiao's spiritual power turned into a huge invisible palm and grabbed towards a large rock, easily grabbing it. Ling Xiao muttered, "This piece is about 5,000 jin. In the past, it was very difficult for me to grab it, but now it's so easy. Then I'll try to split my spiritual power into two and see if I can grab it." Chapter 567. Ling Xiao tried it a few times and found that his mental energy could easily control something that weighed 15,000 kilograms. Ling Xiao was overjoyed to have such a powerful control ability. With this kind of mental energy, it wouldn't be difficult to control hundreds of people at the same time. Of course, the prerequisite for this was that these people were much weaker than him. Otherwise, they would have been able to struggle free. With my current mental energy, Empyrean realm experts will no longer be able to pose a threat to me, Ling Xiao said confidently. Ling Xiao really didn't expect that the spiritual force that came out from the ancient scroll was actually spiritual force. Moreover, it was of the same origin as the spiritual force that he had been cultivating. The combination of the two had enriched his spiritual force to a very powerful level. This was equivalent to him cultivating for tens or even hundreds of years without the help of spirit herbs or elixirs. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh at how skilled the master of the soul-controlling art was. He had actually infused his mental strength into the ancient scroll. Normally, if one didn't have a super expert strength or a weak mental strength, they would all die. It seemed that the master of the soul-controlling art was quite sinister. Back when he had first obtained the first scroll of the soul-controlling art, if it weren't for Lu Wang and the natural Yin wind bead in his knowledge sea, he would have died a long time ago. Ling Xiao guessed that the reason the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll was because he had sensed that there was something strange about it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao felt that this was very likely. After all, once one reached the Emperor realm, their senses in all aspects were beyond imagination. They could even predict unknown dangers in advance. Perhaps it was for this reason that the Burning Heaven Emperor hadn't opened the ancient scroll. No matter what the reason was, Ling Xiao had picked up a ready-made treasure. This also proved that Ling Xiao's luck was very good. After testing out the power of his newly increased mental energy, Ling Xiao once again focused his mind and began to comprehend the second stage of the soul-controlling art, soul control. After a day and a night of meditation, Ling Xiao had a deeper understanding of soul control, and felt that this stage of terror was very mysterious and profound. Soul control was also divided into 3 stages: small, middle, and large completion. At the small completion stage, one could use the primary contract incantation to cause the opponent's mental energy to scatter, causing the opponent to be unable to concentrate, allowing one to take advantage of the situation and defeat the opponent. At the middle completion stage, one could use the intermediate contract incantation to forcefully erase the consciousness of a martial artist of the same level or below. Then, with the addition of the intermediate willpower, the target would become a puppet of the caster. However, the puppet would lose all its previous memories and only retain its original battle consciousness. All injuries would not cause them to feel fear or dread. The caster could also order the puppet to die at any time, and if the caster accidentally died, the puppet would also die. At the large completion stage, it would be much more perfect. At that time, one could use the advanced contract incantation. This kind of advanced contract incantation was very different from the primary and middle completion stage. Not only could the advanced contract incantation be used on martial artists of the same level or below, it could also be used on martial artists of a higher level. The prerequisite was that the opponent's mental energy was scattered or weak. At the same time, the advanced contract incantation had different degrees. It could allow the target to retain part or all of their memories, but the target would forever obey the caster's orders and become a puppet with its own consciousness. This kind of puppet could also advance in strength and was much more perfect than the primary and middle completion stage. This was the profundity of the second stage, soul control. Once he attained mastery in the second stage, he would be entirely capable of forming a terrifying puppet army. Ling Xiao was extremely excited. He hadn't expected that soul control would actually be so formidable, and it truly surprised him. He couldn't help but imagine how great it would be to control hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of puppets to roam the central territory. Haha. The soul control technique really is unfathomable. It's truly too formidable. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim with excitement. He decided that he would work hard to attain mastery in soul control in the following period of time so that he could form a formidable puppet army of his own as soon as possible. He would control all those opponents that he disliked and make them serve him, and he would take all those peerless beauties into his backyard so that he could fulfill his great wish of ruling the world and lying on the knees of beauties while intoxicated. After Ling Xiao understood the general situation of soul control, the evil emperor had rushed back as well. The evil emperor revealed a surprised expression when he saw Ling Xiao, and he said, "I haven't seen you for 2 days, but your spiritual energy has actually attained the peak of the emperor rank? What exactly is going on?" Ling Xiao exclaimed inwardly, as expected of master, he was actually able to see through my spiritual energy, and it has greatly improved. Ling Xiao said vaguely, "I'm a grade 6 alchemist, so it's normal for my spiritual energy to be stronger." The evil emperor knew that Ling Xiao wasn't being sincere, but he didn't continue to pursue the matter. "Take out the 8-leaf fire lotus, and I'll help you repair it." The evil emperor immediately changed the topic. Ling Xiao immediately took out the damaged 8-leaf fire lotus. After that, the evil emperor didn't avoid Ling Xiao, and he tossed the 8-leaf fire lotus into the air. At the same time, he took out a spiritual herb that emanated dense fire attribute spiritual energy. Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that it was an 8-leaf fire lotus. The 8 leaves wrapped around the fire lotus's core, and waves of fire-colored spiritual energy flickered non-stop. The 8-leaf fire lotus was a low-level stage 8 spirit herb, and there would be a stage 8 fire attribute spirit beast guarding it. Even if an emperor stage cultivator found it, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. He never thought that the evil emperor would be able to obtain the 8-leaf fire lotus in such a short period of time, which made Ling Xiao deeply admire him. The evil emperor grabbed the center of the 8-leaf fire lotus and forcefully pulled out the flickering fire lotus core. Then, he threw the remaining 8-leaf fire lotus to Ling Xiao and said, "Although the 8-leaf fire lotus doesn't have the fire lotus core, its 8 leaves are not bad either. It can be used to refine pills or consumed directly." Ling Xiao hurriedly put it away. Of course, he understood the effects of these 8 leaves. This was something that fire attribute martial artists dreamed of. With them, he could create 8 fire attribute experts. Then, the evil emperor flew into the air and grabbed the 8-leaf fire lotus in his hand. Then, he slammed the fire lotus core in his other hand towards the center of the formation pattern. Bang! The fire lotus core collided with the formation pattern in the painting, and a powerful flame spread out in all directions. In an instant, a large sea of fire was formed in the air, and the fire was extremely fierce. The people below were all trembling with fear. Even an Empyrean would find it difficult to extinguish that powerful sea of fire. It had to be known that the fire lotus core was an existence comparable to earth fire energy. Under normal circumstances, at least 2 emperor stage cultivators would be needed to repair the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Only then would they be able to force the fire lotus core into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus, allowing it to permanently absorb and gather fire attribute spiritual energy. However, the evil emperor didn't need the help of others. The intense flames that were emitted couldn't hurt him at all, and it seemed as if they were separated by a thick layer of light. "Get in!" The evil emperor shouted, and then he raised his hand and slammed it towards the fire lotus core. The fire lotus core was swiftly slammed into the formation eye. However, it seemed to be unwilling to be sealed just like that, and it resisted fiercely. Balls of flames continued to spread out. The evil emperor's expression was calm. He waved his hand lightly, and the surrounding flames were imprisoned by him. Then, he forcefully stuffed them into the formation eye of the 8-leaf fire lotus core. Swish! When the fire lotus core completely fused with the 8-leaf fire lotus core, a bright red energy emitted a dazzling light. It was as if the 8-leaf fire lotus core had become a scorching hot sun, and the fire attribute energy in the surroundings kept revolving around it. After the fire lotus core appeared in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, the demon blue fire pearl had been beating violently, as if it had developed a strong interest in the fire lotus core. It wanted to break free from Ling Xiao's control and fly out of his sea of consciousness, but Ling Xiao firmly suppressed it and didn't allow it to act recklessly. Ling Xiao understood more and more that strange pearls could absorb energy from the same source to continue to grow stronger and advance. Ling Xiao couldn't help but think that he must find the source energy of the demon blue fire pearl and the innate Yin wind pearl in the future for them to absorb, so that they could advance and transform. If they became stronger, it would only be beneficial to Ling Xiao, and there would be no harm. The intense flames gradually subsided, and the 8-leaf fire lotus core returned to its perfect state. It was about twice its original size, and its 8 wheels were like 8 leaves, shining brightly. At the center, there was a flickering shadow of a fire lotus, and it looked extremely sacred. The 8-leaf fire lotus core belonged to the category of a low-grade 8th rank sacred tool, and it was a rare cultivation accelerator in the central region. Fire attribute martial artists who cultivated on the 8-leaf fire lotus core would gather spiritual power at a speed that was dozens of times faster than usual, and cultivating next to it could also increase the speed by more than 10 times. For any sect, this could be said to be the existence of the sect's guardian spirit item. The evil emperor held it in his hand, and then casually threw it to Ling Xiao, and said, "It's repaired, take it." Ling Xiao hurriedly went up to catch it, and his eyes shone with a strong light. He really didn't expect that he would now have a sacred spirit treasure, which was something that others would fight to the death for. "Thank you, Master." Ling Xiao expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. He realized that he had really gained a lot by becoming the evil emperor's disciple. Not only had he obtained the second stage of the soul-controlling art, but he had also obtained a low-grade sacred spirit. If others knew about this, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. Well, you don't need this 8-leaf fire lotus core for yourself. I know that you also have a secret technique to gather spiritual power, so let your subordinates use it. Their strength is really no different from an ordinary person, and with this kind of strength following you, even I feel embarrassed. The evil emperor mercilessly scolded the people around Ling Xiao. The people behind Ling Xiao all felt their faces burn, and their hearts were extremely uncomfortable. They didn't dare to refute, because in their eyes, the evil emperor was not only the young master's master, but also a godlike existence that they deeply looked up to. Chapter 568. After the evil emperor repaired the 8-leaf fire lotus, he called Ling Xiao to the side alone. Xiao, I don't know what kind of cultivation technique you are cultivating to be able to cultivate the 5 attributes to your current level, but there is one thing that I am sure of, and that is that your cultivation technique is definitely not bad. Master will not ask you to abolish your original cultivation technique and cultivate it again, as that will not benefit you at all. I only have one technique that I can teach you, and whether or not you can comprehend it will depend on your own ability. The evil emperor said with his hands behind his back. Ling Xiao listened attentively. He also wanted to know what kind of cultivation technique the evil emperor could teach him. When he was in the Purple Sky sect, although Mu Huai was his master in name, Mu Huai did not teach him much. After all, his cultivation technique was different from Mu Huai's. The evil emperor continued to speak. The reason why I was able to cultivate the 5 attributes to my current realm is all because of the Supreme Evil King Divine Art that I created myself. I fused my own attributes into one and cultivated them, achieving the effect of doubling the effort. Supreme Evil King Technique? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Why did he feel that the name sounded a little awkward? The evil emperor revealed a proud expression and said, "Why is this cultivation technique's name awesome? It took me a long time to come up with it." Awesome, awesome. Ling Xiao nodded his head repeatedly, but in his heart, he was thinking, Master is really narcissistic. Even if this mysterious technique of mine isn't at the god level, it won't be too far from it. Moreover, this cultivation technique is unique, and others won't be able to find it even if they want to learn it. The evil emperor continued to speak proudly. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Next, I will teach you the chant for the Supreme Evil King technique. You must remember it well." After saying that, the evil emperor recited the cultivation technique to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao memorized every single word of the chant. After waiting for Ling Xiao to completely memorize it, the evil emperor began to explain the main points and essence of the Supreme Evil King technique. Through the explanation, Ling Xiao finally understood what kind of cultivation technique this was. It turned out that this was a cultivation technique that mixed all attributes together. As long as one could fuse all the attributes together, it would be equivalent to cultivating only one type of fusion attribute. The final attack would be the superposition of 5 types of spirit energy, and each attack would contain 5 times the energy of the attack, making it invincible among the same level. Although it was a fusion of attributes, it could also be used to attack with a single attribute. It did not prevent the various attributes from being used in turn. Ling Xiao felt that the evil emperor's Supreme Evil King Divine Art was similar to the 3 parts returning to origin technique. The 3 origin chi was also a cultivation of 3 attributes at the same time. He only needed to absorb one type of origin chi to be able to absorb 3 different attributes of the same. Not only that, when the 3 parts origin returning chi reached the 5th transformation, spirit transformation, it would be able to fuse all of its attributes together. Just like the Supreme Evil King Divine Technique, it only needed to absorb one type of spiritual energy and it would be able to transform it into different attributes. Not only that, the 3 origin chi could not fuse all 5 attributes together like the Supreme Evil King Technique. It was just that the 3 origin chi could not fuse all 5 attributes together to attack like the Supreme Evil King Technique. Even if it was the 3 divine fingers, it could only combine 3 attributes to form an attack. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was inspired. Since these kinds of divine arts were on par with each other, why not combine them into one and make them even more powerful? Ling Xiao did what he thought of. He needed to fully understand the Supreme Evil King technique and see if his idea was correct. For 7 consecutive days, Ling Xiao closed his eyes and meditated. He kept fantasizing about the similarities and differences between the Supreme Evil King technique and the 3 origin Qi. In comparison, he found that the Supreme Evil King technique seemed to be a modified version of the 3 origin Qi. Because according to the first key of the unique Evil King technique, it was to cultivate the spirit transformation realm, but the unique Evil King technique was not like the 3-part origin returning Qi that could be used autonomously. It lacked a bit of spirituality, and the unique Evil King technique was not as clear as the 3-part origin returning Qi. Generally speaking, the 2 techniques had their own strengths. Ling Xiao was completely immersed in the comparison of the 2 techniques. He wanted to know how to extract the strengths and weaknesses of the 2 techniques, and then use their strengths to make up for their weaknesses. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Ling Xiao had already returned to heaven and earth. It was as if everything around him had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. With a flip of his palm, a ball of spiritual fire instantly rose up. Then, a gray energy spread out, followed by white, gold, and green appearing at the same time. 5 different attributes, only 3 of them showed signs of mixing, while the gold and green were excluded. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and silently recited the chant of the Supreme Evil King technique in his heart. The 5 attributes seemed to gradually get closer to each other, but they were unable to mix together. It is first mixed in the body, then forced out. The evil emperor's voice quietly rang in Ling Xiao's ears. Ling Xiao withdrew all the energy from his palm, and started to circulate it again. The 5-colored whirlpool dantian in his body kept spinning, and the 5 attributes of energy were mixed together and extracted towards the golden meridians. The 5 types of energy were mixed together, and the energy was extremely explosive and powerful, causing Ling Xiao's already expanded meridians to feel pain. In the end, he still squeezed out a small ball of 5-colored energy. He felt that the power of this energy ball was even more explosive than what he usually condensed. He himself cultivated all 5 attributes at the same time. His aura was much stronger than other martial artists of the same level. However, this energy mass that was fused together was several times stronger than his usual. It was just like the terrifying energy produced by the 3 divine fingers. He couldn't help but wonder, if he could fuse the 5 attributes together and use the 3 divine fingers, wouldn't the power be even more terrifying? However, it was already very difficult to extract the 5 types of energy at the same time, and to use them smoothly and vividly. It was not something that could be done in a day. Not far away, the evil emperor looked at the 5-colored energy in Ling Xiao's hands in astonishment, and a bitter feeling arose in his heart. How can this kid do it so quickly? I've spent hundreds of years to evolve and create this divine art. Looks like I didn't take this disciple for nothing. In the following days, under the guidance of the evil emperor, Ling Xiao used the Supreme Evil King technique to absorb spiritual energy to cultivate. 5 different types of spiritual energy continuously gathered towards his Tianling acupoint, and in the end, all of them fell into the rainbow dantian. With regards to this, he was too familiar with the Supreme Evil King technique in the 3 parts origin Qi, so it only took Ling Xiao a few days to be able to hold it. The evil emperor almost collapsed. In the end, he could not help but ask, "Kid, how did you do it in such a short period of time?" Ugh. This disciple is talented and intelligent. This cultivation technique is not difficult to comprehend. Ling Xiao spread out his hands and said sincerely. When the evil emperor heard this, he immediately left in defeat. He realized that accepting this disciple was too much of a blow to him. He had spent hundreds of years to create a divine art, and the arduous process of kneading it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. Thinking back to the time when he had fused the 5 attributes together, it had taken him a full 3 years to achieve a small success. At that time, he felt that he could be called a genius. he never thought that the disciple he had accepted would be even more abnormal. In less than 2 months, he had reached the small success realm. This made him feel ashamed, and at the same time, he was glad that he had accepted such a monstrous disciple. Of course, the evil emperor did not expect that the 3 parts origin chi that Ling Xiao cultivated was very similar to his unique evil king technique. Ling Xiao had already cultivated the 3 parts origin chi for a few years, and his understanding of it was already completely clear. Of course, it would not be too difficult for him to cultivate the unique evil king technique that was similar to it. However, Ling Xiao always felt that the 2 divine arts could definitely be fused together. Only by learning from each other's strengths and making up for each other's weaknesses would it be easier and faster to cultivate, and the power would be even greater. In the following days, Ling Xiao painstakingly studied the method to fuse the 2 divine arts. The evil emperor did not disturb him and allowed him to explore on his own. Taking advantage of his free time, he went out a few more times. Every time he came back, he would bring back extremely high-level strange flowers and herbs for the people around Ling Xiao, and urge them to immediately absorb them to increase their power. At the same time, he would also teach them some cultivation insights and experiences, so that they would have a clearer understanding of the direction of their advancement. Everyone was extremely grateful to the evil emperor for his generosity in teaching them. In half a year, the group had corresponding breakthroughs and improvements under the supervision of the evil emperor. The savage leopard and the prodigal did not advance, but their strength had become even more consolidated. The blue flood dragon, on the other hand, had been rewarded with a water attribute beast core and a stock of 7th grade water attribute spirit herb by the evil Dharch. It had finally advanced to become a low-tier 7th grade powerful spirit beast, and its strength was already comparable to a low-tier mystic Dharch. The Golden Wolf King's advancement was even faster. It had been forcefully fed 2 tier 6 beast cores and 2 stalks of tier 6 high-tier spirit herbs by the evil Dharch, and it had broken through from tier 5 high-tier to tier 6 mid-tier. However, during the advancement process, it had almost shed a layer of skin. The explosive energy contained in the 2 tier 6 beast cores was not something it could withstand, but it was directly suppressed by the evil Thearcha's powerful energy. Finally, it had dissipated that energy and was able to achieve the magnificent feat of advancing continuously. Poison Scorpion, under the guidance of the evil emperor, finally stepped into the realm of half-supreme. As long as he could realize his own Tao, he would become a true supreme. This almost made Poison Scorpion cry tears of joy. One had to know that he had been stuck at the peak stage of the Earth's sovereign for a long time. However, he did not receive any praise from the evil emperor for his great improvement in strength. Instead, he received a torrent of abuse. According to the evil emperor's original words, Poison Scorpion is a stupid pig. If he can't even realize his own Tao, he might as well commit suicide. When Poison Scorpion heard this, he almost wanted to find a hole in the ground and bury himself in it. Finally, the evil emperor gave him a final warning. If he did not step into the supreme stage before he left, he would be killed. Otherwise, he would be useless. The others were frightened by the evil emperor's prestige, and they all worked hard to break through. Kai Shieyue, Bai Yushi, Wei Dyer, Hua Xiaogui, Tang Guoda, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Ling Shi, and the 8 generals all used the spirit herbs provided by the evil emperor and advanced 1 level each. Yi Yunfeng broke through from the high-stage monarch stage to the Earth's sovereign stage, and he was the only one who was praised by the evil emperor. Feng Xianyan's physique was outstanding, and she did not need the support of the spirit herbs to advance to the high-stage Earth's sovereign stage. The evil emperor did not treat Feng Xianyan with any respect, but a strong sense of admiration flashed in his old eyes. As for Xian Yao, the evil emperor did not give him any guidance, but he gave him an ancient scroll, which made Xian Yao cry in joy. Chapter 569. In the blink of an eye, Ling Xiao and the others had already stayed in the space that the evil emperor had opened up for 7 months. Ling Xiao studied the pros and cons of the 2 cultivation techniques and finally extracted the advantages of the 2, combining the 2 divine arts into one to cultivate. He named the new technique Supreme Returning to Origin Technique. It was a completely new technique that belonged solely to him. Not only did it have the self-circulation and distinct levels of the 3 parts origin chi, but it also had the effect of absorbing 5 types of attributes at the same time. The amount of spirit energy absorbed would be 5 times that of others, and the speed at which one could advance would greatly increase. There was a huge difference between his cultivation technique and the unique Evil King technique, and that was that no matter if it was 2 or 3 types of martial arts, it could be cultivated. It was not like the unique Evil King technique, which required 5 types of martial arts to be cultivated at the same time in order to unleash the power of the technique. Although Ling Zhao's cultivation technique was improved from 2 types of cultivation techniques created by his predecessors, it had also created a new era of cultivation techniques. This was because this cultivation technique could be cultivated by any martial warriors with multiple attributes. As long as those martial warriors with multiple attributes possessed the unique origin chi, they would not need to cultivate multiple cultivation techniques at the same time, thus reducing the time spent on cultivation and greatly increasing the speed of their advancement. Ling Xiao did not know that his improved cultivation technique from the 2 divine arts had become a top-notch divine-level cultivation technique, causing the future generations to revere him. Ling Xiao discussed this cultivation technique with his master, the Evil Emperor. After a round of comprehension, the Evil Emperor could not help but exclaim, "That's right, previously when I created the unique Evil King technique, I felt that it was lacking something, but now I realize that after you improved it, it is perfect. Good. Master did not misjudge you, your comprehension ability can be said to be a genius." Ling Xiao blushed a little from the Evil Emperor's praise. After all, he had only borrowed the strengths of the 2 cultivation techniques to make up for his shortcomings, and did not make too many innovations. This title of Heaven's Chosen Genius made him feel very guilty. However, it was not convenient for him to explain to the Evil Emperor that his other cultivation technique came from another world. He was afraid that if he said it, the Evil Emperor would treat him as a madman. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only hide the secret in his heart. "Xiao, now that you've mastered the unique Evil King mystic art, and you've even improved it, I'm sure you'll be able to surpass me in the future." "I have no more regrets," the Evil Emperor said. He had thought that it would take at least a year for Ling Xiao to comprehend and learn the unique Evil King technique. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao only needed to memorize the incantation to master it in 2 months. Then, he spent another half a year to improve the divine technique. This really surprised and delighted him. "It's all thanks to Master's guidance," Ling Xiao said modestly. "It's rare for you to know how to be humble." The Evil Emperor laughed lightly, then said, "Master doesn't have anything else to teach you now, so I'll tell you about some of the comprehensions and breakthroughs between the various stages." Ling Xiao listened quietly. The experience and comprehension of his master, a super expert who had already stepped into the heaven realm, was not something that ordinary people could listen to. Moreover, his master and he cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. After several days of explanation, Ling Xiao only understood half of it. "You just need to remember what Master said these few days. In the future, when you break through, you will naturally understand," the Evil Emperor said. Ling Xiao replied, "Your disciple understands." After pausing for a moment, he asked the question that he had always wanted to ask, "Master, what realm has your strength reached now?" The Evil Emperor asked, "Do you really want to know?" Ling Xiao hurriedly nodded and replied, "Of course I want to know. Your disciple still wants to catch up to your strength as soon as possible." Kid, you have some ambition. However, if you want to catch up to Master's strength, I'm afraid it won't be easy without thousands of years of effort." The Evil Emperor laughed happily. "Thousands of years of effort? It takes so long." Ling Xiao sighed. "And this time is already considered to be overestimating you. You need to know that the higher the level, the more energy you need to accumulate, and the more profound your understanding of advancing will be." "It will not be as fast as before," the Evil Emperor replied. He then said, "Master's realm has already reached the middle stage of the Holy Emperor, and Master has already lived for nearly 10,000 years to reach this level of strength. In the central region, I can already be considered to be at the top, but in the heaven realm, I am still too small. Master has already reached the middle stage of the Holy Emperor realm. This kind of strength is still very small in the heaven realm? Ling Xiao exclaimed. The evil emperor nodded and said, "That's right, there are many experts in the heaven realm, and there are many people like me. This is also the reason why Master wants to return to the central region to find a disciple to pass on my legacy. I don't know when I will be killed in the heaven realm, and I don't want my supreme evil king technique to be lost just like that. Master, the mystic emperor can already dominate the central region. Could it be that there are many holy emperors in the heaven realm? Or are there many god realm existences in the heaven realm?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. In his heart, there was a faint desire to go to the heaven realm to see the legendary saint and god realm existences. Actually, your understanding of the realms isn't very clear. Let me tell you about the realms after Emperor Xian. Actually, it isn't as you think, divided into the saint and god realms. Breaking the emperor realm to enter the saint realm is just a normal saint realm. There is still a huge gap between the two realms and the saint emperor realm. Saint realm and saint emperor realm belong to the saint level, and the difference between the two realms is like the other realms. Although there is only one word difference between the two realms, the gap between the two realms is like 100,000 miles. After the saint emperor realm is the god realm, but after the god realm is still divided into the god king realm and the incipient god realm. As for whether or not there is a higher realm, I don't know. You should know that there is no limit to martial arts. As long as you have enough comprehension and talent, you will eventually break through the limit. After Ling Xiao heard this, he fell into a state of shock and sluggishness. He had always thought that after the mystic emperor realm was the saint and god realms. However, he did not know that there were two more stages between the saint and god realms. They were the saint, the holy emperor, the god king, and the incipient god realm. These stages made Ling Xiao feel a heavy pressure. No wonder his master was afraid that something bad would happen to him in the heaven realm. There was a whole new world above the heaven realm. The holy emperor might just be an ordinary character there. You don't have to think too much. You don't have to think too much about it. There aren't many saint realm experts in the central territory, and the only way to continue breaking through once you've attained that realm is to reach the heaven region. You should focus on improving your strength for now, and you can come look for me once you've attained the saint realm. The evil emperor patted Ling Xiao on the shoulder, and then he placed a crystal in Ling Xiao's hand. This is a life crystal. You'll be able to sense my location once you've arrived at the central territory. Ling Xiao carefully put away the transparent crystal. I have taught you everything I can, and I believe that you will be able to surpass me. In another year, you must participate in the imperial ranking competition and strive to become the champion. Don't let your master's reputation down, the evil emperor said. He then said, there are still a few months before the 1-year period ends. You should stay here quietly and increase your strength. I will go out for a walk and then return to the heaven realm. When Ling Xiao heard the evil emperor's words, it seemed that he was going to leave now, and a sense of reluctance arose in his heart. He hadn't been with the evil emperor for too long, but he had learned many things from the evil emperor that others would never be able to learn in their entire lives. He knelt down heavily towards the evil emperor and said, Master, take care. This disciple will definitely go to the heaven realm to see you as soon as possible. The evil emperor revealed a slight smile, then rubbed Ling Xiao's head and said, Remember, don't let your master's reputation down. With that, he disappeared from the space. At the same time, there were a few changes in the space, as if the defense of the space had changed. Master, you must take care. Your disciple will definitely not let you down. Ling Xiao stood up and thought with determination. After the evil emperor left, Ling Xiao began to wholeheartedly cultivate. During the day, he would cultivate the unique origin energy, and at night, he would study the second stage of the soul-controlling art, soul control. Time flowed like water, and a few months quickly passed. The 1-year period was already up. Ling Xiao's strength increased rapidly, reaching the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor realm. This was the first time in recent years that he had quietly closed his cultivation. One of the reasons why he was able to reach the peak of the low-level Earth Emperor realm so quickly was because the unique origin energy could absorb 5 types of spiritual energy at the same time, greatly increasing his cultivation speed, and the 3 foreign objects in his sea of consciousness were also absorbing spiritual energy for him at all times. Furthermore, he had previously consumed the Demon Emperor flower, so there wouldn't be any obstacles on his path to becoming an emperor. Before he left, Poison Scorpion finally comprehended his own Tao and achieved the true strength of an Empyrean. He laughed crazily and said, "Lord Evil Emperor, young master, I've finally become an Empyrean." Unfortunately, the evil emperor could not hear his words. Ling Xiao stopped cultivating. He was not in a hurry to leave, but chose to concoct pills. Now that the strength of the people who followed him had increased slightly, before he left, he had to prepare a batch of pills in case of emergencies. At the same time, he had to improve the strength of the people who could still improve. Ling Xiao had long been a level 6 alchemist. Now that his spiritual energy had increased significantly, he was even more adept at concocting level 6 pills. When the group found out that Ling Xiao was already a level 6 alchemist, they were all shocked, especially the newly joined Yi Yunfeng. This was the first time he had seen his boss's true abilities, and he was even more impressed. While Ling Xiao was concocting pills, he let Hua Xiaogui watch from the side. He believed that after watching him concoct pills, Hua Xiaogui would gain some enlightenment and step out of the level 3 realm to become a level 4 alchemist. Sure enough, on the 5th day of Ling Xiao's concoction, Hua Xiaogui finally gained some enlightenment and refined a level 4 king pill. This made him extremely happy. It was much more difficult to advance the ranks of an alchemist than to advance through cultivation. Every increase in rank meant that one's status would become more distinguished. Hua Xiaogui had entered the level 4 realm, and he could be considered to have started on the path of alchemy. Chapter 570. Ling Xiao had concocted a batch of pills of different grades. In addition to healing pills, there were also pills for leveling up, such as the King Pinnacle Pill, the Emperor Ascension Pill, the Spirit Sovereign Pill, and the Transcendent Pill. The Majestic Elixir was used to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Earthly Sovereign Realm. The Emperor Elixir was used to advance to the Earthly Sovereign Realm. The Spirit Elixir and Reincarnation Elixir had similar effects to the Majestic Elixir and the Emperor Elixir respectively. The difference was that the former was used to increase the success rate of breaking through to the Celestial Master Realm, while the latter was used to advance to the Celestial Master Realm. These elixirs were very precious even in the central region. Ling Xiao had seen them at the auction in Fengdu before. He distributed some elixirs to everyone to help them advance to the next level. At the same time, he planned to keep some to sell at the auction. Since Ling Xiao almost lost the soul-controlling art a year ago, he felt that he had to earn a lot of Xian crystals. Without enough Xian crystals, he would not be able to get what he wanted in the future. Ling Xiao distributed the elixirs to everyone. Xian Yao, Yi Yunfeng, and Poison Scorpion took the elixirs and advanced to the next level. Within a year, Xian Yao had reached the peak of the Monarch realm. He had taken the Monarch Pill and broken through to the low-level Earth Sovereign Realm. Then, he had taken the Emperor Ascension Pill and directly advanced to the mid-level Earth Sovereign Realm. Previously, Yi Yunfeng had broken through to the low-level Earth Sovereign Realm by himself. After taking the Emperor Ascension Pill, he had also reached the mid-level Earth Sovereign Realm. If he used the Spirit Ascension technique to increase his combat strength by 3 times, he would have few opponents in the same level as him. He could even fight against opponents 1 level higher than him. Unfortunately, after using this technique, he would be completely powerless for 3 days. Poison Scorpion took the Reincarnation Elixir and advanced to the middle-level Heavenly Master Realm. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would be able to advance 2 ranks within a year. He was truly elated. He was very glad that he had chosen to follow his young master. Otherwise, he would not have reached this level in the blink of an eye. This was equivalent to reducing decades or even hundreds of years of cultivation. The others could not take the elixirs for the time being. After all, they had not reached the edge of breaking through and were not suitable to take the elixirs. After leaving, Ling Xiao gathered everyone together. A year has passed, and I'm very happy to see that everyone's strength has made a small breakthrough. However, I hope that none of you can be arrogant and conceited. After all, there are still many people who are stronger than us. Now that we're preparing to leave, I'll let the military advisor tell us what we should do in the future, said Ling Xiao seriously. Everyone became solemn. They had no objections to Ling Xiao's words. Xianyao took a step forward and gently waved the white paper fan in his hand. Since young master has appointed me as his military advisor, then I believe that I am qualified to take on this heavy responsibility. He paused for a moment before continuing, just as Lord Demonic Emperor said, our strength is still very weak. If we want to establish a foothold in the central region, we are still too insignificant. If you follow young master now, you will only become a burden to him. Not many of you will be able to help young master. Don't deny this. Speaking up to this point, many of them revealed expressions of guilt. Indeed, when they followed by Ling Xiao's side, they couldn't help much. It was almost always young master who was protecting them. Now that Xianyao had pointed this out, they felt ashamed. Li Kuanghu stood up and said, military advisor is right. Without young master, there would be no Kuanghu today. However, we can't help young master with his worries. Instead, young master has to protect us everywhere. This makes me feel guilty. Military advisor, what should we do so that we can help young master as soon as possible? At this time, the others followed in unison. Military advisor, please give us instructions so that we can help young master as soon as possible. Their thoughts were the same as Li Kuanghu's. They hoped that they could truly do something for Ling Xiao. Xianyao looked at everyone with satisfaction and said, good. Since you have such determination, then I will guide you on the path to take in the future. As for whether or not you can become truly strong, it will depend on your own luck. Poison Master, Solitary Eagle, Kuanghu, Cold Snake, where are the 8 generals? Xianyao shouted. The 12 of them stood up at the same time and replied, here. Your main battlefield will be the 10,000 Broken Mountain Range, where countless mercenary groups gather. High-level spirit beasts and rare herbs can be found everywhere, and opportunities are everywhere. Your goal is to blend into the mercenary groups and become stronger on your own. I will give you 10 years to develop. I want you to become the best of the mercenary groups in the 10,000 Broken Mountain Range, and form your own mercenary group. Xianyao announced. After pausing for a moment, he continued, of course, if you are unable to do this, then it is possible that you have already become a ghost under the claws of other spirit beasts. If you do not die, then you will become stronger. This is the path that you must walk. The 12 of them looked at each other and replied in unison, yes, Bai Ming. Very good. Right now, your strength is still too weak. There is no need to be too anxious. Young master has given you pills to improve your strength. 10 years is enough for you to do a lot of things. Poison master will be responsible for escorting you, Xianyao said slowly. Military advisor, if they become mercenaries, then what should we do? Yi Yinfeng asked impatiently. Now that his strength had greatly improved, he could not wait to find someone to practice his skills. Moreover, becoming a free mercenary had always been his dream. It was only because of his status in the family that he had not put it into practice. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he naturally did not want to miss it. Your goal is not to become an ordinary mercenary. You have more important things to do, Xianyao said as he looked at Yi Yunfeng. What is it? Military advisor, tell me quickly. Yi Yunfeng asked anxiously. You have to participate in the Imperial Ranking Tournament in a year's time. During this year, you have to consolidate your strength and try to shine brilliantly in the Imperial Ranking Tournament. Perhaps you'll have a chance to fix your shortcomings, said Xianyao. The Imperial Roll Tournament? That is a gathering of all the earthly sovereigns within 100 years of age in the central region. To be able to enter the top 1,000 is already very impressive, Yi Yunfeng said with a look of longing. There were countless earthly sovereigns in the central region, and the imperial ranking tournament that was held once every 10 years was even more exciting. The elite experts of the major sects and clans would all come out to fight for the chance to shine in the imperial ranking tournament. The earthly sovereigns who could enter the top 100 would be conferred the title of Battle Emperor. Those who entered the top 10 would be conferred the title of Killer Emperor. Those who won first place would be conferred the title of First Sovereign, and would become famous in the central region. In the past, those who could enter the Killer Emperor title would have limitless achievements in the future, and the First Sovereign, who appeared in every imperial role tournament, was a supreme existence who would ascend to the throne in the future. The combat strength of these people was already comparable to that of a celestial venerable. Once they became celestial venerables, they would be invincible among their peers. Yi Yunfeng had lived in the central region since he was a child, so he had naturally heard of the imperial role tournament. It had been his ultimate dream since he was a child. Your goal is not just to enter the top 1,000, but to enter the top 100, Xian Yao said seriously as he stared at Yi Yunfeng. What? Don't joke around, military advisor. Although my strength has improved, it's obviously impossible for me to enter the top 100, Yi Yunfeng said while waving his hands. Of course it's impossible with your current strength, but you must have this strength in 1 year. Otherwise, you can scram back to the Yi family, Xian Yao said confidently. This. Yi Yunfeng didn't know what to say for a moment. He felt that Xian Yao's requirements were too high. One had to know how vast the central region was. There were as many earthly sovereigns within 100 years of age as there were hairs on a cow. Moreover, the elite combat strength of the various major sects and clans was even more terrifying. He was only a mid-level earthly sovereign who had relied on elixirs to advance, so he didn't have the confidence to enter the top 100. Don't worry. Continue to cultivate quietly this year. The young master will provide you with sufficient spirit herbs and mysterious crystals to absorb. It will be enough for you to make another breakthrough in 1 year, Xian Yao said. Yi Yunfeng clenched his fists and said, all right. Since military advisor thinks so highly of me, I will definitely not disappoint everyone. I, Yi Yunfeng, will definitely enter the top 100 and become famous in the central region. Xian Yao and Ling Xiao looked at Yi Yunfeng with satisfaction. They believed that he wouldn't disappoint them. Then, Xian Yao looked at Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida. The two immediately became nervous, as if they were afraid that Xian Yao's requirements would be even higher. Both of you are geniuses in alchemy and blacksmithing. Your future will be based on your respective fields. However, following the young master will only hinder your development. Therefore, after you leave this place, you will head to the Martial Spirit City and join the Martial Spirit Court. That is where you belong, Xian Yao said. The number 1 Martial Spirit Court? Everyone cried out in surprise. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida revealed a look of disbelief. They never thought that Xian Yao would make such an arrangement. The Martial Spirit Court was the number 1 power in the central region. If they wanted to recruit disciples or even guards, their requirements would definitely be very high. Could the two of them really enter the Martial Spirit Court? At this time, even Ling Zhao's expression changed. Xian Yao ignored everyone's gaze and continued, your fate is in your hands. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on yourself. Of course, I believe that with your tenbin and opportunities, you will become the most outstanding alchemy and blacksmithing masters in the future. This is the only way you can help the young master and share his burden. After Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida heard this, they looked at each other and nodded heavily. Cruel Leopard and Zai Zai will stay by the young master's side and take on the responsibility of protecting the young master. I will not make any arrangements for the other young ladies. Everything will depend on your own opportunities. Xian Yao glanced at the woman beside Ling Xiao and said. He could make arrangements for other people, but when it came to Ling Xiao's women, he did not dare to make decisions on his own. If he did that, he would be overstepping his authority. At this time, Wei Dyer stood up and said, military advisor, I am willing to join the mercenary group and fight with them. Although Wei Dai's current strength had reached the high-level king level, she couldn't be of much help when she was by Ling Xiao's side. The other women were all more outstanding than her. She didn't want to be left further and further behind, so she wanted to join the mercenary group and return to her original profession. She wanted to make herself stronger and prove that she was definitely not just a pretty face. She wanted to prove that she was worthy of Ling Xiao. Chapter 571. Wei Dai suddenly made such a decision, causing everyone to be stunned. Ling Xiao said, "Dai, stop messing around. You can just follow me and cultivate in the future." Now that Ling Xiao had become the leader of the group, and Wei Dai's identity had been confirmed, he no longer called her sister. Instead, he called her by her name, which was more intimate. Ling Xiao could feel Wei Dai's thoughts, but he didn't want Wei Dai to take such a risk. Moreover, most of the mercenaries that she mingled with were ruffians who killed without batting an eye. If anything happened to her, Ling Xiao would be blamed for it for the rest of his life. "Xiao, I don't want to stay by your side and become a burden to you. I can also help you. My current strength is too weak. I feel that I can only grow faster through tempering myself. In the future, I can also help you conquer the world." Wei Dai held Ling Xiao's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with determination as she spoke. Ling Xiao immediately refused. "No, those mercenaries are all cruel and merciless people. How can I bear to let you face that predicament? Stay by my side, I won't let you suffer." "No. You don't understand. I'm not willing to live a mediocre life like this. I don't want to wait until you become an emperor or a saint in the future and I still have nothing to do. Xiao, let me go. I definitely won't drag everyone down," Wei Dai pleaded. Just as Ling Xiao wanted to say something, Kai Shiyue said from the side, "Let Sister Dai go. With the poison master protecting her, she should be fine." But Ling Xiao still wanted to say something, but he was once again interrupted by Kai Shiyue. "If you force Dai to stay by your side, she will not be happy for the rest of her life. She should have her own path to walk. We should respect her, shouldn't we? Sister Yu is right. If I stay by your side forever and let you protect me, then I will be no different from a cripple. I will feel very unhappy. Xiao, please allow me to make a decision this time, okay?" Wei Dai begged again. This time, Ling Xiao was speechless. He was thinking about Wei Dai's safety, but he neglected her feelings. She also needed to live an exciting life. Looking at her pleading eyes, Ling Xiao sighed and said, "All right, since you're so persistent, I won't force you. But remember, you have to be careful, don't try to show off." "Yes, thank you for your smile. I won't disappoint you," Wei Dai replied happily. At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Feng Xianyun, Kai Shiyue, and Bai Yushi, and said indifferently, "Do you have any other thoughts?" Since even Wei Dai wanted to go out and explore the world, he didn't know if the rest of them had the same idea. He had to ask them about it. Even though they were his women, Ling Xiao felt that it was necessary to respect their opinions. Feng Xianyun was the first to declare, "I don't want to leave you." Feng Xianyun was a priestess of the Gu clan, and the people of the Gu clan had always been faithful to their feelings. They would never be half-hearted. Even though Ling Xiao had broken her love Gu, her feelings for Ling Xiao were still the same. She couldn't leave Ling Xiao. She knew she couldn't do it. Kai Shiyue also echoed, "I don't want to leave you either." Ling Xiao was not surprised by the two women's attitude, and it also made Ling Xiao feel satisfied. After all, his life was lacking women. Finally, his gaze fell on Bai Yushi. Bai Yushi said helplessly, "Young master. I don't know how to choose. I just want to stay by young master's side and take care of you, but I'm afraid that young master will think that I'm not good enough." Bai Yushi's heart was very conflicted. Her thoughts were actually very simple. She only wanted to be her young master's personal maid, and did not want to do anything else. But as Ling Xiao became stronger and stronger, more and more women would gather around him. Even Wei Dyer felt a sense of crisis, so how could she not be aware of it? She wanted to stay by Ling Xiao's side, but she was afraid that she would be ignored in the future. However, to let her join the mercenary group like Wei Dyer and spend her days in slaughter, she felt that it was too terrifying. Who asked her to be born weak? For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Ling Xiao lightly held her shoulders and said, "Yushi, you stay by my side." Bai Yushi was a woman who deserved to be cherished. Ling Xiao didn't dare to let her go like Wei Dyer did. After he established his power, he planned to hand all the servants over to Bai Yushi to manage. This could be considered as giving her something to do. Everyone had been arranged, and everyone was ready to leave. Savage Leopard was the strongest among the group. He forcefully blasted a hole in the space, and countless sand and wind poured down from above. Everyone was already prepared, and they all shot towards the ground. When everyone was in midair, the original space had caved in. Everyone took a deep look at the ground and started a new journey. The 9 Blood Phoenix Eagles had already advanced to the 6th rank, and with them leading the way, it looked extraordinary. "Fraud, where is this place? How far is it from the Wind Capital?" Ling Xiao asked Xian Yao. When he was brought here by the evil emperor, he didn't even see the road clearly. Now, he felt abnormally confused about this boundless desert. This is the Desert of Wind, and it is indeed the Feng clan's territory, but it is already very far away from the Wind Capital. If we return to the Wind Capital from here, it will take at least a month to fly at full speed, Xianya replied. What, this place is already so far away from the Wind Capital? I remember when Master brought me here, it seemed like it only took a short while to arrive here, Ling Xiao cried out in surprise. Savage Leopard interrupted from the side, the evil emperor is already a saint, and he can tear through space to fly. His speed is naturally not something we can compare with. If I fly at full speed back to the Wind Capital, I estimate that it will take about half a month. That's right, the higher the strength, the faster the flying speed, not to mention the speed of a saint, Xianya replied. He then said, right now, we are not returning to the Wind Capital, but to the Sand Sky City. It is closer to here, and once we arrive at the Sand Sky City, it will be time to split up. No problem, I will listen to you, fraud, Ling Xiao nodded. Everyone flew in the Desert of Wind, and from time to time, some sand-piercing beasts that existed in the desert appeared. The strongest of the sand-piercing beasts were at the high stage of the 4th stage, and they were just the right opponents for everyone to practice with. In this desert, they could occasionally find some yellow sand and stones needed for refining, and they were all happily collected by Tang Guogua. After flying for about 13 days, they finally arrived at the Sand Sky City. This was a city that existed at the edge of the desert, and the surrounding walls were like an iron fortress, completely isolating the wind and sand. Although the walls were sturdy, after thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years of wind and sand erosion, they had also become yellow spots. After arriving at the Sand Sky City, Ling Xiao distributed some elixirs and spirit herbs to everyone, so that they could hold on to them for emergencies. At the same time, he told them to take out a few elixirs and auction them off when they reached the other cities, as a way to earn their first Xian crystals. In the central region, it was impossible to survive without Xian crystals. The Thousand Broken Mountain Range is a famous dangerous place in the central region. Opportunities and dangers always coexist, so you must be careful. Ling Xiao warned. Don't worry, young master, we will definitely survive. Poison Scorpion replied, and the others nodded firmly. I also believe that you will succeed. Ling Xiao replied. Xian Yao said, in 10 years, you will constantly hear about the young master's deeds. After 10 years, you will naturally know where to find the young master. Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Li Kuanghu, Cold Snake, Wei Dyer, and the 8 generals all bowed to Ling Xiao, then took the lead and set off on the journey to the Thousand Broken Mountain Range. Looking at the group of people leaving, Ling Xiao felt a lot of emotions in his heart. At the same time, he was also looking forward to the next time he saw them. Next, Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogua also had to go to the martial spirit city of the central region. The martial spirit city is different from other places. It is the true holy land of the central region, and countless people want to enter the martial spirit court and become a part of it. Although the two of you are tenbin outstanding, it is still a waste that you were not discovered by the higher-ups of the martial spirit court. Here is a brocade pouch. When you arrive at the martial spirit court, open the brocade pouch and follow the instructions in the brocade pouch. You will obtain your own opportunities. Remember, do not open the brocade pouch until you arrive at the martial spirit court. You must be cautious along the way, do not make enemies with others, and endure everything. Xian Yao passed the two brocade pouches to Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoguo respectively. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guoguo replied in unison, "Yes, military advisor. And, if you can enter the martial spirit court, then in the future, you will also be as famous as the young master in the central region. I hope you will cherish this opportunity and do not disappoint the young master." Xian Yao seemed to think highly of the two of them, and his eyes revealed a look of admiration. "Little turtle, Guoguo, this young master has high hopes for the two of you. Do not make the boss lose face." Ling Xiao heavily patted the two of them on the shoulder and said encouragingly. Hua Xiaogui could not help but hug Ling Xiao tightly. With a reluctant tone, he said, "Boss, little turtle will definitely not lose face for you." Hua Xiaogui's friendship with Ling Xiao was like that of a brother, and it was difficult for others to understand. He secretly decided that no matter how high his achievements in the future, he would always be the boss's little brother, and would never betray the boss. "Boss, you tricked me from the southern wasteland to here, and then you kicked me to the other side. It is really not good, but you are the first person that I, Tang Guoguo, admire. In the future, when I become a sacred tool master, I will definitely make you a peerless sacred tool." Tang Guoguo heavily punched Ling Xiao on the shoulder. Along the way, Tang Guoguo had been completely convinced by Ling Xiao's ability. Not only did he have monstrous combat strength, he also had such a loyal and powerful follower, and he also had the noble identity of a sixth-grade alchemist. All of these made him deeply convinced. In the future, he must become a spiritual tool master, or even a sacred tool master, side by side with Ling Xiao and become famous in the central region. "Good, I will wait for the time when you return from your studies, but at that time, you must be prepared. This young master will not wait for you, haha," Ling Xiao said with a heroic laugh. The three of them said their goodbyes, and in the end, they parted ways. Chapter 572. Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Hua Xiaogui, and Tang Guoguo all went to different cities from the transmission array of Sand Sky City. Ling Xiao took Xian Yao, Cruel Leopard, and the others to the North Water boundary. Ling Xiao planned to rescue Yun Mingqi in this year and then participate in the Imperial List tournament. Although the Dark Water sect was a fifth-grade sect, Ling Xiao's current strength was not enough to be afraid of because he already had 3 Xian Emperor-level helpers. Cruel Leopard had already broken through to Xian Emperor a year ago, and his realm was already stable. With his experience and the 8 demonic saber that Ling Xiao taught him, he could even fight with a low-level Xian Emperor at the peak. His mount, the demonic armored leopard, had also been upgraded by the evil emperor to a low-level 7th-grade spirit beast. The blue water dragon had also been upgraded to a low-level 7th-grade spirit beast. Its strength was not what it used to be. With the help of these 3 helpers, why would Ling Xiao be afraid of a mere 5th-grade sect? However, Cruel Leopard had some concerns. After all, the Dark Water sect was a branch of the Black Demon sect that he had originally established. After all, the Demon sect had many hidden forces. Although the Dark Water sect was a 5th-grade sect, Cruel Leopard would not treat it as a 5th-grade sect. Because no one knew the secrets of the Demon sect better than him. Any opponent who looked down on the Demon sect had already gone to hell to repent. The North Water boundary was adjacent to the Death Soul Mountain Range. It was a famous and dangerous place in the central region. The North Water boundary belonged to the territory of the Black Demon sect and occupied hundreds of cities. This was the sphere of influence of the wicked and a paradise for crime. Here, as long as your fist was hard enough and your strength was strong enough, you could do whatever you wanted and be a tyrant. For tens of thousands of years, the area between the North Water boundary and the Death's Soul mountain range was the most chaotic. It was precisely because of such an environment that several bloodthirsty demons were born. The Black Demon sect had been established in such an environment. It hadn't been established for more than 10,000 years. But it had become one of the 18 great sects. So, it was difficult for others to estimate its strength. The founding ancestor of the Black Demon sect, the Demon Emperor, was an ambitious and ruthless hero of his generation. Relying on his ruthless killing methods and astonishing tenbin, he gathered a large number of dark attribute experts and established the Black Demon sect in the North Water boundary. After thousands of years of development, the Black Demon sect developed into a third-grade sect in one fell swoop and became an illustrious giant in the central region. It was a pity that the great ancestor of the Black Demon sect had been missing for more than 5,000 years. There were many different opinions in the outside world. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had been killed by the joint forces of other forces. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had failed to break through to the saint level. So, he had fallen into the devil's path and died. Some people said that the Demon Emperor had been betrayed by his own brothers in the Black Demon sect. So, he had been imprisoned forever. The Black Demon sect wasn't as powerful as it was today at that time. All the forces thought that the disappearance of the Demon Emperor would turn the Black Demon sect into a pile of loose sand. They thought that the Black Demon sect would fall apart. But the result was beyond everyone's expectations. After the disappearance of the Demon Emperor, who was a brother of the Demon Emperor, ascended to the position of the sect master. He reorganized the Black Demon sect with lightning speed. Then, after more than 1,000 years, the Black Demon sect announced that the Demon Emperor had become a saint. For a time, the Black Demon sect's limelight was close to that of many old and powerful forces. After another 1,000 years of development, the Black Demon sect had rebounded under the suppression of many forces. It had annihilated the Hall of Holy Light, a third-grade sect that had been ranked at the top of the 18 great sects. It had ascended to the second place of the 18 great sects. Its strength was second only to the Martial Spirit Pavilion. It was on par with the Medicine sect, which was famous for its alchemy. Since the destruction of the Hall of Holy Light, many forces had issued a proposal to the Martial Spirit Pavilion, hoping that the Martial Spirit Pavilion would unite with other forces to suppress the Black Demon sect. But at this time, the Black Demon sect announced that it was willing to live in peace with many forces and was willing to cede the territory occupied by the Hall of Holy Light. All the forces were confused by this move of the Black Demon sect. But after the forces divided the territory of the Hall of Holy Light, they no longer mentioned the matter of besieging the Black Demon sect. Therefore, the Black Demon sect had enough time to develop and solidify its position. They also rarely stirred up trouble, so many forces gradually let down their guard. No matter what, the evil sect's Xian technique that they cultivated had always made people feel that it was a crime against the heavens and reason. It was too cruel and could not be tolerated by the world. Therefore, it was difficult for the people of the Black Demon sect to coexist with the people of other forces. In recent years, the arrogance of the Black Demon sect had gradually risen. Many times, they had fought with many forces in some secret places for spirit treasures, killed people and robbed goods, and killed people of the same path. They had also appeared in some cities to capture babies, virgins, and virgins for the demon cultivators. This series of actions had caused the anger of many forces. But now that the Black Demon sect had been established, any forces that wanted to touch the Black Demon sect would face a strong counterattack. Until now, the Black Demon sect had become a code name in the hearts of many people. There were many powerful subsidiary forces under the Black Demon sect, and the Dark Water sect was only a medium subsidiary force of the Black Demon sect. It was a fifth-grade sect built on the edge of the North Water region. Every location of the Black Demon sect was built in an extremely harsh environment. It was not a place that ordinary people could find. The Dark Water sect was directly under the jurisdiction of the Dark Water sect, and it was only considered an above-average city in the North Water region. Like other cities in the North Water region, it was full of killing and chaos. After 2 months of traveling, Ling Xiao and the others finally arrived at the Dark Water sect. When Ling Xiao and the others appeared, they were immediately met with unfriendly looks from many fierce people. Especially when they saw the 3 beautiful women behind Ling Xiao, they didn't even try to hide the desire in their eyes. Even though the 3 women were covered with veils, they could still feel the aggressive gazes, which made them feel very uncomfortable. Bai Yushi was the first to move closer to Ling Xiao in fear. Ling Xiao patted her shoulder and said, "Don't be afraid, young master is here." Ling Xiao's voice was like magic, and Bai Yushi's fear was instantly calmed. "Young master, in this place, we can only compare who is more ruthless. Whoever is more ruthless can shock the scene. If it's just a simple killing, they won't feel afraid. Only when they feel fear from the bottom of their hearts will they not dare to provoke us." Savage Leopard's words rang in Ling Xiao's ears. In the North Water region, no one knew the situation here better than Cruel Leopard. He breathed in the atmosphere here, and his expression became wild. He felt as if he had returned to the arrogant attitude of when he dominated the North Water region in the past. Ling Xiao's lips curved into a faint smile. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Right now, he hoped that the troublemakers would come quickly. Before this, he had studied the second stage of the mind-controlling art for a period of time, and had some understanding of it. He wanted to find someone to test out its power. Sure enough, not long after they entered the official road, the troublemakers came toward them. There weren't many people walking over, only 5 men. These 5 men looked very ugly and ferocious, which made people feel disgusted at first glance. Not only that, but several of them were more or less disabled. The person in the lead was a bald man with 2 ferocious intersecting scars on his head, which made people feel a sense of fear. The person on his left was a one-eyed man with a black eye patch and an obscene expression in his other eye. The person on the right of the bald man had a pair of ears cut off, and his entire face looked particularly ugly and disgusting. The other 2 people were missing an arm and a leg. These 5 people were known as the 5 ugly and lewd monsters in Ping City, and they were famous for being lewd. The broken limbs and scars on their bodies were all caused by kidnapping women. Among these 5 people, the bald man was the strongest, and he had reached the strength of a low-level heavenly venerable. The one-eyed man and the earless man were high-level earthly emperors, and the other 2 were mid-level earthly emperors. The 5 people blocked in front of Ling Xiao and the others, and the bald man said in a hoarse voice, "Leave the women behind, and all of you get lost." Ling Xiao and the others had all cultivated the hidden breath technique, and everyone's strength was suppressed to the king stage. They looked like a very ordinary group of people. In the eyes of the 5 ugly and lewd monsters, they were really not worth mentioning. The prodigal boy stood out with a spear in his hand and shouted, "If you don't want to die, get lost. Where did this little brat come from? You're really arrogant. Didn't your parents tell you that a loose tongue can cause trouble?" The one-eyed man snorted with disdain. "Second brother, why are you talking so much to that kid? Just kill them and bring those 3 women to have some fun. Look at their figures, they're really of the highest quality." "I can't hold it in anymore," the earless man said impatiently. At the same time, he took the lead and grabbed Kai Xiaoyue, who had the most voluptuous figure. "Zizi, remove his hand from me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. The prodigal boy received the order, and the spear in his hand instantly stabbed toward the earless man. The earless man didn't think much of it. He only felt that the other party was a young man, so how powerful could he be? However, as a low-level celestial venerable, the bald man's vision was naturally higher than that of the others. He could see that something was wrong with one glance. "Third brother, be careful," the bald man shouted in shock. At the same time, he pulled out the big knife on his back and slashed toward the prodigal boy. Unfortunately, although the bald man was alerted, it was too late. The prodigal boy stabbed the earless man's arm with his spear, then lifted him up and threw him toward the bald man who was attacking him. The earless man couldn't help but let out a shocking scream. The bald man had no choice but to stop and catch the earless man. The prodigal boy took the opportunity to get closer again, and the spear in his hand stabbed toward the two of them. The bald man raised his blade to meet the spear and parried it to the side. Who knew that the prodigal boy was just making a feint? He let go of the spear and instantly appeared in front of the earless man, grabbing the earless man's injured arm with one hand. Pooh! Ah! A bloody arm was torn off by the prodigal boy. The earless man let out a heart-wrenching scream. Bastard! The bald man was furious. The big knife in his hand slashed toward the prodigal boy, and the terrifying cold knife light was about to cut the prodigal boy in half. At the same time, the other 3 members of the 5 ugly freaks also attacked the prodigal boy. Chapter 573. The prodigal threw his bloody arm at the bald man. His body emitted a powerful fiery glow as he fought with the 4 of them. The prodigal was already at the mid-stage of the 6th order, which was comparable to a mid-stage heavenly venerable. He was not afraid of the bald man and the others attacking him at the same time. With his strength, it would be effortless for him to kill all of them at the same time. However, Ling Xiao transmitted a message to him. Zizai, don't be in a hurry to kill them. Let's fight with them for a while. Boss has other plans. The prodigal didn't understand Ling Xiao's plan, but he would absolutely obey Ling Xiao's words. For a moment, an intense battle between the 4 clowns and a youth appeared in the city. The surrounding people were all gathered to watch the show. They were all ruthless people, and not only were they not afraid of this kind of battle, but they were even more willing to watch a show. Who is that kid? He's actually able to fight against 4 of them by himself, and he's still undefeatable. He's really powerful. He's not just powerful. That baldy has the strength of a heavenly venerable, and he can be considered a top figure in the city. There aren't many people who provoke the 5 clowns, but now they've actually encountered a tough one. It looks like they won't be able to win, and they might even lose their lives. Luckily, I didn't move just now. Those little girls look like they want to kill me, but it won't be peaceful for them to act so arrogantly. There are quite a few powerful old perverts in the city, and they're much stronger than the 5 clowns. That's true, but look at how many of them haven't moved. They look like they're only at the king stage, but look at how calm they are. They don't look like they should have the bearing of someone at the king stage. They must be experts who have hidden their strength. Just as the prodigal was having fun fighting, Ling Xiao's expression turned cold, and the mind energy in his sea of consciousness surged like seawater. At this moment, he was using his mind energy to use the elementary mind contract incantation that he had just comprehended. After a series of adjustments, Ling Xiao condensed his mind energy into ancient and mystical runes. Waves of powerful mind energy flowed out of his sea of consciousness along with the runes, and the space above Ling Xiao's head was squeezed to the side by these runes. Runes were invisible and formless, but they were real existences. Only those who cultivated mental power or were extremely powerful could sense them. As the runes were extracted, Ling Xiao's complexion became a little pale. His forehead was covered in a lot of sweat. It seemed as if he had just done some intense exercise. Let me see how powerful it is. Ling Xiao mumbled with a proud smile. Then, he shouted, "Go!" Those ancient runes blasted towards the bald man like burning curses. Xiao! The battle between the bald man and the prodigal was the most ferocious. Initially, he could not sense those invisible runes exploding into his sea of consciousness. When the runes completely entered the bald man's sea of knowledge, the bald man's movement stiffened and he unexpectedly stopped attacking. His mind became unstable and his entire body swayed like a drunkard. It looked as if he was playing a drunken game. The other 3 clowns, who were attacking the prodigal with him, saw that their big brother had suddenly stopped and was doing that weird action, making them feel that they couldn't understand what was going on. "Big brother, what's wrong with you? Quick! Quick, kill him together!" One-Eyed Dragon shouted. However, the bald man still turned a deaf ear and continued to play around in the same place like a clown. This caused the surrounding people to burst into laughter. Ling Xiao looked at the bald man with satisfaction, then ordered the prodigal, "Get rid of the others and leave this bald man alive." The prodigal immediately displayed his terrifying battle power after receiving the order. Bang bang. The prodigal's strongest move was to use his fists to solve problems. Among the 5 ugly and lascivious freaks, 4 of them had their heads smashed by the prodigal and died. The eyes of the onlookers turned cold. The dead 4 ugly and lascivious eccentrics were all Earth's sovereign realm experts, but their heads were smashed by a single punch. The strength of this young man made them think, so this young man is also such a fierce and ruthless person. In the North Water domain, killing was the pleasure of all evil people, and they would not feel afraid. However, killing depended on one's cruel means. Only the crueler the means, the more these evil people would be deterred. Killing people like the prodigal was only considered to be in their eyes, but it could not really scare them. However, in the next moment, they were completely shocked. They saw the prodigal walk towards the bald man, then he grabbed the bald man's ears and directly tore them off. Ordinary people who suffered such a serious injury would scream in pain, but the bald man seemed to not feel the pain and actually kept laughing foolishly. The surrounding people were dumbfounded, and countless question marks appeared in their hearts. Is the bald man stupid? Ling Xiao's tiger-like eyes also revealed a bit of astonishment. Then, the prodigal forcefully tore off the bald man's 4 limbs, and the thick smell of blood instantly filled the air. The surrounding people's expressions changed, and some timid people even vomited on the spot. When the bald man's 4 limbs were removed, the rune effect in the bald man's sea of consciousness gradually disappeared, and his consciousness instantly became clear. Ah ah. A series of heart-wrenching screams resounded through the sky. The delayed screams made people's hairs stand on end. What's going on? His limbs were removed just now, but he was laughing foolishly and did not cry out in pain. Why did he only cry out after the limbs were removed? Could it be that he has lost his mind? Or does he have a hidden illness to begin with? I don't think so. It should be that those people are strange, and they must have used some method to make the bald man stupid. But even a fool knows pain. He obviously did not feel pain just now. This kind of killing method is really satisfying. It seems that he is really an expert in killing. Let's get rid of him. Ling Xiao said faintly, and then continued to move forward with a few people. The prodigal smashed the bald man's head, then kept the space ring of the 5 clowns, before chasing after Ling Xiao. At this time, most of the surrounding people did not dare to openly look at the 3 women behind Ling Xiao like before. Although there were many evil people, their strength did not exceed the honorable level. Of course, they did not dare to go forward to provoke them. Ling Xiao and the others randomly found a place to stay. Ling Xiao recalled the beginner-level incantation he had just cast, and only felt that it seemed to be much weaker than a direct mental attack. However, it could make people lose their minds and temporarily turn them into idiots, which was quite fun. Looks like I can only cultivate the contract incantation to the intermediate level as soon as possible. Only then can I imprint the incantation in the opponent's sea of consciousness, and only then can I control the puppet. However, it's really difficult to condense mental power into a rune, Ling Xiao thought to himself. Savage Leopard, when do you think I should kill my way to the Blackwater sect? Ling Xiao asked Savage Leopard with his hands behind his back. Savage Leopard said respectfully, "Young master, don't be anxious. I will go and capture the city lord of Ming's city now and see if I can obtain the necessary information from his memories. And then go quickly. I don't want to delay any longer," Ling Xiao replied. After Savage Leopard bowed, he disappeared in front of Xian Yao. Xian Yao looked at Savage Leopard's disappearing figure and said indifferently, "He still has a knot in his heart that needs to be resolved, don't be too anxious. I can feel that he has a special feeling for this place." Ling Xiao replied softly, and then he said, "Fraud, after I rescue Meng Qi, where do you think I should start?" Ling Xiao had always wanted to build his own force, but he still didn't know where to start. After all, in such a big place like the central region, there were forces everywhere. Did he want to rob someone else's territory? Xian Yao said with a smile, not far from the perishing Soul Mountain is an ancient city called Hell City. It is said to be an ancient city that has existed for more than 100,000 years. The reason why it is called Hell City is because it is more chaotic than any other place. It is a place where mercenaries, roving bandits, and villains often camp. Almost every year, the city lord changes several times, and every time the city lord changes, the city will be stained with blood, so it is called Hell City. Because that place is too close to the perishing Soul Mountain, and the yin energy of the perishing Soul Mountain is too heavy, and it is also famous for being a dangerous place, even the Black Demon sect doesn't want to take control of Hell City. They let those vagrants fight over it all the time. I think that it is the best place for young master to make a fortune. Hell City? Does it sound scary? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Xian Yao gently waved his white paper fan and said, there are battles there all year round, and those who are not strong enough will be killed. Even if someone can occupy it, they will be affected by the yin energy of the perishing Soul Mountain after a long time. It is said that there was a rogue emperor-level cultivator who occupied Hell City for 3 years. He was the first city lord to occupy Hell City for the longest time in history, but then he died mysteriously in the city. This caused panic, so many strong people don't want to go to Hell City and get involved with bad luck. Only those vicious people who kill all year round have no choice but to stay in Hell City. According to what you've said, the underworld city is an ominous place. Then you want me to start building my career there? You're clearly asking me to die, aren't you? Ling Xiao grumpily said. Even an emperor-level cultivator would only die. Ling Xiao wasn't arrogant enough to think that he was stronger than an emperor-level cultivator. Young master, you don't need to worry. With your powerful fate as an undying cockroach, a mere Hell City can't do anything to you. Do you still remember Goose City? That was also known as the Southern Wasteland Forbidden Area, but didn't you still manage to get rid of it? I have confidence in you. Xian Yao smiled. Forget it, I don't think I have a powerful fate like a cockroach. Let's find another place, Ling Xiao said in fear. Xian Yao bitterly smiled. Hell City might be a dangerous place, but the spiritual energy there is no less dense than any large power. Cultivating there will double your efforts, and you won't have to worry about other powers fighting over it. You can develop in peace. What you say makes sense, but I don't want to get involved with that bad luck. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. Xian Yao shook his head and didn't say anything else. He knew that Ling Xiao's future Hell City was the only place he could build his career. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.